You are listening to Who Hid My Corpse? By Demonic Eyes. Novels from Novelfire. Chapter 501. May I ask if you are interested in learning about our Lord? Talk about it. Talk about what? Of course, it's about you and that little dog. Adair is not a dog, it's a wolf. Whatever, you can think of it as whatever you want. Adair grew up with me. What about your parents? I have no parents, only it, and it's also my hunter partner. And then it went missing. With just this level of description, I think it would be hard for you to find it, don't you think? Vic stared fixedly at Bai Wei. You said you would help me find it. Bai Wei smiled. That's right, I'm helping you now, aren't I? If you're unwilling to cooperate, then I can't help you. You can still leave now. Vic tightly clenched his fist, feeling very much like turning away and leaving, but ultimately he abandoned the idea, speaking softly. Adair and I got lost at the sacrificial arena. The lost sacrificial arena? Do you actually know? I've heard a bit about it, Bai Wei said lightly. It's said to be the sacred place of the Senluo Church. The priests of the Senluo Church and their hunters used to enter the sacrificial arena to gain power, but that was something from 100 years ago, wasn't it? The god of Senluo and his church have both perished. What use is going there for you now? Vic originally didn't want to answer. It was the last secret of the Senluo hunters, so he wanted to make up some nonsense to deceive Bai Wei. But Bai Wei always had a look of ease, as if everything was under his control, making Vic dare not do so. So after a long pause, he slowly spoke, not completely perished. The power of the sacrificial arena has not entirely vanished, Vic said with difficulty. Hunters can still gain power from it. Saying it seemed to have drained all of Vic's strength, causing him to slump onto the ground, full of regret and helplessness. And Bai Wei understood why Vic reacted this way. It seems even on this land this news is a secret, Bai Wei said with a smile. Are you guarding against the wildfire believers? Vic said nothing, but evidently agreed. Before the god of Senluo passed away, hunters were the core of this land. After the god of Senluo passed, wildfire believers took the place of hunters. But hunters' power has not vanished. In the former Senluo sacrificial arena, hunters' power can still be obtained. Although not much, it was enough for work and life. Vic and his hunting wolf Ade both needed this power. Bai Wei continued to ask, so who told you this news? An old hunter. Where is he now? Dead. So you just believed him. Vic looked at Bai Wei. I have nothing worth lying to. That's true, but why didn't you consider joining the wildfire sect? Bai Wei said with a smile. Aren't they the orthodoxy of this land? Outsiders call them esoteric Buddhism, don't they? Is that what you think too? Vic fell silent for a while. I don't trust them. Why? Instinct. I need a more precise explanation. Vic seemed helpless. I can smell a strange scent from them, like corpses crawling out of graves. That's quite a vivid description. Upon hearing this, Vic subconsciously glanced at Bai Wei. He wanted to say, you have a bit of that smell too, but he dared not. The conversation with Bai Wei was putting him under tremendous pressure, even greater than when he was being pursued by wildfire believers. So you and your little dog feel there is something wrong with the wildfire sect, and don't want to join them, so you went in search of the former hunter's power, Bai Wei concluded unhurriedly. And while on the way to the sacrificial arena the old hunter told you of, you and your little dog got lost. Adair is a wolf. That doesn't matter, focus on the point. Oh yes. How exactly did you get lost? I don't remember. Vic seemed afraid Bai Wei wouldn't believe him, so he said rather anxiously, I'm not lying, I really don't remember. Don't worry, I didn't say you were lying to me. Bai Wei smiled. But why not elaborate a little more? This doesn't do any harm to you or me, does it? Vic took a deep breath. His memory returned once again to more than 10 days before. That ancient building, strange runes, Adair accompanying him. But soon the memory began to blur. When it cleared again, he was already alone. Vic recounted these to Bai Wei. But Bai Wei didn't listen earnestly because he had seen everything, seen clearly. Listen, combined with gaze, allowed him to directly see through Vic's inner thoughts, even getting a rough idea of Vic's memories and imaginations. Of course, this wasn't easy and required some guidance, as well as bearing some physical burdens. This was also related to Bai Wei's current physical condition. Bai Wei was in a very delicate stage right now. He had obtained a brand new body, no longer needing to think about how to entice companions to use his power every day, and could do things like a normal person, such as breathing. After all, for a soul that still hasn't found its original nose, breathing freely is already quite an exhilarating thing. But what was the cost then? The direct consequence was that to obtain this body, he used the ability of Visas's illusion during the Holy Sound. Chapter 502. May I ask if you are interested in learning about our Lord, too? For this reason, all his rules have been temporarily sealed. Though it's an active rule, the passive ones, like the super-strong vision of gaze and the ability to probe minds with listen, are still usable. Although their effects have been significantly weakened, it's better to have them than not. For instance, termination and domination have already completely failed. This naturally is quite a blow to his strength, especially since he handed over the sound and rhythm of this body, as well as the bones that greatly enhance basic strength, to Heavena, causing the body's strength to plummet. This also caused him to suffer considerable injuries in the battle at the boundary, which have not yet healed. Moreover, if he guessed correctly, those troublesome folks from Rhine should already have come to find him. Tisk, what a bunch of troublesome folks. But well, Bai Wei looked at Vic in front of him and involuntarily smiled. He had found the most crucial card. Vic didn't know what Bai Wei was thinking. After finishing his narration, he asked Bai Wei, "Do you believe what I said?" "Why wouldn't I?" Bai Wei replied with a smile. "It's not like I haven't experienced such things before." Vic was suspicious. "You experienced it." "Yes, I once had a comrade. I mean partner," Bai Wei said. "He also, like you, entered a place he shouldn't have and afterward lost most of his memory, living in a daze for 20 years. "What happened after that?" "He died after that." "Vic." "But before dying, he did recover his memory," Bai Wei shrugged. "So for him, it was a way to avoid regrets." After a moment of silence, Vic said, "Whether or not I recover my memory doesn't matter to me, as long as I can find Ade." "Of course, isn't that exactly what we're doing?" Bai Wei said with a smile. "But I must remind you it's been so long the truth might not be easy to accept. Do you understand my meaning?" "I understand," Vic said in a low voice. "As long as I find him, that's the promise between us. Even in death, we want to be buried together." "A touching bond between a man and a wolf. I mean, a man and a wolf's loyalty." Bai Wei clapped his hands, his expression very approving. "Since that's the case, let's set off when it's light." Vic turned his head to look out the window. A hint of dawn had already appeared far away in the sky. The night was finally about to end. Vic let out a big breath of relief. The conversation with Bai Wei, indeed, put immense pressure on him. To the extent. Vic suddenly recalled something and looked again at Bai Wei. "I still don't know who you are," Vic said. At this moment the sun rose. The morning glow dispersed the night, and sunlight shone through the window onto half of Bai Wei's body, but the other half still remained in darkness. "You can call me Ulu," Bai Wei said with a smile. "My profession is priest. I guide those lost in darkness toward the light." "Priest Ulu." When the sun had fully risen, Bai Wei led Vic out of the church, heading toward the nearest Yade town. Vic seemed somewhat uneasy. "Is it really okay to just go in directly?" Vic said. "There are wildfire sect informants in the town, and the townspeople will report us." "Don't worry," Bai Wei said with a carefree smile. "They'll notice a lone wolf, but they won't notice a little boy brought by a friendly priest." At present, Bai Wei and Vic had both changed their attire. Bai Wei really wore a Rhine priest robe, which he acquired from the boundary. Meanwhile, he also dressed Vic in coordinating clothing and masked Vic's face. "We are clergy from Rhine, here to purify the souls of these innocent townspeople who have been corrupted by esoteric Buddhism for years," Bai Wei said. "So you must pay attention to your attitude, be friendly and kind, you understand." "Amiable." For a moment, Vic didn't know where to begin his tirade. Because he knew that behind Bai Wei's voluminous priest robe was hidden that serrated knife which had claimed an unknown number of lives, and that scent couldn't be concealed. Could such a person be called amiable? "You said before, after getting separated from Ade, the wildfire sect began chasing you, right?" Bai Wei paid no mind to Vic's inner complaints about him, speaking leisurely. "Before that, they never troubled you." Vic shook his head. "No, before that I was nothing, and Ade was just an ordinary wolf. They had no reason to come after us." "So now there's a reason," Bai Wei said. "What do you think the reason is?" I don't know, Vic said. I guess it has something to do with the sacrificial arena, but I have no idea what's inside. I can't even remember if I've ever been inside. Could it be that you brought something out from there? Bai Wei said. They aren't after you but what you brought out. Vic shook his head again. No, there's nothing extra on me. Really nothing. Really nothing. Bai Wei smiled. Then how did you manage to avoid the wildfire sect's pursuit time and again? Did you have that ability from the start? Vic stood frozen, then lowered his head, staring blankly at his hands. I never thought about that. His voice was somewhat sluggish, but before, I didn't seem to have that ability. I was just an ordinary person. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to escape cultist pursuit time and again, Bai Wei said. It seems you did acquire something in that sacrificial arena, like the power you've longed for. Vic stood in a daze for a long time, then snapped out of it when Bai Wei had already walked far ahead, quickly catching up and asking anxiously, Do you know something? Just some conjectures based on facts, Bai Wei said with a smile. Honestly, such stories are quite common outside. Stories? Yes, giving up something to gain power, Bai Wei said, like your body, your life, or even something you cherish. At first, Vic didn't understand what Bai Wei meant, but when he did, rage welled up within him. Are you saying I exchanged Ade's life for this power? I never said that. Bai Wei still spoke in an unhurried yet irritating tone. I know you're anxious, but don't be in a hurry. It's just my conjecture after all. As for the truth, it still requires seeing with your own eyes. Vic was very angry. But he couldn't find a reason to lash out. After all, Bai Wei did say it was just his speculation. I won't take Ade as the price. He caught up with Bai Wei, speaking in a low voice. I definitely won't. I certainly choose to believe that, but then, what is the price for power? Vic couldn't answer. By this time they had arrived at Yade Town. Though it was morning, the streets of the town were still devoid of a single pedestrian, like a ghost town. But Bai Wei knew, at this moment countless pairs of eyes were peeking out from inside the rooms. They were being watched the moment they entered. However, Bai Wei didn't care. He leisurely walked to one of the houses and knocked on the door. Hello, I'm a priest from Rhine Ulu. Bai Wei directly introduced himself. I'm here to spread the blessing of the great Rhine god. Vic hadn't expected Bai Wei would dare to be so straightforward in proselytizing. How could that possibly succeed? The people here wouldn't even open the door for an injured hunter who protected them, let alone a stranger. Sure enough, a deep male voice came from behind the door. Take your blessing and get lost. Sir, it seems you have a misunderstanding about our omniscient and omnipotent Lord. Bai Wei remained amiable. In that case, I recommend reading our Rhine Covenant, then. A cold laugh came from inside. What crap covenant? Never heard of it. I see, Bai Wei said with some regret. In that case, I'll have to spread the Lord's gospel in another way. Another way? Vic hadn't reacted yet, when he saw Bai Wei suddenly draw the serrated knife from behind him. Then without hesitation, he chopped down. Chapter 503, Wildfire. Bai Wei's movements were so fast that even Vic hadn't reacted before the serrated knife had cut deeply into the wooden door. What are you doing? Before he could finish speaking, Bai Wei promptly kicked the townsperson's door down, then smiled at Vic. Preaching. The door collapsed with a thud, and the townspeople behind the door no longer had their previous demeanor, their murky eyes full of fright. You, what are you trying to do? The townspeople pointed at Bai Wei's nose. Their bodies seemed to tremble slightly from nervousness. Bai Wei did not pay attention to him immediately, but waited for the dust stirred up by the door's collapse to disperse before leisurely stepping in. Vic, who stood behind him, had no choice but to follow him inside. He was now Bai Wei's assistant. There was no reason to stop him. But if Bai Wei really wanted to do something outrageous, he wouldn't just stand by either. Bai Wei entered and leisurely observed the furnishings inside. This seemed like a pharmacy. All he could see were bottles and jars of medicine. The whole room seemed to be lived in by only this male townsperson, but there was a tightly closed door inside, and when Bai Wei's gaze landed on it, the townspeople's tension increased. What exactly do you want? The male townsperson shouted at Bai Wei, but compared to when the door was still there, he seemed a bit scared but pretending to be fierce. Bai Wei naturally knew what he was worried about, but didn't expose them, just smiled at the male townsperson. Just came to purchase some medicine. Purchase medicine, the male townsperson said. You just said you were here to preach. Yes, Bai Wei nodded. If you believed in our sect, would I still need to specifically purchase? The male townsperson's expression turned very ugly. Do you know what place this is? If you dare act recklessly, the hunters will take care of you. Oh, Byway's smile didn't fade. Will the hunters take care of me, or the wildfire believers take care of me? Upon hearing this, the male townsperson's expression worsened. Only Vic didn't know what they were talking about, but he sensed something was amiss, so wisely stayed silent. The male townsperson was silent for a while, then said, "What medicine do you want?" "Some wound tablets," Byway said, "and blood coagulation potion that allows one to walk in the night." Upon hearing blood coagulation potion, the male townsperson instinctively took a step back. He seemed to want to say he didn't have it, but looking at Byway's bright serrated knife, he couldn't utter words of refusal. After a while he spoke, "There are, but not here, and they're not cheap." "No problem." Byway sounded as though he knew the male townsperson would answer like this, smiling as he spoke. "I'll wait right here, you go fetch. But you'd better not have any ideas, otherwise I'll burn down your house." As he spoke, Byway barely glanced at the inner room, causing the male townsperson not to dare make any further moves. He only left the room quickly, with a dark expression. Before leaving, Vic heard the male townsperson cursing softly, seemingly related to the hunters. So after the male townsperson left, Vic immediately came up. "Why are you doing this?" Byway glanced at Vic and calmly said, "If we want to go to the sacrificial arena, we need these medicines." "Then can we just take them directly?" Vic said. "That's not what a hunter should do." "I'm no hunter," Byway said. "I'm Rhine's priest, I have no principles." "Vic, just joking." Byway laughed, then said, "If you buy medicine as a hunter, will he sell it to you?" Vic wanted to argue, but memories flooded his mind at that moment. It was the scene of an elderly hunter knocking on doors late at night pleading. And this scene naturally fell into Byway's eyes. "He would, but definitely not easily right," Byway said. "Like arbitrarily raising prices, like making unreasonable demands. Imagine when you're injured while hunting at night, and pleading for help from these tightly closed doors, only to be met with refusal and curses, similar to 'stay away from me, don't bring danger here.'" Vic opened his mouth but couldn't speak. Because this was exactly what he had in mind. Byway described it so vividly, it was as if he read from his heart. Of course, Vic wouldn't think about mind reading, he just asked, "How do you know so well?" "Of course it's because I've experienced it too." Byway laughed in his mind. This map in the game was absolutely one of the darkest maps. Countless monsters hunted during the night, not to mention the townsfolk. When players got injured and wanted to buy medicine, they'd find the nighttime prices 10 times higher. And the seller was naturally that guy Byway just chased away. Karma indeed. But Byway wouldn't tell Vic this, he just shrugged and said, "Don't forget my identity. Rhine is the archenemy of the wildfire. Our understanding of your place is no less than your locals. And we don't just understand the surface, the deep reasons are equally clear." Chapter 504, 5 Wildfire 2. Byway spoke as he walked towards the medicine cabinet and picked up a blood-stained medicine bottle. "The fundamental reason is that the god of Senluo is dead, the former order has collapsed, hunters' skills have significantly declined, yet the dangers you face have not reduced," Byway said leisurely. "So people here rely on hunters but don't trust them, fearing their investment in hunters will be wasted, resulting in a vicious cycle." Vic said with a hint of helplessness, "There is no other way, it's very hard for the townspeople to buy medicine." "Is that so?" Byway pointed at the medicine cabinet in front of him. "If it's really that hard, then where did this big box of medicine come from? He can't be taking it for fun, right?" Vic fell silent. He naturally knew who these medicines were for. Wildfire believers. "So," Byway said with a smile, "as a priest of the Orthodox, what's wrong with snatching things from a cult?" Vic had nothing to say. "Speaking of which, the reason why it's so chaotic here is also because the wildfire believers have not yet become the true masters of this land," Byway said. "The god of Senluo has been gone for 100 years. If it were our Rhine, it wouldn't take 10 years for everyone here to be singing praises of the Lord of Rhine's glorious brilliance, but the wildfire believers." Yes, Byway pointed out the fundamental issue of this land, the lack of a new order. Although the outside world already considers wildfire as one of the 4 great secret religions, compared with the former Senluo church, wildfire believers are more like a group of motley mercenaries. And the main reason for this is, there is no new god on this land. The wildfire sect does not have a wildfire god. So after the god of Senluo passed away, the people of this land did not give birth to a new faith, and the wildfire believers did not cultivate in this direction. So even now, they haven't completely replaced the functions of the former Senluo hunters, which leads to the spectacle of the god of Senluo being dead for 100 years, yet his hunters still working. The work content is naturally combating the night. Bai Wei's words indeed made Vic feel that he understood Senluo better than himself, so he didn't dwell on this topic but instead asked, "Why do you want the blood coagulation potion? Even with that thing, entering the night is still very dangerous. What if your little dog is lost in the night?" Vic's pupils slightly contracted. He was about to speak when he saw Bai Wei smile. "I was just guessing randomly." "Vic, but it's possible, right?" Bai Wei put the blood-stained medicine bottle back in the cabinet. "If you really want to find it, you can't ignore the night." Before Vic could reply, the earlier male townsman had already returned, holding 2 dirty blood test tubes. "There are only these 2, the male townsman said with a dark face. "Great," Bai Wei smiled as he took the test tubes. "This is already enough. As for the injury medicine, I've taken it, no need to trouble you." The male townsman's face turned even darker. He gritted his teeth and said, "You haven't paid yet." "Ah, you almost made me forget." Bai Wei tapped his head, and then belatedly smiled at the male townsman. "I am called Ulu from Rhine." The male townsman didn't care what Bai Wei's name was. He only cared about money. But after waiting a while, he found Bai Wei didn't make any further moves. "What do you mean?" "Paying, of course," Bai Wei said. "I said my name is Ulu, did I?" "What's the relation with money?" the male townsman said. "This is Rhine, what good is your name?" "It's not useful now, but soon it will be." "Are you messing with me?" "I'm not messing with you, I'm telling the truth," Bai Wei said. "Soon someone will come here looking for me. You can tell them my information, and you'll be rewarded." "Are they your subordinates?" "No," Bai Wei said lightly. "They are my enemies." "This is about as far as we go, Bishop Fig," a priest from Rhine said. "Up ahead is Wildfire's territory." Fig stopped his steps, looking at the dense jungle in front of him like an open claw, the savage air rushing towards him. "What an annoying smell." Fig wrinkled his nose and then turned his head. "How's the preparation?" Behind him was a night order disguised as a caravan, and their thick muscles seemed about to burst from their plain clothing. This was the most elite night order in Fig's hands. But they were not the focus of this mission. The focus was the unique wooden box on the carriage. Under Fig's gaze, one of the wooden boxes was opened. A pungent stench, accompanied by a sound like bones being chewed, emanated from within, giving off a deep sense of unease. "The Devourer's reaction is more intense than before," Fig said. "It seems to sense something." "Yes," the knight beside him replied. "The Devourer has always been sensitive to the power of visas. If we release it now, it will follow the scent directly to find the holder of the corpse blocks and won't stop until it reaches the goal. It's just that. Our control over it only works within a certain range. Once it exceeds that range, it will become ineffective," the knight said. "At that time, it will go into a berserk state, attacking all living things around it. To regain control, we would need to bring it back within range and ring this bell." The knight picked up the bell from his waist and gave it a gentle shake. The sound of the bell was faint, and the Devourer inside the box shivered slightly. Fig just smiled. "Isn't this great?" Then he stepped forward and gazed at the ugly thing inside the box. "Let's just let it wreak havoc." Saying that, he unlocked the chains. Thus, Bai Wei successfully bought the medicine and left the townsperson's home satisfied. Though the townsperson wasn't very pleased. After stepping out of the house, Vic immediately caught up with Bai Wei and, lowering his voice, said, "Ulu." "Call me Priest Ulu." "Priest Ulu?" Vic asked. "That person seemed very concerned about the innermost room, and it seemed like you knew what was inside." "Oh, so you noticed, huh?" "It was hard not to." "Your perception is indeed sharp." Bai Wei extended his hand, ruffling Vic's hair. "Then did you smell anything?" "A stench," Vic said. "Like those things in the darkness?" Vic nodded. "Haha, very normal." Bai Wei looked at Vic, speaking somewhat meaningfully. "Hunters have fallen, yet people still live in the dark. There must be some methods, and most of these methods can't see the light of day." Vic furrowed his brows tightly, pondering for a moment but still unable to find an answer, so he said, "Can't you be a bit clearer?" I'm just helping you find a dog. I didn't say I would solve your puzzles, Bai Wei responded as Vic was about to lose his temper. But given how patient you are, a little reward isn't out of the question. Bai Wei took out the blood coagulation potion he had previously bought. The answer lies within. Vic, initially displeased with Bai Wei's explanation, had his attention immediately diverted upon hearing this. What do you mean? The blood coagulation potion is a tool hunters use to hide in the darkness. Bai Wei handed the potion to Vic. Take a look. Vic accepted the potion. He had never used it before, so upon receiving it, he immediately took a sniff. Meanwhile, Bai Wei stood silently watching. As he saw Vic unwittingly extend his tongue to lick the edge of the test tube while sniffing it, Bai Wei's smile broadened. Chapter 505, Hunter's Reward. Vic indeed felt something peculiar from the blood coagulation potion. But he couldn't quite put his finger on what exactly it was, a feeling as if his brain couldn't keep up with his nose's sense of smell. He was about to ask Bai Wei, but realized that Bai Wei had unknowingly walked quite far ahead, prompting him to quickly catch up. Where are you going? Didn't I say we were heading to the sacrificial arena? But the sacrificial arena isn't in this direction. Vic pointed to the deep mountain on his left. We have to go through that forest to get there. Is that so? Then how long would it take to reach that way? Not too long, about 2 weeks or so. I think your concept of time differs from mine, Bai Wei said with a smile. Sorry, I don't want to spend that much time on the road, so. He stopped and pointed ahead. I've decided to use a more convenient method. Vic followed Bai Wei's finger and saw a nearly broken-down little wagon discarded by the roadside. The biggest difference between humans and beasts is the use of tools, Bai Wei said. I believe as long as we have that wagon and travel the main road, our time will be greatly reduced. What do you think? Vic thought Bai Wei's reasoning was quite baffling. He looked at Bai Wei with speechless disbelief. I won't even mention how much more dangerous the main road is compared to the mountain path. Even if we set that aside, do you have anything to pull the wagon with? What do you usually use to pull wagons around here? Horses, donkeys, Vic replied, but they're quite rare and seldom used for pulling wagons because the night is fatal for them too. I see, Bai Wei remarked with some regret. That's somewhat unfortunate then. Vic thought Bai Wei was about to give up, ready to breathe a sigh of relief, when he suddenly heard Bai Wei go ah. By the way, how's your stamina? Vic felt a sense of unease. 20 minutes later, the townsfolk of Yade Town saw the newly arrived Rhine priest leisurely sitting on a half-broken wagon. And pulling the wagon was his faceless little follower. This made the townsfolk of Yade unable to help but think. Turns out Orthodox doesn't treat people as people either. Take it slow, don't push yourself too hard, I'm not in a hurry. Bai Wei smiling from the wagon, while Vic, his face wrapped in bandages, was full of black lines. There was no way around it. Bai Wei kept saying he was severely injured, not well, and had sprained his foot when kicking the door, making walking difficult. And if Vic didn't help, they'd surely be caught by their enemies from both sides. This way, Vic had no choice but to agree. Luckily, Bai Wei was quite light, so even sitting on the wagon, it didn't add much weight, and Vic, naturally strong, didn't find pulling it that difficult. More than the physical exertion, Vic was worried about proceeding directly on the main road where they could easily be found by their enemies, and the dangers they faced at night far exceeded those on the rugged mountain paths. Yet Bai Wei didn't care about these aspects, and thinking of Bai Wei's uncanny strength, Vic had nothing more to say. It was all for finding a day. As long as they could find a day, pulling the wagon was worth it. I have to say, people in this town are really hospitable, Bai Wei said lazily from the wagon. What do you mean? Ever since we entered the town, people have been watching us, hiding behind doors, behind windows, even in the stables. Bai Wei smiled. Staring intently, isn't that what hospitality is? Vic still struggled to comprehend Bai Wei's train of thought. How is being watched considered hospitable? This was outright surveillance on them. Is Rhine priest not quite right in the head? Vic couldn't help but think like this. Bai Wei continued muttering on the wagon. The gaze has scrutiny, apprehension, and even hatred, which is quite normal. Is that normal? What on earth is your definition of normal? Before Vic could voice his complaints, Bai Wei suddenly changed his tone. But there are some that aren't normal. Vic suddenly felt the wagon behind him lighten. He immediately turned around to see Bai Wei suddenly get off the wagon, wielding the blood-stained, serrated knife as he walked into a narrow alley. Vic was utterly confused. What's he doing now? He quickly put down the wagon and chased after Bai Wei. But by then, Bai Wei's back wasn't sore, his legs weren't lame, and he was walking so fast that he almost disappeared from Vic's sight in the blink of an eye. Vic panicked, thinking Bai Wei intended to leave him behind, so he called Bai Wei's name while quickening his pace. Fortunately, after turning a corner, he saw Bai Wei, only to find Bai Wei standing with the knife drawn in front of a frail little girl who was squatting in a corner, full of fear, obviously frightened by Bai Wei. "Priest Ulu, what are you doing?" Vic was even more frantic, rushing forward to stand in front of the little girl. "She's just a child." "I know," Bai Wei said calmly. "Why are you panicking? I'm a Rhine priest. You should have faith in me." Vic instinctively asked, "Faith in what?" "We Rhine priests don't fancy little girls." Chapter 506 Hunter's Reward 2. Vic was a bit confused. Meanwhile, Bai Wei had already put away his serrated knife, and his gaze moved past Vic to the little girl behind him. "You're the one who was watching us just now, aren't you?" Bai Wei asked. The little girl trembled and didn't dare to speak. Vic was very angry. "Is that why you chased after her? Didn't you say everyone was watching us? Why did you single her out?" "You should let me finish." Bai Wei rolled his eyes, then looked at the little girl again. "I know you're different from those people. That's why I came over here specifically. No one is paying attention to you now. You can say whatever you need to say." Hearing Bai Wei's words, Vic seemed to understand something. He also turned his head to look at the little girl and saw a hint of hesitation flash across her tense face. "As you see, we're about to leave," Bai Wei added. "If you don't speak now, you won't have another chance. We won't wait for you." The little girl pressed her lips tightly together. After a long while, she finally spoke softly. "Are you hunters?" Vic instinctively wanted to speak, but Bai Wei shot him a shut-up look and then asked, "No, we're not hunters, but we are clergy. The things hunters can do, we can do too." Bai Wei emphasized the latter part of his sentence. Hearing Bai Wei's words, the little girl hesitated no more, mustering the courage to look at Bai Wei and said, "I heard my mom say that if you ask hunters for help, they would help. So your mom is in trouble." The little girl froze, obviously not expecting Bai Wei to be so direct, but she still bit her lip and nodded slightly. "Mom and Dad went to another town to shop," the little girl said. "They should have returned the night before last, but—" The little girl shook her head quickly, obviously afraid to think further, and then pleaded, "Sir Hunter, could you help me find Mom and Dad?" Hearing the little girl, Vic already guessed what had happened, and his expression darkened. After all, in this land, missing often only means one thing. "Which town were your parents headed to?" Bai Wei asked. The little girl told Bai Wei. Bai Wei rubbed his beardless chin. "It seems like we're not heading in that direction." Vic glanced at Bai Wei. He could also guess Bai Wei would refuse the little girl, after all, for something they already knew the outcome of. Bai Wei had no reason to take a detour. But just as this thought popped into Vic's mind, he saw Bai Wei smile. But taking a slight detour isn't impossible. The little girl's previously dim eyes immediately brightened. "However," Bai Wei said to the little girl with a smile, "shouldn't you give us something in return?" 10 minutes later, Vic was pulling a cart, leaving Yade town. Bai Wei, as before, comfortably leaned against the cart, playing with a small music box in his hand. Every time he wound up the music box, it emitted a simple yet clear sound. As long as Vic pulled the cart, Bai Wei played with the music box, thoroughly enjoying it. Finally, Vic couldn't hold back anymore. "Priest Ulu, aren't you being a bit too much?" "Oh," Bai Wei finally stopped winding it and asked with a smile, "How am I being too much?" That child was in such a desperate situation, and you had the heart to ask for something from her. "Oh, you're talking about that?" Bai Wei said lazily. "That's the reward, of course we have to take it." "But you're not a hunter." "But you are," Bai Wei said. "Isn't this helping you take it?" "Huh, what nonsense are you saying?" "That child was looking for a hunter, not me," Bai Wei said. "You can't reveal your identity, so I accepted it on your behalf." "What kind of sophistry is that?" "I'm not being sophistic. Vic, you've always said you're a hunter, but have you ever received a commission?" "No," Vic said. "After parting with Ade, I was constantly pursued with no opportunity to take on commissions." "Exactly, so you still don't understand the meaning of being a hunter," Bai Wei said. "Didn't the old hunter tell you that hunters must take a reward?" Vic hesitated a bit, then shook his head. No. Then let me explain why hunters must take a reward, Byway said. Simply put, only by taking a reward does the commission and contract truly form. It's like doing something for money, which is reasonable, but if you do it out of good intentions, who knows if you'll really do it. Vic opened his mouth. He felt that Byway's reasoning seemed somewhat logical, yet also not. But she's just a child, Vic said. She hardly has any money left. This music box is probably the most valuable thing she has. Yes, so we're helping her look for something even more valuable, Byway said lightly. So in her eyes, she's giving us her most precious thing, while we help her find something more precious. It's that simple. Vic still felt something was off, but it's very likely that child's parents might have already dead, so there's no need to look seriously. Vic was stunned, shaking his head repeatedly. That's not what I mean, even if she didn't give me any reward, I'd still be willing to. Chapter 507, Hunter's Reward 3. But then what would that child think? Byway said. A doctor who wouldn't even take money, sighing while patting her shoulder saying, I'll do my best like that. Vic was speechless. Do you think that child doesn't know her parents are probably gone? Byway laughed. What she wants is just the last bit of hope, but so many people aren't even willing to give her that final hope. Vic was silent for a long time, then gently nodded. I think I understand, he said. If I find her parents, can you give me that music box? Of course, Byway laughed. It's originally your reward, the first hunter's bounty. Vic nodded seriously. I don't know how this happened. Just now, Byway gave him a feeling somewhat like that deceased old hunter. And a vague memory surged to the forefront, where someone reached out to him. But he couldn't recall who that person was. On the road ahead, Byway continued fiddling with the music box. He tirelessly wound the mechanism, keeping the music box playing, while Vic focused on pulling the cart. Whether it was Byway's words earlier that prompted him, he now only wanted to quickly find the girl's parents and get that music box. Unknowingly, the sky gradually darkened, during which he also asked Byway if it was time to stop and hide for a while. But Byway consistently told him to keep going, to walk a bit further. The road ahead was getting harder to see. Only the music box behind was still playing continuously. Vic felt fatigued. His legs were hurting, aching. His hands were slightly twitching. Shouldn't we stop now, Priest Ulu? He asked once more. This time he didn't get a response from Byway. At some point, even the music had disappeared. Vic immediately stopped and turned back. Nothing was on the cart, behind was only endless darkness. Priest Ulu, he shouted into the darkness but still got no response. Yet the darkness became more solid. Damn, Vic realized something and immediately reached back. His expression froze. His axe had been destroyed the night before. He realized the blood coagulation potion to counter the darkness was on Byway. Now he had nothing. He instantly wanted to find a safe place to hide, but it was already too late. Rotten shadows emerged from the darkness, slowly approaching him. Damn it! Vic panicked and turned to run. But soon he felt his legs weaken, collapsing onto the ground. After pulling the cart all day, his body had reached its limit, but only now did he realize it. Why did it end up like this? No one could answer Vic. The shadows rushed down, quickly pinning Vic under them. Vic let out a heart-wrenching scream. All this fell into Byway's eyes not far away. Byway calmly watched, unmoved by Vic's constant cries and pleas. Soon Vic's voice vanished. The surroundings were quiet, with only the sound of shadows chewing. He's about to die. No one survives under these circumstances. But, splurte. A sharp claw suddenly pierced through the shadow's body. Then with a tearing sound, the shadow was torn in two. Vic's head emerged from the black blood, simultaneously letting out an earth-shattering roar. Chapter 508, Awakening. The situation reversed in an instant. The phantoms hovering between life and death were torn into fragments one after another by the half-human, half-wolf Vic. The flesh and blood scattered, quickly turning to ashes before hitting the ground. But these phantoms seemed immune to pain or fear, dragging their shattered bodies relentlessly toward Vic. Vic continued hunting them, yet they still came relentlessly, one after another, as if with no end. This scene was like countless sheep converging on the only wolf present, launching a siege. Vic was equally unafraid, his eyes full of murderous intent, causing him to continuously howl and roar. Attack, attack, attack again, as if he intended to turn this hunt into a massacre. Moreover, remarkably, Vic seemed unable to feel any fatigue. His movements showed no sign of slowing with the passage of time, becoming even more rapid and fierce. Clearly, he should have exhausted his strength before the attack. Meanwhile, Vic's body also kept changing. His fingers grew longer, his body hair increased, and his voice became less and less human. This scene entered Bai Wei's eyes. Or rather, this was what Bai Wei wanted to see. The little wolf Vic searched for had been here all along. However, it couldn't be let out yet. Bai Wei silently calculated the time in his mind. Finally, when Vic's limbs were already on the ground, he leisurely took out the music box. It's about time. He walked toward Vic. Hunting Vic heard footsteps. He suddenly turned his head, staring fiercely at the slowly approaching Bai Wei, those eyes red as blood showing no trace of thought. Vic, Bai Wei said to Vic, smiling, "It's time to wake up." Roar! Vic roared, charging straight at Bai Wei, wholly resembling a hunting wolf. Don't you remember who I am? Bai Wei deliberately left some distance, allowing himself to speak unhurriedly. I am Priest Ulu, have you forgotten? Vic seemed not to hear Bai Wei's words. His actions didn't slow at all, almost in an instant reaching Bai Wei, pouncing down fiercely. But Bai Wei just slightly turned to the side, easily dodging Vic's attack, at the same time grabbing his arm in midair, then twisting it and pressing him with the force. With a bang, Vic was pinned to the ground. I am Ulu, Priest Ulu, Bai Wei said again. Remember, I saved your life, we had a deal. Vic still roared, immediately trying to break free from Bai Wei's restraint, attempting to get up and counterattack Bai Wei. But Bai Wei had already taken the chance to extend his foot, stomping hard on Vic's head. In an instant, Vic's half-wolf head plunged into the mud, suppressing him firmly. Yet Vic still struggled fiercely, showing no intention of remembering anything. But this was also within Bai Wei's expectations. His name alone wasn't enough to awaken Vic's humanity. So Bai Wei took out the music box, which was already wound up beforehand, and tossed it beside Vic's ear. The music box began playing a familiar melody. The moment the melody sounded, Bai Wei noticed Vic's crimson pupils constrict slightly. It worked indeed. Bai Wei couldn't help but smile. His effort of letting Vic listen for an entire day had not been in vain. However, the unusual shimmer in Vic's eyes lasted only a short time before being once again devoured by merciless killing intent. Seems like a single day is still not enough. Bai Wei was not surprised, as he hadn't thought it would be so easy to awaken Vic. After all, it was just a day. That Vic could respond was already enough to delight Bai Wei. If so, Bai Wei looked around. The phantoms previously almost slain by Vic had gathered once more, slowly approaching them. Vic's signs of lycanthropy were also growing more severe, his strength increasing, making Bai Wei's single-handed and single-footed suppression less effective. Then let's end the first round here. Bai Wei drew the blood coagulation agent, acquired earlier in Yade Town, and swiftly injected it into Vic's neck, administering the entire dose. Vic's eyes widened instantly, his body suddenly stiffening. Time to wake up, Vic, Bai Wei said with a soft laugh to Vic. It's dawn. Vic's eyes gradually closed. Before being swallowed by darkness, he saw the small music box before him, the silver spring slowly turning. Then he lost consciousness. When Vic opened his eyes, the dawn sunlight was already shining on his face. It's dawn. Vic felt his mind was in chaos, completely unaware of what had happened. Afterward, the sound of a winding spring echoed by his ear. Then the melody tinged with mechanical sound slowly arrived. Vic turned his head, seeing Bai Wei leisurely sitting on the cart, playing with that little music box just like before. Vic's head began to ache. What happened to me? He asked. What else? Bai Wei replied with a cheerful smile. You got exhausted pulling the cart halfway. Chapter 509, Awakening 2. Exhausted. Yes. Then why does my head hurt so much? Because it hit the ground first, Bai Wei said airily, and you fainted immediately. Vic frowned tightly. Is that so? Bai Wei asked back, what else could it be? No, Vic struggled to recall and then shouted loudly, I encountered those things. Indeed, Vic vaguely recalled some fragments. After nightfall, Bai Wei suddenly disappeared, and he was targeted by countless ghostly shadows then. Mid-sentence, Vic suddenly stopped, lowering the hand that had been holding his head, and then stared blankly. Because in his hazy memory, he had been killed by those shadows. Yet now he was perfectly fine, except for a bit of headache, with no injuries at all. What on earth is going on? You're talking about those things, Bai Wei said airily. It seems you weren't completely unconscious at the time since you saw something. Vic looked up at Bai Wei. What do you mean? Stand up and look around and you'll know. Vic didn't understand what Bai Wei meant, but he still stood up and looked around. And then his eyes widened, because around them were layer upon layer of human-shaped ashes, as if burned through. This is... As a hunter who grew up on this land, how could Vic not know what these were? These were the remains of those shadows after being killed. Such a large amount. Vic immediately looked at Bai Wei with incredulity in his eyes. Were all these things dealt with by him? Bai Wei didn't explain, merely smiled and waved his hand, instantly raising a gust that blew all the accumulated ashes away, disappearing into the air. This act equally shocked Vic, and he couldn't help but ask, "How did you do it?" "What do you mean?" "Those things, how exactly did you deal with them?" Vic chose the more important question. "In most cases, they cannot be killed. Hunters can only repel them. As far as I know, the only ones who truly possess the means to kill them are wildfire believers." Vic nodded. "Heh heh," Bai Wei chuckled. "We of Rhine have clashed with the wildfire for so long, knowing some of their techniques is quite normal, no?" This explanation, even Vic found somewhat far-fetched, but not entirely implausible. Vic hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Can you teach me?" "That, no." Bai Wei shook his head, then gave Vic a meaningful look. "But I think you don't need it anyway." Vic didn't quite understand Bai Wei's meaning, assuming it was just an excuse for refusal. But he hadn't noticed that, when Bai Wei used his spell to blow away the ashes on the ground, similar dust blew from his fingernails into the air as well. "Let's talk about those things," Bai Wei laughed and said, "the shadows lingering in the night." Vic eyed Bai Wei skeptically. "Haven't you already mastered the way to kill them? Why ask me?" "Just checking if our intel matches." "All right." Vic was persuaded by Bai Wei again, so he nodded and said, "Those shadows, we call them corpse ghosts." "Because they're like corpses and ghosts." "Yes," Vic said. "They are a type of monster that only appears at night and disappears during the day, and they recklessly attack living things they see. They are not very strong in combat, but their bodies seem to not exist. Humans can't attack them, but they can harm humans, hence we call them corpse ghosts." Anything else?" Vic shook his head. "That's it." Bai Wei tutted lightly. "And you claim to be a hunter, knowing less than an outsider like me." "I'm not an official hunter yet," Vic whispered. "The real old hunter once told me that hunters from the Senluo period could hunt corpse ghosts, but after the god of Senluo passed, most hunters lost that ability. Only by going to the sacrificial arena is there a chance to gain such power. But even then, it's just a chance. That old hunter didn't get it." "I see," Bai Wei nodded. "So you took your puppy to the sacrificial arena because you wanted to gain that power." "Ade is a wolf," Vic once again insisted to prove for Ade. "I do want to gain that power, or rather, no hunter would not want that power, for it means too much on this land." "Indeed," Bai Wei agreed. "If you're just being chased by corpse ghosts at night, what kind of hunter is that?" Vic pressed his lips together, a barely noticeable hint of sadness flashing in his eyes. But this did not escape Bai Wei's eyes and ears. Probably in regret. If he knew pursuing that power meant losing his little dog, he wouldn't have taken this path no matter what. Since that's the case... Bai Wei twisted the key again, and the music box in his hand started playing a melodious tune, interrupting Vic's thoughts. "Cheer up," Bai Wei smiled, pointing at the music box in his hand. "Your commission isn't completed yet, young hunter." Only then did Vic come to his senses. He looked at the music box in Bai Wei's hand, and the scene of the little girl's plea surfaced in his mind once more. "Of course, I will definitely complete it. Remember what you said." Bai Wei stretched lazily and stood up. "Then we should continue our journey." And so the cart wobbled and started rolling again. After they had left for half a day, Lon arrived at the site with several pursuers. "The scent is stronger." Lon stopped in his tracks, feeling the lingering aura in the air. "It's certainly that guy. They were here last night." One of the pursuers found it somewhat unbelievable. Are they really walking directly down the main road? When they got the information that Vic might be in Yade town, the pursuers didn't quite believe it was Vic. After all, Vic had always been cautious. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been chasing him for so long without catching him. But why the sudden change in approach, leaving so blatantly? Moreover, who is that person suddenly appearing beside Vic? Said to be a priest of Rhine, but since when have Rhine's priests dared to walk so openly on Wildfire's turf? And striding along, pulling a cart. The pursuers indeed felt as if things were turning upside down. Yet Lon didn't mind from the scent. Vic wasn't far off, they should catch up soon. Only... Lon sniffed the air again, picking up another scent. He carefully sensed it, and then his pupils slightly contracted. Corpse ghosts, there is the scent of corpse ghost ashes here. Two pursuers were taken aback. Corpse ghosts, did he kill corpse ghosts here? Impossible, right? He hasn't awakened yet. But if not him, who else could kill corpse ghosts? Rely on that priest of Rhine. The pursuer was about to speak, but was interrupted by Lauren. It's indeed him. Lauren slowly stood up straight, his expression finally becoming somewhat grave. He has indeed touched the realm of awakening. We need to speed up. The pursuer asked, puzzled, but aren't we wanting him to awaken? Too fast. Lauren said softly, if we don't witness it with our own eyes, who knows what exactly will wake? Chapter 510, Welcome to Taoyuan Village. The cart trudged along the uneven road with difficulty. The person pulling the cart was panting, while the one riding was at ease. Take it easy, Byway leisurely said to Vic. Take your time, don't want anything to get broken. It won't. I mean, don't drop me. Vic gritted his teeth, saying it won't happen, aloud while muttering to himself, you'll get dropped eventually. Both the words spoken and thoughts were naturally heard by Byway, but he paid no mind, simply smiling while fiddling with the music box in his hand and quietly observing Vic. Everything Byway was doing had meaning. Because Vic's state at this moment was quite special. His eyes harbor a lion, a phrase usually used to describe rebellious youths, but Vic was different as his body genuinely harbored a beast. And it wasn't just any beast, but an extremely dangerous one. So dangerous that dealing with it when it fully awakens would be very troublesome for the current Byway. A slight mishap could easily tip over the boat. Yet he was arguably the most crucial person on this land. More important than Ulu to Rhine, Gerard to Lyra, or Nia to Holy Sound, so Byway wanted to get what he needed from this land. He certainly had to keep Vic in his grasp. As for how exactly to deal with such a beast, Byway gently wound up the music box, allowing the music to play again. By the way, how have you and your little dog been living? He seemingly casually asked. Vic replied while gasping, There is a wolf. Ah, yes, a wolf, Byway said with a chuckle. So how have you and the little wolf been living? I don't get what you mean, Vic said. What do you mean by how we've been living? Can a person really communicate with a wolf? Byway said. I'm not doubting you, just a bit curious since I've never had a pet. Adair is not a pet, Vic said. He's my family. I know he's your family, no need to stress that. What I'm more interested in is how he transformed little by little from an ignorant beast into the family member you rely on. Byway chose a comfortable position to recline on the cart. Since we're idle anyway, why not tell me your story? Vic wanted to say, I'm not idle, I'm still pulling the cart. But whether it was because no one ever asked about him and Adair, or he simply hadn't seen Adair for too long, Vic started speaking uncontrollably. That was many years ago. The story itself was actually nothing new. Just an orphan encountering a young lone wolf, starting from mutual hostility to eventual reliance, with hardly any twists or turns, more like a tranquil lake with an occasional breeze stirring a ripple. And throughout Vic's narration, Byway would occasionally interject with seemingly casual questions. Like, when did you first see him? Was it winter? Was it snowing? No, it was raining. Vic answered each question. Under Byway's continual questioning, dusty memories seemed to awaken. He seemed to return to that winter with raging storms, where his frail self hesitated to reach out to the dying wolf. Such recollections burdened Vic, already struggling while pulling the cart. Gradually, Vic's mind became muddled again, as if responding to Byway's queries was merely instinctual. Did you ever think of harming him? No. Why not? No reason. There must be one, Byway's voice echoed in Vic's ears, and it's quite evident. I don't understand. You do understand. Byway's voice was soft, as if afraid of disturbing something. Can't recall now. He saved you, didn't he? He saved me. Yes, he saved you, Byway said. On that stormy day, remember. In a flash, Vic opened his eyes in recollection. Midst the storm, Vic saw the boy reaching out to him, a faint smile forced on his pale face. Tell me, Ade, Byway said softly. Tell me where Vic is. Vic's pupils slightly contracted. In that instant, a bolt of lightning erupted in the memories scene, its fury tearing through everything within moments, rushing at Vic with unstoppable force, engulfing him in the blink of an eye. He felt excruciating pain, instinctively wanting to cry out. But the very next moment, everything vanished. Vic stood dazed in front of a dilapidated little village, his palms sweating as he gripped the cart's handle, while the monotonous mechanical sound of the music box still echoed in his ears. We've arrived. Suddenly the cart behind him lightened, and Vic instinctively turned his head to see Byway, stretching and walking over to him, patting his shoulder. You've got good stamina, Byway said with a chuckle. Our Rhine loves spirited lads like you. After speaking, he leisurely headed towards the run-down village. Wait, Vic set down the cart, quickly catching up. What just happened? Byway tilted his head, looking at Vic. What happened? Chapter 511, Welcome to Taoyuan Village 2. Vic was having trouble remembering. He felt his head was a mess. Did you just ask me something? That's all he remembered. Yeah, Byway said. I asked you about that little dog. Ade is, never mind. Vic shook his head, then asked, and then? Then we ended up here. Byway stopped walking. Do you think the little girl's parents could be in here? The little girl's parents. Vic didn't immediately react until he saw Byway shake the music box in his hand. Then he recalled something. Yeah, Vic's attention was immediately diverted as he looked at the village before him. It's possible they're here. This is the best stopover point between the two towns. Most traders and hunters stay here for a night. After all, the wilderness is really too dangerous at night. So what are we waiting for? Byway raised an eyebrow. Don't you want this music box? I didn't agree to help just for the music box. Even though Vic said this, his body honestly moved ahead into the village. What he didn't know was that Byway was standing behind him, thoughtfully watching his back. But in the end, Byway said nothing and leisurely followed Vic. The village they were in was very small, so small it was hardly accurate to call it a village, with no more than 10 houses, most of which were abandoned, their walls and doors collapsed, allowing a clear view of the corpses inside from the outside. Judging by the state of the corpses, they had clearly been dead for some time. Vic was evidently very familiar with the place. He bypassed these collapsed houses and headed towards the furthest one, which was also the only house intact, with its door still locked. Vic walked straight up and knocked on the door, which was locked from the inside. There was no response. Is there an explanation for this? Byway walked up to Vic and asked. Do you think there's still someone inside? As long as it's locked, it means there's someone inside, Vic explained. Because this door can only be locked from the inside, so if it's locked, it means someone's hiding inside, and when someone leaves, they open the door to show it's safe inside. Sounds like an unspoken rule. Yes, it was originally a hunter's practice, Vic said. But it gradually spread, and now whenever people encounter an ownerless house in the wild, they do the same to avoid the night, as corpse ghosts can't break into houses directly. I see, Byway nodded. So, why is the door locked in broad daylight now? Vic pursed his lips, for once unable to answer Byway, and instead knocked harder on the door, causing dust to fall from it, which had clearly accumulated for days. He didn't know the situation inside, but Byway was very clear that such a wall couldn't block Byway's view. Byway could clearly see 2 corpses that had been dead for days, a man and a woman, with flies wantonly buzzing and feeding on them. Just like in the game, the little girl was destined never to be reunited with her parents. So Byway wound the music box again, and when the music started playing, handed it to Vic. Stop deceiving yourself, Byway said softly. With your sense of smell, you should have already smelled that the scent inside is the same as on this thing, right? Vic stared at Byway in a daze. After a long pause, he kicked open the door in silence. Vic dragged the decaying bodies out of the house. If he had held onto a sliver of hope earlier, seeing the corpses dispelled it completely. The characteristics of the man and woman matched the little girl's description, clearly her parents. Vic looked at Byway in dismay. What should we do? Do about what? Byway said with a smile. Did you not anticipate this from the start? Vic opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Yes, he had always assumed the little girl's parents wouldn't survive, but actually seeing their corpses, an indescribable melancholy welled up in his heart. I meant, what should we do next? Vic asked. Should we take the bodies back? How do you plan on taking them? Byway raised an eyebrow. Have these two corpses ride with me in the same carriage. Haha, just kidding. Byway shrugged. Actually, you've already completed the task, haven't you? That little girl only asked you to find her parents, and now you have found them. Well, that's it. That's it. All right. Vic replied sullenly, then took the mother's scarf from the corpses, planning to give it to the little girl later. Then, with Byway's permission, he dug a pit to bury the little girl's parents. After finishing all this, he returned to Byway's side and then remembered something, taking the music box Byway had given him from his pocket to return it. But Byway didn't take it. Instead, he smiled at Vic. That's yours now. What? Did you forget? That's the reward the child originally gave you. Byway pointed at the music box. Now you've completed the task, so it naturally belongs to you. Congratulations, you've completed your first task as a hunter and received your first reward. Vic stared at the music box in his hand in a daze. His first reward, was it really like this? Vic felt a bit surreal, but after hesitating for a moment, he nodded and accepted it. Let's not leave today, let's stay here for the night. Byway glanced at the sky and then walked into the previous house first. Get some rest, we already took a detour, and we'll have to work harder on the road tomorrow. Work harder on the road? Or rather, have me work harder at pulling the cart. Vic grumbled silently but knew Byway was right, so he followed inside obediently. Although someone had died in this house and there was still an indescribable stench, neither of them cared. Byway even lay down directly where the two people had died before, leisurely saying to Vic, Today's journey was really tiring. I'll sleep first. You stand guard at the door and wake me if anything happens. Vic instinctively acknowledged and then walked to the door to sit down, realizing after a long while that something seemed off. Leaving aside the fact that he was the one pulling the cart. Why did Byway ask him to stand guard, and he actually did it? Vic instinctively wanted to stand up and confront Byway, only to find that Byway had already fallen asleep and snoring, so after hesitating for a moment, he sat back down. Forget it, after all, this guy is the one who can fight. If something happens at night, he'll be the one to deal with it. As for himself, guarding is guarding. Anyway, this isn't the first time, huh? Vic felt confused. Had he guarded the night for someone before? Vic couldn't quite remember. Forget it. Out of sheer boredom, Vic took out the music box and, imitating Byway, slowly wound it up. As for Byway, he wasn't pretending to sleep, but had entered Taoyuan village. Recently, his situation had been precarious, so much that he didn't dare to abandon his body and enter Taoyuan village rashly, for fear of being unresponsive to sudden situations. But with Vic by his side, it was different. At least it provided some measure of safety. So Byway no longer hesitated, entering Taoyuan village and quickly activating the stone bench. In an instant, 3 ghostly figures slowly appeared next to the stone table. Byway smiled as he looked at them. Welcome to Taoyuan village. Chapter 512:10:30. When Rocky opened his eyes, he almost jumped in fright upon seeing the scene before him, which had left a deep impression in his heart despite having only visited once. Damn it, how come again? The words stopped halfway, because Rocky noticed that this time was different from the last. Besides him and Ulu, there were 2 more people around them. Has this guy recruited new members? Don't be anxious, Mr. Thumb. Byway spoke slowly. I know you'll be quite excited to see me again, but we should at least let these 2 new guests understand what's going on, shouldn't we? The newly joined 2 were equally surprised. Just a second ago, they were still doing their own things in the real world, and the next moment they were unreasonably pulled into this place. So what is this place? The 2 began to cautiously observe their surroundings. The first thing that caught their eyes was the decaying ancient tree that dominated their view. Though decaying, its branches had grown many new sprouts, seeming ready to rejuvenate at any moment, gently swaying with the unknown wind blowing from somewhere. And under the ancient tree, there they were, the four people beside the stone table. So naturally, their gaze fell on Bai Wei, who spoke first. A body whose face could not be seen at all, like a shadow formed by black mist, with only two glowing parts seemingly real. Namely, the middle finger of the left hand and the left eye. Could it be? They thought of something, and immediately looked at the other shadow referred to as Mr. Thumb by Bai Wei. The right thumb of the other was glowing, even though he tried hard to hide it, even hiding his hand between his legs. It was of no use, because apart from the thumb, the whole body was semi-transparent, making the glowing body standing between his legs even more conspicuous. Finally, they looked at each other. One was a slender ring finger. The other was a tooth. At last, they looked at their own bodies. The woman with the ring finger only needed to look down at her right hand, while the man with the tooth had to rely on the reflection in the small pool of water in the planter on the stone table to confirm. But ultimately, they were confirmed. Everyone here was a corpse fragment holder. Haha, it seems the two newcomers have accepted quite well, Bai Wei said happily. Unlike Mr. Thumb here, who was making a fuss the first time he came, it gave me quite a headache. Screw you, Rocky instinctively wanted to curse but managed to hold it back. Because after he returned last time, he had thought about it and realized that the most important thing in this place was disguise. Once someone knows your real-world identity and the corresponding corpse block, it becomes very dangerous. Even though he was Rhine's archbishop, it was the same, considering Corey was right in front of him as a precedent. So he absolutely couldn't let his personal style be too strong. He must stay calm and restrained, suppressing the urge to curse Ulu's entire family. What's going on here? The tooth holder finally spoke, and whether it was natural or disguised, his voice was very hoarse, making people uncomfortable. Could you explain a bit? The ring finger did not speak, but it was obvious she was also waiting for an answer. Of course, Bai Wei smiled, but before that, we should figure out how to address each other. Last time Mr. Thumb and I exchanged names, you can call me Hand-Eye directly, then I'll refer to you as Ring Finger Miss and... Bai Wei looked at the other's shining tooth. Mr. Fang. Mr. Fang was silent for a moment. Whatever. Afterward, Bai Wei briefly explained the situation here, same as what he told Rocky before. After hearing, although Fang and Ring Finger maintained expressionless faces, their minds had been greatly shaken. Visa's divine country, a game with rules as stakes, and Bai Wei, this mysterious person who already holds two corpse blocks. Although Rocky did not find Bai Wei mysterious, he was still somewhat surprised because the entire Rhine upper echelon believed Bai Wei already had at least 3 corpse blocks. But from the looks of it, he still only possessed 2, hand and eye. Then who is the person being hunted by the Holy Sound and Rhine? Rocky really wanted to know the answer, but he couldn't directly ask, or even show a hint of curiosity, because if not controlled, Ulu would certainly realize that he was from Rhine's upper echelon, thus eliminating any chance to negotiate here. After all, right now, Ulu, who possessed 2 corpse blocks, seemed to have the most authority in Taoyuan village. And his only advantage was knowing Ulu's identity, whereas Ulu didn't know his, so he was in the dark. Moreover, Rocky looked at Ring Finger and Fang. Upon reconsideration, in this place, he didn't necessarily have to target Ulu after all, since the entire Rhine had already been targeting Ulu, and the Devourer had already been dispatched. Ulu should not live too long, and Ulu's corpse blocks couldn't come into his possession. So why not shift the target to these 2 people? Last time, Bai Wei exploited his unfamiliarity with this place to fool him severely. Chapter 513:10:30. Then this time, he can totally use a similar method to trick these 2. These 2 have corpse blocks with rules too. Thinking of this, Rocky suddenly felt enlightened. And when Bai Wei proposed, should we also give it a shot? Rocky smiled even more. Soon after, the silent Ring Finger slowly spoke. What I want to know is, during your last game, did you use the power of the corpse blocks? Rocky's smile froze. With interest, Bai Wei looked at the lady with the ring finger. How do you know? It's obvious, the Ring Finger calmly said. If this really is Visas' divine country, then Visas' power should logically be usable. Rocky's face darkened. The front teeth sneered coldly nearby. Don't take people for fools. Rocky's face darkened even more. Haha, it seems that you 2 really are smart people, Bai Wei said with a smile. Yes, in Taoyuan village, the only power that works is Visas's, because here only the corpse blocks are real, we are all fake. Seeing Bai Wei admit it, the ring finger spoke again. Since that's the case, I won't play any games with you. Although I don't know the specifics of the rules you possess, my rules aren't useful in such a game, I can't beat you. The front teeth nodded slightly, repeating coldly, don't take people for fools. Rocky didn't speak, but his face was already too dark to look at. If not for everyone in Taoyuan village being unable to see clearly, he would have wanted to leave now. But speaking of it, he doesn't even know how to leave. Thinking about this, Rocky got even angrier. But Bai Wei, who faced rejection, didn't show any displeasure, still smiled cheerfully. I understand your concerns, Bai Wei said, but we can avoid this situation because Taoyuan village itself is a higher-tier existence than Visas's corpse blocks. We can use it to set new rules. New rules? Asked the ring finger. How do we do it? Just make an oath to Taoyuan village. Bai Wei took the lead and made a demonstration, placing his hand on the potted plant in front of him, then gently spoke. Great Taoyuan village, I swear by my hand and my gaze in the time to come, I promise not to use the power of my hand and gaze. I promise not to use lies anymore. I promise to follow all the game rules set. Please witness. When his words ended, the shadows of the trees beneath swayed, as if the ancient tree behind was responding to Bai Wei. Under everyone's gaze, the light from Bai Wei's left eye and fingers gradually dimmed, turning into specks of light like fireflies flying into the sky. Is it that simple? Rocky looked at Bai Wei with suspicion. Why do I feel like you're fooling us again? If you don't believe it, why not try it yourself? Bai Wei shrugged. You can choose not to seal the rules at first, but start by swearing to prohibit lies. Of course, if you're unwilling to try even that, it doesn't matter, just leave, and I'll try recruiting others next time. The three exchanged glances. Leaving was impossible. After all, possessing Visas's corpse blocks, they knew better than anyone how powerful Visas's corpse blocks truly were. If they just left, they might never come across another corpse block in their lifetime. So after pondering for a moment, the three still reached out to the potted plant. They didn't hand over the corpse blocks immediately, as Bai Wei suggested, but swore to prohibit lies first. After Taoyuan village responded individually, Bai Wei smiled again and said, All right, now you can try if you can lie. How should we try? Just make up a lie and see if you can say it. Make up a lie. Rocky looked at the potted plant in front of him, thought for a while, and then slowly spoke. I like. The word stopped there. As if an invisible force sealed his mouth, he couldn't utter the word women no matter what. It's actually true. Rocky's heart was full of shock, raising his head and looking at the ancient tree again. Is this Visas's divine country? Even having been dead for a millennium, it can still achieve this. Can't imagine if Visas were still alive, what kind of existence he would be. Rocky wasn't the only one surprised. The ring finger and front teeth were as well. They also did similar tests and couldn't speak lies, as if Taoyuan village really erased the lies. How about it? Bai Wei looked at the three with a smile, ready to try it now. At this point, the three truly had no reason to refuse anymore. Only Rocky remained really angry. Damn it, why didn't we do this last time? This damned guy tricking just me, huh? Rocky glared viciously at Bai Wei, thinking someday he'd take him down. The ring finger looked at Bai Wei. I want to know, what game are we playing? Don't worry, it's not complicated and requires no technical skill, just a bit of luck and a touch of gambling, Bai Wei said with a smile. Isn't it just rolling dice? Rocky said coldly. Why make it sound so complicated? Rolling dice. The ring finger and front teeth were somewhat surprised, obviously not expecting a game for gambling something as important as Visas's corpse blocks to be so ordinary and down to earth. Chapter 514, 10:30. No, last time we rolled dice, but this time it's different. Bai Wei wagged a finger. Rolling dice is still too reliant on luck. We need more strategy, so. Bai Wei tapped the stone table. A stack of exquisite playing cards appeared in front of everyone. Bai Wei picked up the cards and flipped them open. 54 cards were neatly displayed in front of everyone. The game we're going to play is called, Bai Wei said with a smile, 10.5. Although it was an unfamiliar game, the rules were indeed very simple, so much so that the three of them understood it in less than a minute. Simply put, it's about comparing values. Everyone has a bottom card, from 1 to 10 corresponding to their respective points, while face cards correspond to half points. However, points are not fixed. Players can ask for more open cards, and the total sum determines the winner. However, no matter how the points are added, the maximum is 10.5. Exceeding that results in an automatic loss. Therefore, without knowing the opponent's hidden card, rashly adding points carries significant risks. After understanding the rules, the 3 corpse fragment holders couldn't help but feel nervous. Only Byway remained as calm and composed as ever, effortless. "How about it?" Byway asked with a smile. "If there's no problem, then let's proceed with the rule like I did." The 3 exchanged glances again. But it was useless because everyone's bodies were illusory, and they couldn't clearly see each other's faces. Rocky hesitated, contemplating whether to give himself a thumb buff before submitting his rule. But the question was, does disturbance increase luck? He really didn't know. Before he could make up his mind, Byway leisurely spoke again. "Mr. Thumb, your disturbance is quite useful, so it's better not to use it." Rocky's expression stiffened, and he instinctively looked up to find the other 2 already gazing at him. Damn it, he almost forgot that damn Ulu had already used his disturbance, and knew what the rule was, so he couldn't cheat again. But why, this guy, after cheating last time, is now blocking his way. What a damn bastard. Rocky was trembling with anger, but he had to hold it in and then coldly said, "Don't worry, I'm not as despicable as some people." "Oh, right, Byway said with a smile. "So can we start now? It's about time to deal the cards." Rocky took several deep breaths to suppress the urge to flip the table, and along with the other 2, he promised Taoyuan Village to seal away disturbance. But after seeing the glow of the thumb dim, Rocky's inner frustration and anxiety only intensified. Soon 4 face-down cards were placed in front of each person. As the 3 prepared to look at their cards, Byway suddenly seemed to remember something and said, "Oh, almost forgot, we still need a dealer." "A dealer?" "Yes, players only need to compare their values with the dealer." Byway briefly explained the dealer's role and then smiled. "I propose that I be the dealer." Rocky coldly said, "Why? Do you take us for fools, thinking we can't see you want to win against all 3 of us at once?" The dealer indeed has a chance to win against all 3 people at once, but can also lose to all 3 at once. I propose I be the dealer because I have the most chips," Byway said leisurely. "Otherwise, Mr. Thumb, if you act as the dealer and lose, can your thumb be divided into 3 parts to give away?" Rocky's mouth twitched. "But you only have 2 rules," the ring finger said lightly. "What if you lose all of them?" "Simple, I have a piece of information I can offer." "What kind of information could be worth a rule?" "Corpse blocks," Byway said with a smile. "Someone took the tongue and ear. I know who it is, and I also know where they are." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 3 all changed. "How about it?" Byway, seemingly guessing their reactions, said with a smile. "Now can we start?" Chapter 515 Visas, Corpses 6K. The person who took away the tongue and ear. This information was so heavy that the first reaction of the 3 after their shock was, "This guy is lying." But under the rules of Taoyuan Village, lies cannot hide. Which means, is this real? They were even more shocked, but each had their own point of concern. The ring finger and canine tooth were worried that, besides Byway, someone else had obtained 2 pieces of the corpse, and this guy had control over their identity and whereabouts. What Rocky was concerned about was that Byway's words confirmed that the one causing chaos in Lyra and Holy Sound was the same person. But it just was Ulu. Then who could it be? Is it the Night Star Knight, whose body has never been found, or the mysterious 7-tone player? But whoever it is, shouldn't he have been a partner of Ulu? Did Ulu just sell him out like that? So now who is that person wreaking havoc in the wildfire territory? A large pile of questions surged in Rocky's mind, accompanied by a bit of anger. Damn it, how does this old bastard know so much? And he's left in the dark like a fool completely. Rocky looked at the potted plant in front of him and suddenly caught onto something. This guy can't lie, right? Suddenly hit by inspiration, Rocky shouted at Byway, "Tell me quickly, who is that person? You can't lie." Byway glanced at Rocky and said blandly, "Are you an idiot? I just can't tell lies. It doesn't mean I have to talk." Rocky, well, seems like that's the case. Damn it, this guy's information was so shocking, it momentarily caused his brain to short-circuit. And Rocky's reaction also made the ring finger and canine tooth involuntarily glance at him, simultaneously starting to ponder. Is this guy genuinely brainless or just pretending? All right. Byway clapped his hands, gesturing everyone to refocus on him. Then he smiled and said, Dear corpse pieces, what do you think? Does my information stand up to being worth 2 one-time rules? No one spoke. They just silently pressed their hands on the bottom cards. After all, the answer was obvious. Everyone knew that the second most valuable thing in this world was information about Visa's corpse pieces. Even people at the high echelons of major churches, including those at the Pope level, were fascinated by it. So in terms of value, this piece of information even surpassed the 2 rules. After all, borrowed rules can only be used once. But the potential contained in that information is far more important. As for what you ask is the most valuable in this world, of course, it is the corpse pieces themselves. As the ring finger and canine tooth had already placed their fingers on the bottom cards to show their stance, Rocky naturally couldn't offer any opposing words, so he could only follow suit with a dark face. Since no one has any objections, Byway also smiled as he picked up his bottom card, we can start looking at the cards now. 4 bottom cards were picked up. Rocky looked at the 7 in his hand, his brows furrowing tightly. This 7 in the game, does it count as big or small? Shouldn't it be considered big? After all, there are only 4 numbers bigger than 7, and 6 numbers smaller. But the problem is, others might add when the card is too small, and 2 combined numbers could easily exceed 7, right? So should he add 2? But what if he adds and goes over, getting knocked out immediately? Damn it, so is the 7 big or small? Such a simple number is already making Rocky's head spin. No choice but to first look at others' expressions. He lifted his head and looked at the 3 figures in front of him, slightly twitching at the corners of his mouth. See what? Who has a face here? Rocky was starting to get restless. All right, you've all looked, right? Byway leisurely put the card back on the table. So who among you will start? The 3 looked at each other. From the rule perspective, starting first has no advantage, because even if all 3 win against Byway, the one with the highest points among the 3 will choose Byway's chips. In this way, the earlier one starts, the more disadvantageous it is. So none of the 3 spoke. If that's the case, then leave everything to Taoyuan Village to decide. Byway was about to clap his hands when Ring Finger suddenly spoke. I'll go first. Everyone looked at her. Are you sure? Byway asked. Ring Finger responded lightly with a I'd still prefer to control my fate in my own hands. Very courageous, Byway praised with a smile. Then let's start with you. As soon as he finished speaking, Ring Finger's bottom card slightly lit up. So do you want to add a card? Byway asked. Ring Finger didn't hesitate. Add. A face-up 3 was drawn from the pile and fell in front of Ring Finger. Ring Finger spoke again. Continue. So another flower card was dealt. Face card at 3.5 points. Ring Finger was silent for a while. Add again. A 2. Face card at 5.5 points. Watching from the side, Rocky felt as if his heart was in his throat. He had never thought, as the dignified Rhine Bishop, that one day he'd be so nervous watching someone else play cards. The face card is already at 5.5 points. As long as her bottom card isn't a flower or a 1, she's bigger than me. Rocky felt cold sweat dripping down. And this time, Ring Finger took a longer time in silence. After a long while, she spoke again. Chapter 516 Visas' Body, 6K, 2. Add. Then an 8 was dealt. Open hand, 13:30. A crisp bang echoed. The cards in front of the Ring Finger shattered like broken glass. Rocky and Menya were stunned. I lost. The Ring Finger slowly spoke, his voice showing little trace of emotion. What a pity, Byway shrugged, then turned to Menya. Now it's your turn. Rocky instinctively looked at Menya, and then suddenly realized something. If that's the case, then he holds the greatest advantage at the end. If Menya also blows up, then he just needs to beat Byway. Although this seems like a tautology, because if he can't beat Byway, then everything is moot. But to get the most crucial information, he does need to first defeat Byway, and then others. In any case, it's helpful. Rocky looked at Menya with excitement, and Menya obviously realized this too. However, his bottom card was already glowing, indicating that Taoyuan village also recognized him as next. As a result, changing the order wasn't possible, and Menya could only grit his teeth and say, "Add." As soon as he finished speaking, a 9 landed in front of Menya. At that moment, Rocky was practically jumping for joy. "Ha 9. This unlucky fool. Blow up, won't you? Blow up." With this, he only has to compete with Bai Wei. For a moment, Rocky felt like his luck was turning. With 2 potential competitors snuffed out, he could sweep away Bai Wei without issue. Only, he waited for a long time but never heard the sound of the glass shattering. He turned his head in confusion to see Menya casually cradling the back of his head, sitting with a deeply satisfied posture. Even if he couldn't see his face, everyone could sense his air of triumph. Could it be? A wave of intense unease surged in Rocky's heart. Then Menya's voice came, laced with a smile, confirming his fear outright. "No more." The cards in front of him, they hadn't shattered. At that moment, Rocky's face became ashen. "Open hand, 9 points. Not dead. What kind of goddamn luck is this?" Rocky was already fuming, teeth aching. Especially when everyone's gaze focused on him, and his bottom card began to glow, intensifying that feeling. So what now? What should he do now? With Menya at 9 or 10 points. Not to mention that bastard Ulu, if he does nothing, at most he can use one of Bai Wei's rules once. Without that information, be it gaze or termination, Rocky would still be quite satisfied. But that information is right here, and he can only use gaze or termination once, which just feels off no matter how he looks at it. So what on earth should he do? "Mr. Thumb," Bai Wei's leisurely voice came, "do you want it?" "Don't be so hasty, all right." Despite having warned himself countless times to stay calm, not be impulsive, not to reveal his true nature, Rocky really couldn't care about all that now. He never expected that as the last to reveal his cards, he would end up in such a predicament. What the hell is this? Should he take it or not? Rocky's mind raced at high speed, and he finally reached a conclusion. Yes, he must take it, he cannot not take it. After all, his 7 is already openly losing to Menya, and he can't even be sure of beating Bai Wei, who is the last to reveal. So, he must gamble, he absolutely must. And thinking carefully, his chances of an outright explosion aren't that high. Because earlier he'd seen those 54 cards and knew there were plenty of picture cards. Though he didn't know the exact number, his chances weren't 3 to 7, at least they should be 50-50. As long as he took one and saw how it goes. No problem. He would win. Rocky suddenly lifted his head, staring at Bai Wei intently, and let out a commanding low shout from his throat, like a general leading a mighty army. Yes. And a 10 was dealt out. Rocky was stunned. 10. For a brief moment, his mind blanked. 10 plus 7, how much was that again? Ah, it's a 10, Bai Wei exclaimed in timely surprise. Mr. Thumb, now if your bottom card is a face card, you'd be the biggest so. Though Rocky couldn't see his face, he still felt Bai Wei across from him giving him a curious expression. Is it a face card? Rocky said nothing. He didn't need to speak, because his bottom card had already answered. A crisp bang echoed. The cards exploded. Silence. Long silence. Rocky stared blankly. Bai Wei leisurely said, "Looks like it's not." Then Rocky was about to explode too, slamming the table. "You did this on purpose, didn't you? How could you give me a 10? Before he could finish, the ancient tree in front of him shook. Rocky instinctively looked up, seeing the imposing branches swaying without wind, like a silent giant quietly gazing at him, its gaze like an invisible hand gently squeezing his heart. Rocky immediately remembered where he was, instantly sitting back down. "Mind your words, Mr. Thumb," Bai Wei casually said. "What if Visas isn't completely dead yet? You wouldn't want to wake him with your shouting." Chapter 517, Visas' Corpse, 6K3. Bai Wei's words made ring finger and incisor wary, looking up at the branches overhead, feeling the same pressure. Even though everyone here knows Visas has long been dead, the power he left behind still evokes both desire and fear. Who knows if this Taoyuan village might come to life on its own? After all, the new buds on those dead branches are no mere decorations. Anyway, Rocky had calmed down by now. Now it was Bai Wei's turn to reveal his cards as the dealer. Although Rocky had heard in some card games if the dealer and the player have the same value, the dealer wins, their game hadn't established that rule beforehand, so Rocky was still hoping for a draw. If Bai Wei's cards busted as well, they'd be tied with no losers. And Incisor's cards were either already high enough that Bai Wei's chance of winning against him was very slim. So bust quickly, Rocky shouted in his heart. It seems it's my turn, Bai Wei said as if he'd heard Rocky's internal shout, smiling as he picked up his hand. Since that's the case, let's reveal the cards directly, Mr. Incisor. Reveal the cards directly. Rocky was stunned. Incisor's cards were either 9.5 or 10. Bai Wei wanted to win with just one card. How was that possible? Everyone looked at Bai Wei's hand. The hand slowly turned over. It was a 3. Everyone was dumbfounded. How could it be a 3? How could it be such a small card? And just leave it at that? It's over, Bai Wei looked at Incisor. I lost to you, Mr. Incisor. Then he looked at Rocky and Ring Finger. But I won against both of you. Rocky was still in a daze. But Ring Finger had realized something. She looked up at Bai Wei and slowly spoke. What clever calculations, Mr. Hand-Eye? This was never a fair match. Your advantage was too great. As long as you kept your patience and your luck wasn't too bad, you'd always win against one or two of us. As for the one you'd lose to. Ring Finger turned to look at Incisor. The one you lost to was only an irrelevant piece of information. Although that information is indeed crucial, Mr. Incisor would likely choose it, but I think, since you know that information but didn't seize it yourself, it can only mean it's something even you, with 2 pieces of corpse blocks, can't grab. With Ring Finger's explanation, Incisor understood, and the joy of winning against Bai Wei dissipated quite a bit as he coldly looked at Bai Wei. Bai Wei shrugged, smiling. After all, the opponent also has 2 pieces of corpse blocks, tongue and ear. It's normal that I can't beat him, right? As for this game, didn't we agree from the start? Or are you, Miss Ring Finger, considering backing out? Of course not, Ring Finger replied steadily. With Taoyuan Village as witness, none of us can back out. Besides, you caught us in the trap, which is your skill, so this victory is yours. But next time it won't go so smoothly for you. Listening on the side, Rocky's teeth gritted and creaked. Next time? There's another goddamn next time. He was already cheated last time, and now again. Ring Finger can say there won't be a next time, so what should he say? Won't happen 3 times. The more Rocky thought about it, the angrier he got. Sooner or later he would capture this bastard himself. Wait, isn't this guy being chased by Devour right now? He wouldn't live much longer either. So why was he still offering himself as a victim? Unless, after obtaining disturbance, this guy causes some major event again. With that thought, Rocky regretted it even more. I got your suggestion. If there's another time, I'll find a fairer game for all of us to enjoy. Bai Wei smiled, clapping his hands. Now let's move on to the reward segment. Mr. Incisor, as the biggest winner, what would you like from me? Incisor coldly looked at Bai Wei. Understanding that Bai Wei had made it impossible to lose, he still asked about the information on the other 2 corpse blocks. It felt foolish, like willingly stepping into a known trap. But those are 2 corpse blocks. He really couldn't refuse, so he gritted his teeth and said, I still want the information. No problem, Bai Wei snapped his fingers. Then Rocky felt his hearing being severed by some strong force. He saw Bai Wei talking to Incisor, but couldn't hear what they were saying. Damn, he initially wanted to get by somehow. Clearly, Taoyuan Village wasn't that easy to fool. Half a minute later, his hearing returned, and he saw Incisor nodding, saying, I understand now. With Taoyuan Village's guarantee, he didn't bother to question the authenticity of the information. All right, now it's our turn. Bai Wei turned his attention to Rocky and Ring Finger. Rocky said coldly, if you want it, just take it quickly. No rush, Bai Wei waved his hand, smiling. I suddenly thought maybe we can add a little something more. Ring Finger didn't speak. Rocky narrowed his eyes slightly. What do you mean? You see, my stakes included 2 choices, corpse blocks and information. Bai Wei spread his hands and said, you can do the same. Chapter 518 Visas his body, 6K, 4. The Ring Finger shook its head and said, I don't have any other information about the corpse blocks. It doesn't necessarily have to be about other corpse blocks. Tusk, let's do this. Byway raised a finger. Turn one piece of information into a question. Let me ask you guys a question. After all, under the rules of Taoyuan village, you can't lie. What if we don't know the answer to that question? Not knowing is already an answer. Byway smiled and said, of course, we can also add a restriction, which is that we cannot probe into each other's identities. What do you think? The ring finger and Rocky exchanged glances. However, the ring finger just glanced at Rocky and quickly withdrew its gaze, seemingly more inclined to think on its own than communicate with Rocky. This is also a difficult decision to make. A randomly chosen question that doesn't involve the other's identity must be answered, and the use of a rule, which is more important. If you don't know the other's identity to begin with, then the rule seems more important. After all, choosing the rule could mean not being able to use it for the next month, which is a big risk for these corpse fragment holders, not to mention the cost of the rule needs to be paid by themselves. If they needed to pay the price in a dangerous situation, it would be even more perilous. And that must answer question. As long as it doesn't directly involve the identity, it seems there's nothing that can't be answered. Especially if not knowing is also considered an answer, then the risk is much smaller. Thinking of this, the ring finger made a decision. I choose the question. Rocky's voice sounded at the same time. I choose the rule. Both of them looked at each other in slight surprise, but said nothing further between them. From Rocky's perspective, since the disturbance had already been given once before, giving it once more was no big deal. Some things are often hardest to accept the first time. Once you're used to it, it's nothing. But the must-answer question is different. Rocky was very suspicious that Ulu might have already guessed his identity, so he wanted to test it a bit. After all, the explicit rule is only that you cannot directly probe the other's identity, but you can indirectly. If you already have a guess and then ask a question, there are too many ways to circumvent this restriction, so Rocky had to be cautious. After suffering twice, Rocky felt that now he was strong. He would absolutely not suffer a third time. He made a silent determination. Byway then smiled and said, All right, Mr. Thumb, I'll take your disturbance again. As he spoke, he extended his hand. The light belonging to the disturbance, attached to the ancient tree, slowly descended, gathering like fireflies on Byway's right thumb. This made Rocky look very distressed. His rule got taken by Byway again. Damn it. After taking the disturbance, Byway no longer paid attention to Rocky, but turned to look at the ring finger. Rocky's and the front tooth's hearing was once again blocked, and the ring finger was starting to get nervous. Not just nervous, but even a little regretful. And as Byway slowly began to speak, the ring finger truly began to regret it. Tell me what is sealed in the contract land. The ring finger's eyes widened, filled with surprise. How did he know I was from the land of order? Before the ring finger could comprehend, her body already began to respond, painfully, word by word. Visa's S. Body. Chapter 519. Who is still inquiring about your existence. Diana awoke from the darkness, seeing a ceiling covered in talismans. At that moment, a series of thump-thump sounds echoed in her ears. Master, you've finally awakened. Diana turned her head to see rows of servants in white robes kneeling by her bedside. What happened? Diana asked. You suddenly fainted, one servant hurriedly explained, as if afflicted by some curse. No matter how we called you, it was of no use, we even thought you. The servant dared not finish. Yet Diana had already recalled everything in Taoyuan village. That person, the one with fingers and eyes. Diana lowered her head, gazing at the ring finger of her right hand. The ring finger was still intact on her hand, just as original, slender, and beautiful. She gently curled her finger. Suddenly, countless intangible threads surfaced. These threads scattered like spider webs, landing on the ground, then spread out in all directions. Has something happened to my contractor? Diana asked. No, master, your contractor has no issues, the servant replied, not a single one, so we don't understand what happened to you. Diana fell silent. No issues with the contractor, meaning being drawn into Taoyuan village posed no harm to her. Otherwise, any harm should be borne by the contractor, even death. But this did not reassure Diana, because it likely indicated that what the other party intended for her was something she couldn't transfer with the contract. Moreover, what concerned her more was, that the other party actually knew she came from contract land. Otherwise, they wouldn't have asked that question. But how could that be possible? Master, the servant, seeing Diana maintaining a stern face, worriedly asked, "Are you?" Diana did not speak, but instead got off the bed and swiftly walked out of the room. She then stood under the moonlight, observing the scene before her. This was a colossal, whirlpool-shaped building that plunged layer by layer into the deepest part of the underground, spanning hundreds of layers. Each layer had hundreds of rooms, each room fronted by a 2-meter-high magic power pillar, filled with sealing spells which extended down via specialized iron chains, straight into the abyss. Diana slightly squinted her eyes, softly speaking. "Visas. At this point, who is still probing your existence?" Rocky suddenly opened his eyes. The colossal ancient tree and the 3 shadows beneath it had vanished, replaced by the familiar desk and documents. This was his office, meaning he had already left Taoyuan village. Rocky tried hard to recall the last scene in Taoyuan village. He saw Ulu conversing with that ring finger, the finger trembling, evidently startled by Ulu's question. So what exactly did that person ask? Damn it, only he himself knew nothing, having entered Taoyuan village twice, lost 2 fingers, yet gained no information. Thinking of this made Rocky feel hardened. His fist hardened. No, stay calm, Rocky. Carefully consider what the situation is now. Rocky slightly squinted his eyes. The most direct point was whether Ulu was in Wildfire or not. If so, what was his relationship with the 7-tone player hunted by the Holy Sound? Were they allies or competitors? Logically, the two had already gathered together, and the things done sequentially matched roughly, and Ulu knew that guy's information. So they could very likely be allies. Yet being allies is improbable. After all, Ulu had directly taken the opponent's information to trade. If they were allies, that would be betrayal, right? But thinking from another angle, they very likely teamed up to fish, deceiving people to come and kill. Just like the one who won Ulu's tooth. If the tooth used the information to find that 7-tone player, they would face an ambush from the 2, trading 4 corpse blocks for 1. It's unmistakably a loss. However, even he could think of that guy called Tooth. Wait, what does it mean even he could think of it? Rocky suddenly slapped his own head, cursing, truly incoherent, scolding myself. But that guy should indeed be able to think of this too. So would that guy go to find them? If so, whether win or lose, a troublesome person possessing 3 corpse blocks would emerge. Rocky tightly furrowed his brows. And that ring finger, who exactly was she? What information did she reveal to Ulu? Would it affect Rhine's pursuit of Ulu? Rocky was also concerned about this. Speaking of which, where is Fig's devourer? Why hasn't it found Ulu yet? How can Ulu swagger into Taoyuan village? Such an inept. If it had dealt with Ulu sooner, he wouldn't have lost another finger. But speaking of which, if Ulu were disposed of, who would his 2 corpse blocks fall into the hands of? Most likely under Lango's reign. Would Lango's reign initiate Taoyuan village? Chapter 520, who is still inquiring about your existence, too. It seems likely, after all, no one would refuse the opportunity to obtain information about other people's corpse blocks. But if that happens, won't his 2 losses to Ulu be exposed? At this thought, Rocky's face turned grim. He almost forgot about this matter. Damn it, if only he had confessed to his eminence right away last time. Now with 2 consecutive losses and a confession to make, if Ulu manages to escape the hunt with disturbance, will his eminence forgive him? The thought was terrifying. Rocky didn't dare to think further. Damn, how did his situation suddenly become so precarious? The main issue is, he's been to Taoyuan village twice. It'd be acceptable if he gained something, but losing twice with no information gained is quite unfortunate. Rocky was torn. He didn't know whether to hope Fig quickly dealt with Ulu, or to hope Ulu could evade Fig's pursuit. Just as Rocky was feeling troubled, there was a knock on the office door. "Lord Bishop, are you awake?" Rocky recognized the voice of the young priest he had personally nurtured, and then recalled he was still in the middle of a service at the church when pulled into Taoyuan village, which shocked him, and he immediately allowed the person to enter. The door opened, and the young priest's delicate face peered in. "Lord Bishop, are you all right?" "I'm fine," Rocky asked seriously. "What happened earlier?" "You suddenly fainted during the service. It really scared everyone," the delicate young priest said. Luckily not many saw, and I remembered your previous instructions, so I quietly brought you back without alarming too many. Hearing this, Rocky sighed with relief slightly. Thank goodness, after the first unexpected entry into Taoyuan village, Rocky instructed the young priests around him, telling them to quietly bring him back to the office if he suddenly fainted without making a fuss. Luckily these guys were obedient, and Ulu chose a time other than broad daylight to pull them into Taoyuan village. Otherwise, explaining such an incident would be tough. Especially if he were interrupted during a communication meeting, that would be hard to explain. Considering it this way, just the fact that Ulu can pull everyone into Taoyuan village at will is a very troublesome matter. Damn, why does that old bastard get all the good stuff? Rocky was increasingly furious, and the delicate young priest noticed Rocky's change in expression and cautiously asked, "Lord Priest, are you?" "I'm angry," Rocky said irritably, "can't you tell?" "Is that so?" the delicate young priest said ingratiatingly. "Do you need me to help you vent your anger?" Rocky shot a sidelong glance at the young priest, intending to scold him out, but suddenly thought of something. If Ulu really evaded the Devourer's hunt, then started Taoyuan village a third time. Rocky looked up at the young priest and said, "Call 2 more people over." The young priest was slightly stunned. "Call 2 more people." "Yes, call 2 more people to my office," Rocky said. "Don't alert others, just call them quietly." "But Lord Priest, I alone can suffice." Rocky slammed his desk. "Just fucking go." Shocked, the young priest immediately left. Rocky continued searching for something anxiously, but couldn't find anything suitable, so he simply slammed his palm onto the desk. The desk shattered into pieces. When the 3 young priests arrived at Rocky's office, panting, they saw Rocky's desk already collapsed, and they were taken aback. "What happened to you?" "Save the nonsense." Rocky used magic power to cut the desk wood into more than 50 cards, marked with numbers. "Nobody sleeps tonight," he shouted. "Everyone must study this deck thoroughly before speaking." "Damn Ulu," Rocky thought bitterly to himself. "Next time I won't lose." Bai Wei also opened his eyes, his consciousness returning to his body. He looked at his right thumb with great interest, feeling the rule named Disturbance quietly flowing through it. Unexpected indeed. That guy Rocky really is a talent, actually losing this rule to him again, which is indeed timely help for him now. Because his other rules are still under the cost payment of Visa's Phantom, hence unusable. This is also why Bai Wei dared to fight 3 alone previously. The worst outcome was losing 3 at once, but gaze and domination can't be used in the first place, so losing them didn't matter. And that information was something he intended to release all along. So tonight's game, the worst result for him was not winning, but also not losing. The rest would be small wins, medium wins, or big wins. So never play cards with those who control the rules in doghouses. If this were back in his previous life, Bai Wei really would want to post this case on the anti-gambling forum. Tusk, what a pity. And for Bai Wei, tonight at least was a medium win. Not only was the reacquired disturbance greatly helpful to Bai Wei, who can't use rules now, but also the information Miss Ring Finger lost to him, information about the contract land independent of the 8 great churches. Chapter 521, Who is still inquiring about your existence, 3. Contract land in the game is like a background entity similar to Visa's himself, lacking official narrative and map, only leaving behind snippets of records like soul-wandering tales, letting players know of its existence. Players only know this place is extremely special, special enough that every 10 years, each of the major churches sends wealth and military power there, including the esoteric Buddhism. Just think about it, the openly opposing Orthodox and esoteric Buddhism in this land must jointly maintain such a place, with no one objecting, which is quite intriguing in itself. Therefore, players naturally have numerous speculations about this place, with most pointing to Visa's. After all, besides Visa's, no one can make the 8 great churches work together to complete something. So most likely there's something of Visa's sealed in this contract land. Possibly some extremely powerful corpse block, like a brain or a heart, or even simply Visa's soul. The world says Visa's soul has already perished, but in the end, that's just what the major churches claim. What if it has? What if his soul is right there in contract land, eternally guarded by the contractors? Before crossing over, Byway also supported the latter speculation. But now he is visas, so the soul theory can naturally be dismissed. Therefore Byway also thinks the place likely holds something like a heart or brain. But he didn't expect Miss Nameless Finger's answer to be Visas's body. Body, not corpse block. This has quite some implications. It seems the gods didn't have the ability to truly divide Visas's body into thousands of pieces, leaving the largest piece, so large it can only be called a body, and not a corpse block, hence requiring the contract land formed by the 8 great churches to guard. Unfortunately, Byway has now found out. Byway slightly lifted the corners of his lips. Honestly, at first, he didn't expect such a huge gain. If not for that finger, he couldn't have known the other party was from contract land. This is secrecy within secrecy. Generally, only those above the bishop level in the major churches are qualified to know. But as a player, Byway knows that finger, knows the finger with the contract. Rule indeed fell on contract land. So he acted on a whim, catching Miss Nameless Finger off guard. Although he still doesn't know who Miss Nameless Finger is. But it doesn't matter, as long as he knows what her finger is. Thinking this, Byway couldn't help but stretch, feeling utterly refreshed. As they say, once the dealer wins, it's exhilarating, always the dealer, always exhilarating. Next time, continue. As long as Rocky is the opponent, he wins every time. It's just that Nameless Finger seems a bit troublesome, needs good deliberation next time. Snore. Just as Byway felt overwhelmingly refreshed from winning big, a gentle snore reached his ears. He followed the sound, discovering the snorer was Vic. Vic, guarding the door, had fallen asleep unknown to him, looking like a pup in its nest. Fortunately, he had locked the door before sleeping. By now night had fully descended, corpse ghosts began roaming outside, and faint sounds of thump, thump, thump echoed from the door, sounds they made. But they could never breach the door that had been kicked open by Vic during the day. Yet they could still sense the vitality inside and kept attempting. God of Senluo. Byway leisurely leaned against the wall, gazing at the moonlight outside, murmuring, "Is this your final struggle?" No one responded to Byway. So Byway closed his eyes, ready to rest a bit. But soon he heard a faint sound utterly different from that of the corpse ghosts. He opened his eyes. Coming so quickly. He leisurely sat up, once again gazing at the still asleep Vic, revealing an intriguingly meaningful smile. "Time to get up, little rascal." Found it. Lauren squinted slightly, looking at the small lodge ahead. Corpse ghosts were roaming nearby, yet completely oblivious to Lauren and his subordinates' presence. They had blended into the darkness. Lauren's nose twitched, capturing more detailed information. Inside the house, there were 2 people, matching the town's description of a Rhine priest accompanied by a youth. The youth was naturally Vic. But as for the Rhine priest, Lauren slightly furrowed his brows. He didn't know who the other party was, nor whether it was related to Rhine's attempt to infiltrate this land. But regardless of Rhine's plans, capturing Vic first wouldn't be wrong. As long as they controlled Vic, delivered him to the boss, and let the boss complete the final ceremony. Then whatever Rhine intended would be useless. They would be the true rulers of this land. Lauren gestured to his subordinates. The subordinates slipped back into the dark, dispersedly approaching the house akin to a cooperative wolf pack hunting. The corpse ghosts still hadn't discovered them. They smoothly arrived at the door. At this distance, they clearly felt Vic's presence. Just beyond the door, still sleeping, unaware of their approach. Thus, a sudden ambush could solve everything. They prepared, once everyone was in position, simultaneously surged forward to cover the final short distance. Meanwhile, their hands swiftly began transforming into wolf heads. As the foremost person was about to touch the wooden door with his wolf-transformed hand. Bang! The wooden door shattered. An even larger wolf head burst out from the inner room, instantly devouring half of the body's side of the nearest believer. Everyone froze. Howl! Vic howled to the sky. The sound wave instantly scattered all the believers, disguise hidden in the night. The corpse ghosts on sight raised their heads. In those murky eyes was their overwhelming desire for life. Chapter 522, Lauren. When Lauren saw Vic charging out in a half-human, half-wolf form, his heart was taken aback. Damn it, how did it turn into this straight away? This was completely beyond his expectations. Equally surprised were his subordinates. When the first believer charging ahead was bitten to pieces without any warning, the second one fared no better, facing Vic's fully wolf-transformed claws head-on, half of his body instantly bloodied and mangled. In just a moment, 2 of the wildfire believers were wiped out. And this wasn't even the worst part. The worst part was that Vic's wolf howl had just shattered their disguise in the night. The believers of the wildfire sect do not belong to the night. They could walk in the night only because they could blend into it. But now Vic rendered them exposed, and all the corpse ghosts prowling in the night had scented the living. Thus the hunter instantly became the prey. Damn it! Loren cursed under his breath, knowing he couldn't just stand by any longer, and decisively charged in. As he sprinted forward, his body swiftly wolf-transforming, becoming a giant wolf larger than anyone present. His originally human hair first grew into a wolf's mane, and then bristled upright, transforming into countless sharp black needles in a few breaths. Loren charged into the midst of the corpse ghosts, like a scythe through grass, bringing up countless tearing shhshh sounds as the corpse ghosts fell like rows of wheat. But Loren's target was not these corpse ghosts. It was Vic. Swish! Loren charged straight at Vic and collided fiercely. He was like a giant hedgehog sprinting at high speed, and when he hit Vic, countless black needles also plunged into Vic's body. But clearly, Vic's body wasn't as fragile as the corpse ghosts. He took Loren's hit head-on but wasn't knocked away, merely pushed back continuously by Vic until he was against the wall of a small cabin, steadying himself with the wall. How could this be? Semi-wolf transformed Loren found it unbelievable. How could Vic withstand his collision? His gaze quickly shifted down, and when he saw Vic's legs, his pupils instantly contracted. Because one of Vic's legs had surprisingly completed the wolf transformation. How is this possible? Clearly, when he acted just now, Vic's wolf transformation hadn't reached his legs. Just a few seconds passed. How did this guy do it? His transformation speed is even faster than mine. He obviously hasn't awakened yet. Vic, pinned to the wall, let out an angry and pained howl. Although he withstood Loren's attack, those black needles had indeed pierced into his body, with some longer ones even penetrating right through him, pinning him firmly to the wall. Though Vic lacked reason, it didn't mean he couldn't feel pain. But for a beast, pain only further incites its beastly nature. Thus Vic grabbed Loren's already wolf-transformed shoulder with his yet-to-be wolf-transformed left hand. Instantly, his fingers began to grow wildly, rapidly turning into claws, with those 5 sharp claws slowly digging into Loren's shoulder, bringing forth a stream of blood. This kind of injury was nothing to Loren. If he wanted to, he could kill Vic in a matter of seconds. But why not make a move? As if hearing Loren's inner voice, a leisurely voice came from the other side of the cabin, afraid of damaging the most important part. Loren suddenly turned his head and saw a man with a smiling face sitting in another corner of the room, leisurely watching. That priest of Rhine. Loren instantly thought of the other's identity. Did you do all this? Loren fixed his eyes on Byway. Did you make him awaken? I didn't make him awaken, Byway said with a smile. I'm just trying to make him remember who he is. Before Loren could speak, Vic let out another roar, and Loren felt a stinging pain in his right shoulder. The reason was Vic further wolf-transforming, forcibly tearing off a large chunk of flesh from Loren's right shoulder. This time Loren found it unbearable too. He roared at Vic, then transformed both hands into wolf heads, biting into Vic's shoulders from both sides, and shouted at the subordinates who were still dealing with the corpse ghosts behind him. This was not in human language. Only the wildfire believers could understand what Loren was saying. Loren was saying, hurry and bring the blood coagulation potion. Because he couldn't let Vic further transform, otherwise he wouldn't be able to control it. Cold killing intent flickered in Loren's eyes. He was here to kill Vic. But he had to ensure he was killing Vic. Upon hearing Loren's command, the wildfire believers instantly rushed over. However, as soon as their legs stepped into the room, they saw a white mist rising from the ground. They hadn't reacted to what it was. Boom, a loud noise. The white mist exploded, and the legs of the few wildfire believers in the front were instantly injured. At the same time, an extremely unpleasant metallic scraping rang in their ears, and when they reflexively turned back, they were met with a fully unfolded serrated knife. Chapter 523, Lauren 2. Screech. The two believers fell into a pool of blood just like that. Lauren's eyes widened again in disbelief upon seeing this scene. How did this guy do it? Lauren obviously didn't sense any dangerous aura from him. This wasn't Lauren's arrogance, but a feature of the wildfire believers, their exceptionally strong sensing power. They could gauge a person's approximate strength just by smell, much like in battles with the Rhine divine sect, where they often pinpointed the most powerful knight or priest among them before launching an attack with lightning speed. If they could successfully neutralize the opponent's strong point, victory in battle was likely theirs. Otherwise, they'd likely lose. There had never been another possibility, such as failing to see through the disguise of the opponent's strong one and choosing the wrong target for a surprise attack. They were the most acute hunters in this world. Yet an error occurred with this seemingly ordinary Rhine priest. In Lauren's eyes, this Rhine priest bore almost no magic power fluctuations, and his body was severely injured, not much different from a cripple. Yet he killed two of Lauren's men in the blink of an eye, behaving as decisively and efficiently as a hunter surpassing them. What on earth is with this guy? Did he really come from that place full of old fools of Rhine? Lauren was filled with shock and apprehension. A half-awakening Vic was already troublesome enough, and now there's also this old fool priest, whose depth was unknown, amidst a night besieged by corpse ghosts. Lauren already felt the headache coming. Sure enough, Vic let out a low growl once again. Lauren, who had just used his dual wielding to suppress Vic shortly, felt he was losing control. His transformation was deepening. Still unwilling to make a move, Byway laughed on the side. Are you really so scared of hurting it? Upon hearing it, instead of him, Lauren's heart had no more illusions. This guy indeed knew their biggest secret. Though unclear on how he knew, he must not be allowed to leave alive. Lauren stared intently at Byway. His pupils rapidly shifted from black to a ghostly blue, like two blue flames igniting in the night. These were true beastly pupils, and it seemed the humanity within those pupils faded along with the blackness. You're courting death. He roared furiously, yet what escaped his throat was not human language. Simultaneously, his body swelled once more, directly crushing through the house. The two wolf heads, initially transformed from hands, were forced to the neck by the growing flesh, merging with the original head, turning into a giant beast with 3 heads. This transformation rendered Vic, who was originally half-transformed with a fierce aura and murderous intent, like a feeble chick in front of Lauren, easily lifted and slammed into the ground, embedding his entire body into the earth. Vic instinctively tried to lift his head, but Lauren stomped down again, instantly rendering him motionless. All this naturally fell into Byway's sight, who then raised his gaze, met the 3 heads, tilting his head with a somewhat amused expression. So now you're not afraid to kill him, huh? Before I kill him, I'll kill you first. Still, it was a roar nobody but Byway could understand, and after shouting it, Lauren set Vic down directly and charged furiously at Byway. Seeing this, Byway clicked his tongue lightly, reversed his grip on the serrated knife, and struck down when the distance was appropriate. Clang! A crisp sound echoed as the serrated knife met Lauren's metal-sharp claws without inflicting any harm, while Byway himself was sent flying backward from the impact. However, he wasn't hurt, instead taking advantage of the force to quickly create a relatively safe distance, appearing at ease. But in reality, Byway lowered his head, looking at the wound on the base of his right hand which held the serrated knife. In terms of sheer strength, none of the 8 great churches could compare to wildfire believers, especially when fully transformed. And Byway's current body wasn't geared for melee combat, lacking in durability, after all. It was crafted by holy sound for performance, enlarging the disadvantage both ways. Moreover, wildfire believers completely transformed were not just capable of taking hits. Roar! Watching Lauren charge once again, Byway raised his hand slightly. Instantly, dozens of magic chains erupted from the soil, rushing at the charging Lauren. But these magic chains dissipated into dust upon contact with Lauren, unable to hinder him at all. Indeed, Lauren at this level of transformation also had that trait, magic immunity. Yes, in his fully transformed state, Lauren could withstand almost all magical attacks in this world. Neither Rhine's priest magic nor Holy Sound's chorus magic could affect them. Thus, to harm them in their fully transformed state, one could only. In a blink, Lauren closed in on Bai Wei, raising his claws to strike Bai Wei's head. In his eyes, Bai Wei's movements were too slow. At this range, he only needed to, Lauren suddenly heard a strange mechanical sound. It resembled the sound of a chainsaw. And in that instant, Bai Wei's speed suddenly multiplied, so quick that Lauren couldn't even discern his actions before feeling a sharp pain in his knees. He instinctively bowed his head, seeing a deep gash on his legs revealing blood gushing from the open wound. So fast. Lauren was quite astonished, immediately counterattacking. But Bai Wei, not lingering after striking, retreated once more to a relatively safe distance, still holding Lauren's bloodied, serrated knife. Yes, the most direct and effective way to harm a fully transformed body was through physical attack, so Bai Wei used overload to forcibly enhance his body's strength, landing a hit on Lauren. Yet this was based on Lauren not anticipating Bai Wei's sudden burst of strength. Once Lauren adapted to Bai Wei's power and speed in overload, he'd soon regain the upper hand. Moreover, Bai Wei couldn't maintain overload indefinitely. This was the most aggravating thing about wildfire believers, the ultimate numerical and mechanic monsters. If what repulses players most about Holy Sound is Cesar, this undying fellow, then wildfire's most detestable are these fully transformed beasts. Most spells are ineffective. Physical attacks are the way, yet they themselves are unparalleled brutes, making the fight truly headache-inducing. Fortunately, they had a fatal weakness. Lauren charged at Bai Wei once more. As Bai Wei's sudden surge of power was felt, Lauren's body responded, becoming swifter and more ferocious. Simultaneously, his attacks became more fierce. The 3 heads and 4 claws coordinated to attack Bai Wei, giving the sensation of a wolf pack despite being just one person. Even with in-game knowledge of this guy's attack methods, Bai Wei's heavily injured body struggled to keep up with his thoughts, finding it incredibly tough even under overload. In less than a half-minute fight, Bai Wei already bore 6 or 7 severe wounds. At this rate, it seemed Bai Wei would soon be overwhelmed. But Bai Wei wasn't worried, for he wasn't the only one straining to hold on. Liren paused. His 3 mouths gaped wide, drool unceasingly dripping down. The rationality in those ghostly blue pupils was quickly diminishing. Is this all? Bai Wei stood watching from not far. How long can you keep this up? Lauren lifted his gaze, intensely staring at Bai Wei. Come on, kill me, Bai Wei said with a smile, before you completely lose your mind. Chapter 524, 13 Devourers 7K. Yes, the wildfire believers, complete wolf transformation has a very serious problem. The longer they stay fully transformed, the more likely they are to lose their sanity. In other words, maintaining this state of complete wolf transformation comes at the price of burning away the believer's rationality. In this regard, it seems somewhat similar to Bai Wei's second-rank descent, which requires burning the host's soul. Once the soul is burned out, the host is completely dead. And when rationality is fully consumed, wildfire believers become complete monsters, with their humanity entirely erased, never to be saved. This can also be considered a form of death. After hearing Bai Wei's words, Lauren's expression became much grimmer. This guy knows even the flaw of their complete wolf transformation so well, coupled with his extremely agile moves during their previous battle, as if he could predict every one of Lauren's attacks and dodge in advance. If not for his physical limitations, Lauren felt an absurd sense that he might not be able to hit him even once. It was as if this guy had fought him hundreds or thousands of times, yet Lauren had no idea who the opponent was. Such a person appearing here at this moment made it hard for Lauren not to wonder about his true intentions. Was he targeting their leader? The killing intent in Lauren's eyes rose again. No matter what, he couldn't let this guy continue. Tonight he must kill him, before sanity runs out. Lauren lunged at Bai Wei once more, and when he was only 2 body lengths away, he saw Bai Wei crouch, seemingly seeing through his attack methods again, preparing to dodge once more. Lauren seized this moment, and suddenly let out an extremely strange roar. Ow! The sound wasn't loud, but as soon as Bai Wei heard it, his body froze suddenly. A closer look would reveal he was trembling slightly. Spirit shock. Due to being unable to use magic power, the non-physical attack means available to wildfire believers were few, but not non-existent. This spirit shock was one of them, and its effect was extremely powerful. By burning rationality even further, it produced a howl that could directly terrify the soul. Although it could only be effective at close range, and the fear lasted only a few seconds. But for wildfire believers who mainly engaged in close combat, this limitation hardly mattered. After all, they didn't have any long-range attack means. And a few seconds was already enough for them to kill the opponent countless times at their speed. Lauren's claw thrust towards Bai Wei's forehead. As long as it hit, the battle would end. Lauren's eyes seemed to see the scene of Bai Wei's brains splattering a second later. However, at the moment Lauren's claw was about to touch Bai Wei's forehead, his body suddenly stopped trembling. At the same time, he quickly reacted, tilting his head slightly. Lauren's claw brushed past his temple, leaving a fine line of blood. What? How is this possible? Lauren's eyes widened. The fear is over. How long has it been? Bai Wei didn't give Lauren much time to be shocked. As he dodged this lethal attack, he raised the serrated knife in his hand again, slashing down towards the middle head of Lauren. Originally, Bai Wei's attack had a hard time dealing effective damage to Lauren's fully wolf-transformed body. But Lauren was charging forward rapidly, and the massive accelerating inertia almost made him crash straight into the edge of the serrated knife. In an instant, the blade, covered in blood, easily sank into Lauren's neck, as if it could decapitate Lauren in the next second. But Lauren wouldn't just watch himself be beheaded. Realizing Bai Wei's intentions, he forcibly stopped his body's inertia and then lowered his head abruptly, seemingly wanting to jam the serrated knife lodged in his neck with force. If Bai Wei wanted to continue the decapitation, he had to exert more force himself. But Bai Wei didn't. When Lauren jammed the blade, he suddenly released the handle and kicked Lauren in the chest, using the force to retreat sharply backward. Because in the next moment, the bristles on Lauren's body suddenly exploded, sending countless black needle-like bristles stabbing in all directions. If Bai Wei had stayed to decapitate Lauren, he would have been skewered like a hedgehog now. But he retreated, so the bursting bristles only sliced his clothing, not even harming his body. Again, this guy saw through his intentions again. Lauren's teeth were about to shatter. After the previous attack failed, Lauren decided to use his head as bait temporarily, directly delivering a deadly blow to this damn guy. But even that didn't succeed. Why exactly is this? This is not something that can be explained by reaction speed. This guy understands him so well it seems he can see through his body to his heart. How is this possible? As Lauren fumed, Bai Wei had already retreated to a relatively safe area and calmly said, "That was close, unfortunately, just a little short." Bai Wei's relaxed tone made Lauren even more furious. This guy, how exactly is he, huh? Chapter 525, Devourer, 7K2. As he looked at Bai Wei again, Lauren suddenly noticed something. On Bai Wei's face, there was a wound that was still bleeding. Lauren recalled that it was a wound caused during the assault using spirit shock on Bai Wei earlier. Earlier he thought that the reason Bai Wei could react was that Bai Wei had some method to be immune to the shock, so he deliberately used it as bait. But if it was baiting, was it really necessary to make it so thrilling? The wound was right by the temple, just a little deeper, and Bai Wei's life would have been at risk. Does it mean that spirit shock is effective, just that its effect on this guy is not that apparent, so he woke up a bit quicker than normal people? Just that bit saved his life. If he delayed the release time of spirit shock, a bit more would it have succeeded then? The more Lauren thought, the more he felt it might be possible. After all, spirit shock is a direct attack on the soul. Conventional means have no use. But what if his judgment is wrong, and the opponent truly doesn't buy it? Lauren hesitated. After all, spirit shock isn't a costless attempt. It requires consuming sanity, which he doesn't have much left of right now. If he tries it another couple of times. While Lauren was hesitating, he saw the blood on Bai Wei's face trickle down to the corner of his mouth. Only then did Bai Wei reach to touch it. When he saw the blood on his hand, he showed a belatedly surprised expression. He didn't even know he was injured. Sure enough, the previous dodge was an accident. Spirit shock is effective. Lauren's brain quickly made a rational judgment, and at the same time his body shot forward like a spring, rushing straight at Bai Wei. And Bai Wei's eyes flashed with a look of horror, which Lauren also caught. You didn't expect it, did you? You still got seen through by me. Lauren's eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty gleam. Bai Wei retreated quickly, but he was just a bit slower than Lauren. When Lauren was about to catch up with him, Bai Wei raised his hand and used the magic chains again. Panic, panic, he's panicking. Lauren didn't care much. Those spells were ineffective against him. So when he closed in at the nearest possible distance, he roared once more. Spirit shock. Sure enough, Bai Wei's body halted once again, trembling. Seriohata. Lauren shouted in his heart. Die quickly for me. Once again he lunged at Bai Wei. And this time he still held back, with 3 heads and 6 eyes staring at every part of Bai Wei. Even if Bai Wei wanted to trick him again, he could immediately spot any trace. Sure enough, Bai Wei had no response, seemingly still in spirit shock. At this distance, it was impossible for him to escape from Lauren's attack. Lauren swung his claws, and simultaneously, the 2 heads bit towards Bai Wei from 2 blind spots. But, swish! Bai Wei's body suddenly vanished. Lauren missed again. What's going on? From the corner of his eye, Lauren saw Bai Wei already above his head. But how was this done? His body didn't make any movements at all. His 6 eyes saw it clearly. Wait, what is that? Lauren saw some black things behind Bai Wei. Magic chains. Those were the magic chains used earlier for attacking him. Lauren immediately understood. Those magic chains he summoned earlier weren't for attacking, but for displacement. Damn it. Lauren understood, but it was already too late. His body was still rushing forward due to inertia, while Bai Wei, suspended in midair, spun around and grabbed the handle of the serrated knife still stuck in Lauren's neck. Then, with a swoosh sound, Lauren's head was severed from his body. The body that lost its main head stumbled forward a few steps before collapsing to the ground, while Bai Wei landed gracefully with the help of magic chains. After both of them landed, that head finally fell like a ball. Blood splattered everywhere. You indeed have brains. Bai Wei smiled as he spoke to Lauren not far away. Pity there wasn't much. Lauren didn't respond, as if he was dead through and through. But Bai Wei knew very well, losing just 1 head wasn't fatal to a fully wolf-formed wildfire believer. Sure enough, before long, Lauren staggered back onto his feet, a low panting sound coming from the other 2 wolf heads. Bai Wei sighed lightly. The trouble was coming. Yes, losing 1 head wasn't life-threatening. But, Lauren slowly turned around and looked at Bai Wei. The rationality in those 2 pairs of eyes was almost nil. Already completely insane, huh? Bai Wei asked. Use I'd kill. Lauren was still speaking, but the words he uttered were unintelligible. You should still be able to hear me, right? Bai Wei said calmly. You're almost out of rationality. Now's your last chance, revert from wolf form and you'll still have a chance to change back. Lauren acted like he didn't hear Bai Wei. His mouth still repeated those previous words without meaning, and his body gradually hunched, standing on all 4s. More wolf-like. Seems like I overplayed it a bit. Bai Wei sighed again. Did I just drain all his remaining sanity? Chapter 526, Devourer, 7K3. Lauren still didn't respond to Bai Wei. He just stared fixedly. It seemed there was only one thought left in his mind. Kill Bai Wei. Bai Wei had no choice but to grip the serrated knife again. At this moment, he suddenly began to miss Gerard and Huinia. Their bodies were far more useful than the current one. Even Ulu, if only he could descend as a first rank in a normal form, it wouldn't be such a struggle. Having a cripple like him fight against such a 3-headed beast was somewhat. Suddenly, Bai Wei heard something. He looked up and saw several dark shadows flickering in the distance, rapidly approaching. Zo. He guessed something, slightly raising the corner of his mouth. They came at just the right time, he chuckled softly. And then Lauren let out a wild roar and charged at him again. Not far away in the forest, Rhine's knights quietly watched the battle in the distance, their eyes ultimately locking onto Bai Wei and Lauren. Is it Ulu? A knight asked. Can't see clearly. Another knight shook his head, but... He turned his head and looked at the coffin behind him. The coffin kept shaking, as if something inside it couldn't wait to come out. They can't hold back anymore. Smelled the scent of the corpse blocks? The knight whispered, in that case let it out. Anyway, everyone here is going to die. That knight nodded, then raised the knight's sword bathed in holy light and struck down on the coffin's lock. Lauren's speed and strength continued to increase, and he was now on all fours, transforming into a real wild wolf. In such circumstances, even with the support of overload, Byway couldn't match Lauren's speed and had to rely on magic chains to continuously dodge and reposition through the forest. And because Lauren lost most of his rationality, he couldn't fight like a normal person, attacking only in the purest beast form, making him more susceptible to deception. Several times, he was tricked by Byway's minor maneuvers and ended up with several new wounds. But these injuries were too insignificant for him now, and if he touched Byway even once, Byway's body would be directly destroyed. So their battle seemed to perfectly illustrate the saying, in the face of extreme power, any small action is meaningless. Fortunately, Byway didn't intend to fight him to the end. He had already sensed Rhine's group. After months, they finally tracked him down from Somo City, which didn't surprise Byway. Given the situation, it's perfect to let these two sides clash first. However, Byway didn't plan to directly lead Lauren to Rhine's knights. Instead, he quickly retreated towards that small house. After Lauren forced him back, the remaining believers immediately rushed into the house, intending to control Vic. But it wasn't easy, considering Vic's wolf transformation was also highly advanced. A slight oversight could result in death at Vic's hands. Moreover, they not only had to face Vic, but also the relentless corpse ghosts, which made the situation quite challenging, thus temporarily stalling the situation. "Hold him down, hold him down," a believer yelled while pulling out a bottle of blood coagulation potion. "I'll turn this bastard back now." "Hurry up," two half-transformed wolf believers desperately suppressed Vic trying to rise from the ground, shouting, "We can hardly hold him down. This brat's concentration is too high, you need to increase the dose." "Don't worry," the believer held 3 vials of blood coagulation potion. "I'll inject all of them into him." As soon as he spoke, the believer suddenly felt his hands become light. Then with a bang, all 3 vials of blood coagulation potion fell to the ground and shattered. The believer looked down, staring dumbfoundedly at his own hands. Then he found that his hands were gone, leaving just cleanly severed stumps. "This..." He raised his head again to see the damn Rhine priest standing in front of him, brandishing the serrated knife, while uttering 2 words to him. "Goodbye. Goodbye." The believer was infuriated. "You wicked old fart." As he was about to begin wolf transformation, he suddenly felt a sharp pain from behind. He lowered his head again, seeing 2 sharp claws piercing through his heart from behind, spilling thick black blood. Splat! The believer's body was split in 2, and the blood that erupted splattered on everyone present. Meanwhile, a chilling wolf howl echoed, instilling great fear into everyone's hearts. They all raised their heads to see a massive 2-headed wolf standing on the believer's corpse, howling at the sky. They could naturally recognize who it was. Lord Lauren. Damn it, Lord Lauren has already lost his mind. Wake him up quickly. Where's the blood coagulation potion? It's with Naji. Where's Naji? Everywhere around. Now they truly panicked. Lauren was their backbone, but now that backbone had gone mad. So how would they handle the nearly uncontrollable Vic, the intimidating old fart priest, the endless corpse ghosts, and their very own mad backbone? Chapter 527, Devourer 7K4. The horror of a fully transformed and mindless Lauren is something no one knows better than his subordinates. As expected, after unleashing an indiscriminate spirit shock, Lauren once again charged at Byway. In his eyes, there was only Byway. Anyone standing in his way would be ruthlessly torn apart by him. The wildfire believers also realized this, scrambling away like birds and beasts, trying to distance themselves from this old priest of Rhine. But unfortunately, this cunning old priest kept following them, sticking closely. "You damn old bastard!" The curse was cut short, as Lauren swiftly took someone away with a swipe, and Byway dashed toward the next person, his magic chains serving as the perfect displacement tool, allowing him to easily weave through the believers. To the believers, Byway was like death itself. Whenever he approached, they would scream in terror. "Stay away from me!" Then unmercifully, Lauren would claim their lives. Eventually, the believers realized that merely running away would only get them picked off one by the crazed Lauren, so with gritted teeth, they too fully transformed into wolves. Going mad was better than being helplessly slaughtered. At least that's what they thought. However, fully transforming also varied in strength. In the face of the completely mad Lauren, their transformation was like turning from small, helpless wastes into slightly bigger wastes that could only block him for a few seconds. But those few seconds were exactly what Bai Wei needed. He watched Lauren weave through the flying flesh and blood, ever approaching, narrowing his eyes slightly while counting down in his head. 3, 2, swish. The final wildfire believer standing in Bai Wei's way was split in two, as Lauren's enormous claw once again lunged at Bai Wei. But this time Bai Wei didn't back down. Instead, he charged forward, meeting Lauren's claw head-on, embarking on a two-way pursuit. This maneuver left even the near-mindless Lauren slightly puzzled, unsure why Bai Wei would do such a thing. But it didn't matter now. The remnants of his sanity were not enough for reasoning. He only knew how to kill, kill, kill. The confusion in his four eyes quickly faded, replaced only by endless killing intent. And Bai Wei continued to close the distance with him. His figure rapidly enlarged in Lauren's four ghostly blue giant pupils, becoming ever clearer. Then Bai Wei used Lauren's eyes as a mirror, seeing behind him. The gaping fangs, swish, crack, magic chains, and overload were used simultaneously. Bai Wei once again pushed his body to the limit before repositioning himself right behind Lauren using the magic chains, nearly face to face. And Lauren collided with those wide-open fangs. Then came the sound of flesh being separated. In just a moment, Lauren, who had been wreaking havoc for a long time, lost a third of his body. And Bai Wei successfully landed, standing up straight, looking at those two shadows that almost instantly killed Lauren. Devourers, Bai Wei murmured softly. Rhine is quite willing to pay a price. As Bai Wei spoke, the two shadows slowly rose. At a first glance, they looked like extremely malnourished people, so emaciated that their skin seemed to barely contain their bones, and their eyes were covered with blood-stained gauze, revealing only their noses and mouths. In those open mouths were fangs like steel nails, impossible for humans to possess. Bits of flesh and hair were caught between these fangs. This was Lauren's body. They were chewing on Lauren. Then Bai Wei heard heavy footsteps. He looked up to see several Rhine knights in heavy armor approaching, their entire bodies bathed in holy light that corpse ghosts couldn't draw near. In this extreme darkness, they seemed like envoys descending from a divine country. But ultimately, they stopped next to the Devourers, and at that moment, angels and demons seemed to become one. Ulu, you killed Bishop Corey and stole the church holy relics, committing a crime worthy of death, the leading knight slowly pronounced, like delivering a judgment. You have nowhere to run. Bai Wei remained silent, just looking at them. At this distance, the Rhine knights finally got a clear look at Bai Wei's face. They frowned slightly. This guy, is he Ulu? He seems not like him. One knight took out a portrait, compared it carefully, then shook his head. No, he's not. A knight was surprised, then who is he? No one could answer because Bai Wei's face was indeed unfamiliar. But the Devourers beside them could hardly contain themselves, like hungry dogs smelling meat, casting greedy glances at Bai Wei. So the knight fell silent for a moment, then shook his head. It's not important anymore. Hearing this, Bai Wei couldn't help but laugh. It's not important anymore, he said. You don't even know who I am, yet you're still going to pass judgment on me. We just need to know you're a heretic, that's enough, the knight said calmly, picking up a shaking bell. We don't need to reason with heretics. Before the bell could ring, the two Devourers already reacted. Bai Wei chuckled. I can only say you're exactly the annoying bunch I know, even bringing Devourers here. You really don't treat the people here as humans. You actually know about the Devourers, the knight squinted slightly. As expected, even if you're not Ulu, you're a traitor to Rhine. And not an ordinary traitor, another knight said coldly. For someone like you, we naturally impose the most severe judgment. With that, he raised the shaking bell. But before he could ring it, he saw Bai Wei pull out a small object. They focused their gaze, discovering it was a music box. Music box? The Rhine knights found it strange, as they felt no magic power fluctuations from the music box. However, to be safe, no matter what it was, they didn't intend to let Bai Wei act first. Hence, they rang the bell. In the next second, a giant wolf boom leapt out from behind them. Oh, when did it get here? They were astonished, but not much afraid. because they were bathed in holy light, a power of divine arts, protection from the Rhine god. Only divine powers could break divine powers. They thought so. Then the giant wolf raised its paw. Instantly, it split the night with the shaking bell, along with the holy barrier in two. Blood splattered onto another knight, finally changing his expression. And this giant wolf was Vic. Chapter 528, What on Earth is Going On? Vic felt like he was having a long nightmare. He was lost in a dense white mist, where he couldn't see his own hand. He didn't know who he was, nor did he know where he was. In his heart, there was only a vague notion. He was searching. Searching for what? He furrowed his brows and began to ponder. Searching Ade. Thus he recalled his identity and what he was doing. He was searching for Ade, searching for that most intimate. A dog. An unknown mocking voice arose. No, Ade is not a dog, he instinctively retorted. He's a wolf. Meanwhile, he looked around. But all he saw was the vast whiteness, with no sight of anyone nor any sound. It seemed as if everything earlier had been just an illusion. Adair is a wolf, he whispered, and more than that, he's my family. The moment he finished speaking, a faint whimper sounded again from the mist. The sound was very small, like a gentle breeze. But Vic still recognized who that sound belonged to. It belonged to Adair. Belonged to his Adair. He felt as if in the boundless night he had found the sole ray of light, swiftly stepping towards the origin of that sound. Adair, are you there? He shouted, as echoes of his voice reverberated continuously in the pale world. Is it you? He heard that whimper again. The sound made his body tremble. Adair, it must be Adair. Then he increased his pace, from walking to running and finally to sprinting. But it still wasn't enough, it still wasn't enough. Too slow, still too slow. He needed to be faster, faster, as if only this way could he catch Adair. So he decided to give it his all. Unknowingly, his viewpoint lowered, but his speed increased. All he heard was the whistling wind by his ears, but before him, Adair's silhouette became increasingly distinct. Right ahead, right ahead. Finally, he broke through the fog, the ephemeral and elusive shadow in his view clearly coming into focus. He finally saw. But at the end of the mist, it was Adair. It was an incredibly familiar young man. That was Vic. Adair, the Vic opposite him opened his arms with a smile, softly saying, I've been looking for you, for a long time. Vic instinctively lowered his head. He realized at some point, what he had been running on were no longer legs. But Black Paws. The two were about to embrace. Then an abrupt mechanical voice interrupted everything, accompanied by a nearly emotionless male voice. It's time to wake up. In an instant, the Vic before him, the white mist surrounding him, all vanished instantly. He abruptly opened his eyes. Bai Wei, covered in injuries, was sitting in front of him, holding the old music box. The gears of the music box were slowly turning. Finally woke up, Bai Wei shrugged. That wasn't easy. It took a while for Vic to recover from the lingering effects of the bizarre dream. Although he was eager to ask Bai Wei what was going on, why he had heard the sound of the music box in the dream. But before that, there was clearly a more pressing issue. Ulu, what happened to you? Who hurt you? Vic asked in shock, looking at Bai Wei covered in wounds, then around. Where are we now, exactly? Vic's last memory still lingered in that dilapidated little house. He only remembered feeling tired, wanting to take a nap, locking the door and falling asleep. Then came the dream. Upon waking again, they were already in a desolate field, and Bai Wei was emanating the same intense and pungent scent of blood as when they met in the Senluo church just 2 days ago. He really didn't know who could have wounded Bai Wei this way. A lot happened last night, Bai Wei said blandly. To put it simply, both your enemies and mine came knocking. His enemies, meaning the pursuers of the wildfire sect. Then who were Bai Wei's enemies? Why didn't you wake me? Vic hurriedly said. I have some combat ability, at least I could have helped you. We'll talk about whether to wake you up or not later. Bai Wei leaned against the slope, slowly speaking. Now there is a more important matter I need to explain in advance. A more important matter? Yes, Bai Wei nodded. It's about my enemies. They've sent a troublesome thing to hunt me down. Troublesome thing? Vic noticed Bai Wei's choice of words, not a person. That thing is hard to describe as human, Bai Wei said. In fact, I'm not even sure that thing can be considered a normal creature. What Bai Wei was referring to was undoubtedly the devourer unleashed by Rhine. That thing was definitely the greatest malevolence of the Rhine Church. They were a group of entities that could not be killed, even if their bodies were completely destroyed and ground to dust. There was always a chance of resurrection. Furthermore, each resurrection increased their numbers. If one were cut in half, those halves would regenerate their missing parts, forming new entities. Moreover, they shared memories, visions, and combat experiences. So each battle, each failure made them stronger, until they completely devoured their target. Chapter 529, 14 What exactly is going on, 2. After listening to Bai Wei's tale, Vic couldn't help but shiver a little. Is there really such a thing in this world? Yes, Bai Wei said. That's why I say it's the greatest malice of the Rhine Church. Saying this, Bai Wei couldn't help but sigh lightly in his heart. Because the devourer thing is also related to Visarion. It's not that it was created by Visarion's power, but because its power comes from Visarion's archenemy, which is the gods. In the game, the introduction to the devourer is the last bit of resentment and curse left by the gods who were killed by Visarion, unwilling to be completely obliterated. In this world, only the gods and Visarion possess the characteristics of being undying and immortal. But their undying and immortal compared to Visarion is like a poor version. Visarion's body remains unbreakable even 1,000 years after soul obliteration. The severed corpse blocks still seal his former power, unchanged for millennia. While the gods after death can only leave so-called resentment and curses. But even resentment and curses are still quite troublesome existences in this world. The Rhine gathered these troublesome things and mixed them into such an extremely underworld thing called the Devourer. It's really from the underworld. It's a special attack against Visarion's power. Its innate existence is to hunt Visarion. Of course, it doesn't really have the ability to hunt Visarion. After all, they were all killed by Visarion in their lifetimes. And after death, they don't even have power or memory. Only a tiny bit of resentment and curse remain. But it can't hunt Visarion. It doesn't mean it can't hunt the holders of Visarion's corpse blocks. In the game, as long as it senses Visarion's corpse blocks, it will immediately launch a pursuit and kill the holder of the corpse blocks. Even if the player was in the Rhine's camp at the time, it would still chase relentlessly, completely irrational. Only the Bellringer can use the Rhine's power to slightly curb their actions. Once the Bellringer is gone, they will follow their instincts, to hunt Visarion using all means necessary. Of course, when Bai Wei was talking to Vic, he didn't mention Visarion, only saying that these guys were here to hunt him. And after listening, Vic immediately said, "Does that mean as long as we control the Bellringer, we can control them?" Theoretically, yes. That's great then. But the Bellringer is already dead. Vic's expression stiffened. And it was you who killed him. Bai Wei silently added in his heart. Yes, last night when Vic suddenly made his move, the first one he slaughtered was the Bellringer. And one Bellringer controlled one Devourer. So Vic's move last night immediately caused the Devourer to go out of control. But before that Devourer could start chasing Bai Wei, Vic slapped it to pieces as well. And the Devourer couldn't instantly resurrect like Cesar, so Bai Wei was able to retreat with Vic. But the situation afterwards is hard to say. The Devourer's resurrection is not without cost. It needs to devour flesh and blood to grow flesh. And last night's battlefield had too much flesh and blood for it to devour. It will soon complete its resurrection, and then chase after them again. It won't be so easy to deal with next time, especially after already knowing Vic's combat methods. As for Bai Wei, feeling a bit troubled, rubbed his left eye. In the rules he currently has, the best one to deal with these guys is Gaze. But the problem is he hasn't yet recovered from the cost of the Visa's Phantom. All rules are in a sealed state. The only usable one is the disturbance he won from that fool Rocky. But he doesn't think giving that bunch a thumbs up does any good. Moreover, to be honest, Gaze is that useful either, because unless they're directly erased at first contact, once they split and evolve into enough numbers, trying to stare them out one by one does indeed pose some difficulty. But fortunately, this land possesses a rule that is best at dealing with them. Looks like it's time to speed things up. Bai Wei looked towards Vic and said, "I'm thirsty." Vic's mind was still on the Devourer. What? I said I'm thirsty. Bai Wei shook the empty bottle in his hand, then pointed to the pond not far away. There's water over there. Vic still hadn't reacted. Then go get water, why tell me? I see, Bai Wei calmly said. I didn't expect after I went through great effort to rescue you, got all injured, can't even walk, you still wouldn't help me get a bottle of water. Hearing this, Vic finally understood Bai Wei's meaning. He awkwardly took the bottle, muttering, You could just say it directly, why beat around the bush, as he walked towards the pond. Bai Wei said nothing, just quietly watched him. That gaze made Vic feel a bit uneasy, so he quickened his pace and walked to the pond. Speaking of which, he was just focused on asking about the devourer. Seems like he hasn't asked about that dream, and why Bai Wei didn't wake him up last night. He must remember to ask those things when he gets back. Vic thought about this, then bent down to fetch water from the pond. But immediately he froze, because he saw the reflection on the water surface. Ade. Vic saw Ade. He instinctively thought Ade was underwater, so in a hurry he buried himself lower, trying to pull Ade out of the water. But this action stopped halfway, because there was only half of Ade's face and the other half was his own. Time seemed to halt at this moment, until 2 drops of saliva seeped from the wolf's fangs, dripping onto the water surface. The water surface rippled, everything became blurry, as if what was seen and heard were all illusions. However, when the water surface calmed down, that half-human, half-wolf face still lingered in Vic's eyes, filled with unspeakable terror. Mr. Ulu. He slowly turned around, facing Bai Wei with the human half, his voice and facial muscles trembling simultaneously. Can you tell me what on earth is going on? Bai Wei just watched Vic silently, without uttering a word. Why did it turn out like this? By the time the Wildfire sect believers arrived for support, the scene was already a mess. What exactly happened here? No one could answer. Where is church leader Lauren? Has anyone seen church leader Lauren? The leading believer had just started shouting when a response came from the other side. Church leader Lauren seems to be here. The voice was filled with shock and disbelief. So the believers gathered around, and only then did they understand why that believer had such a tone. They found Lauren, but it was only half of Lauren. And it was still only half of Lauren even after fully transforming into a wolf. How is that possible? The leading believer's voice also began to tremble. Who can kill a fully transformed wolf Lauren? No one could answer him. Church leader Lauren was already one of the most powerful in the entire Wildfire sect. They couldn't imagine who on this land could kill someone entirely wolf-transformed like him. Quick, go report to church leader Wood. Yes. A believer took the order and quickly left. The leading believer shook his head, then bent down to check Lauren's body. Dead is one thing, but why does the body look like it was eaten? At the thought of this, he felt a chill down his spine. However, when he turned Lauren's body completely over, a more terrifying scene appeared. Because there was a huge wound on Lauren's back, directly revealing the inside of the body. And inside Lauren was empty. All the internal organs were gone. The leader opened his mouth wide, not having time to speak when he heard a scream. He instinctively turned his head and saw an extremely emaciated figure, from nowhere, opening a mouth seemingly larger than its face. It bit down on one believer's head and slowly began to chew. Everyone was stunned. And that person, while chewing, also made indistinct syllables, which if listened to closely, could barely be heard. It was calling, Vices. Chapter 530 Imitation. A day later, Bai Wei and Vic arrived at a new small town. Compared to Yade's town, which only had a few hundred people and was more like a village, this new small town looked somewhat like a city. Of course, that's not quite accurate. If Bai Wei remembered correctly, this used to be a city during the Senluo period. After the death of the god of Senluo, the night fell, the population of this land sharply declined, turning the city into a town, the town into a village, and the village into the few broken shacks they passed by yesterday. After entering the small town, Bai Wei, familiar with the way, took Vic to a small inn, also the only inn in the town. The innkeeper was a little girl with a ponytail. She cast a glance at Bai Wei, obviously not a local, and then at Vic, heavily wrapped up standing behind Bai Wei, raised an eyebrow and curiously asked, "Outsiders, where are you from?" "Why," Bai Wei said with a smile, "do you need proof of identity to stay here? Or is it that outsiders are not allowed to lodge? Of course, not needed. The little girl spread her hands, saying, We don't even have a church here. Who cares about outsiders? I'm just curious because it's rare for outsiders to come to this place. It's just curiosity. If you are willing to satisfy my curiosity, I can give you a half discount on the room fee. Really? Bai Wei asked with a smile. Are you serious about that? Of course. The little girl patted her flat chest. My promise is as sincere as my faith. But it seems all your gods here are dead. All right? Bai Wei shrugged, saying nonchalantly, I'm from Rhine. Rhine? The little girl's expression became more intriguing, her gaze wandering over Bai Wei. I heard that your Rhine priest doesn't like women, is that true? Before answering you, I'm more curious about where you learned these things from. Bai Wei looked at the little girl with interest. Didn't you say you rarely encounter outsiders, and you hardly go out yourselves? Of course, I've never left here, the little girl said, but don't take me for someone who knows nothing. I know many things from outside, like the Rhine priest, the notes of holy sound, and those in the lyra who like to turn their bodies into metal lumps. Of course, I'm not sure if what I know is true or not. You actually know quite a lot. Bai Wei stroked his chin. Looks like someone told you, let me guess, Wildfire sect member. How did you know that? In this land, the only ones who can connect with the outside world are that bunch, right? Bai Wei looked around with a smile, seemingly searching for something. Rest assured. The little girl seemed to see through Bai Wei's thoughts and said, There are no such strange guys here. Not even at night. Of course, in fact, they never spend the night in this town. The little girl shrugged, saying, They just occasionally come here during the day to purchase some daily necessities and bring some outside news, like the other church information I just mentioned, all obtained from them. I see, Bai Wei nodded. Turns out they're quite good indeed. Take out the word good, I just think they're odd. The little girl said, all right, I've answered your question, now it's your turn. Is it true your priests don't like women? I heard they all prefer little boys. Novel Fire. Seeing the little girl's eager look, Bai Wei smiled and said, Actually, it has nothing to do with gender. The most important thing is appearance. For them, those small, fragrant, best indistinct gender ones are even better. Tusk, your way of saying is too weird, the little girl said. And why can you say such details? I think you're lying to me. Bai Wei shook his head. I'm not lying to you. Evidence? The little girl reached out her clean little hand to Bai Wei. Without evidence, I can't believe you, nor can I give you a discount on the room. So you were waiting for me here, already planning not to discount the room fee. Bai Wei leisurely reached into his arms. Too bad, I actually have evidence. With that, he placed an armband in the little girl's hand. The little girl looked at the armband, puzzled, and asked, What's this? The badge of Rhine priest. How did you get this thing? Because I am a Rhine priest. The little girl was stunned. Before she could react, she saw Bai Wei lean forward slightly, his nose twitching. To be honest, you smell quite good. The little girl was dumbfounded. Once she realized, she immediately shrank into the corner and tossed the badge back to Bai Wei. All right, I believe you. Half of the room fee will be waived. I'll keep my word, she said as she tossed a rusty key onto the table. The room at the far end on the second floor, I won't walk you there. FR/E Novel Fire C-O-M. Bai Wei chucklingly took the key, gave the little girl a glance filled with intrigue, startling her into a pale face, and then went upstairs with Vic. As the little girl watched the two disappear at the top of the stairs, she let out a sigh of relief, then, as if coming to a delayed realization, sniffed her own sleeve, muttering to herself, Do I really smell nice? Chapter 531, 15 Imitation 2. After entering the room, Bai Wei leaned against the window, crossed his arms, and leisurely looked at Vic, who had not spoken for a long time, and said, Are you trying to find the truth through silence? Vic was silent for a moment, then slowly raised his hand and removed the hood covering his entire face. Then that half-human, half-wolf face was exposed to Bai Wei's eyes. Bai Wei carefully scrutinized Vic, then nodded slightly. The wolf part has faded a bit. In 2 more days, you should be back to normal. Can I still be considered normal now? Correct content is on Novel Fire. Depends on how you think, Bai Wei shrugged and said. Haven't you always wanted to find that little dog? Now that you know it's inside your body, shouldn't you be happy? I didn't expect it to be like this. Of course, no normal person would. But you seem to know something. Vic looked at Bai Wei, a bit agitated. Why won't you tell me? Calm down, Vic, Bai Wei said calmly. No one knows exactly what's going on with you, and even if I said I knew and then told you the answer, would you believe me? I would verify it. Yes, just like that little girl downstairs, she knows she needs evidence, Byway said. So you also need evidence, and since that's the case, why not go find it yourself and draw your own conclusions? Maybe you'll even avoid some detours. What do you think? Vic fell silent once again. His mind was in turmoil, truly chaotic. When he discovered that Ade, whom he'd been searching for tirelessly, was inside his own body, Vic nearly broke down. If it hadn't been for Byway holding him down in time and saying he would help find the answer, and that Vic should just follow him, he really wouldn't know what to do. After slightly calming his emotions, Vic asked, "You think I have something to do with the wildfire sect, right?" "It's not what I think, it's what you think," Byway corrected. "You thought so, which is why we're starting from this angle." Vic recalled. At the time, he was the first to consider whether he was related to the wildfire sect. After all, they were the ones who used wolf transformations to fight. He's the same now, so it's hard not to connect the two. And when he communicated this idea to Byway also confirmed it. So indeed, it was his conjecture, not Byway's. But Vic was a bit puzzled, as if Byway placed a lot of importance on the fact of who proposed the conjecture. And when he asked Byway about it, he only received Byway's dismissive response of, "I just don't want to take the blame," which felt perfunctory. But more importantly, there was a matter more pressing at hand. "Why are we here?" Vic said. "Shouldn't we go directly to find the wildfire sect members, just catch one or two and question them, and we should get the answers?" "Great idea," Byway gave Vic a thumbs up. "Afraid people won't find you rushing to throw yourself into the net, right?" Vic was at a loss again, and after a while he said, "Then what should we do now? I really don't want to just wait, I just want to know the truth, and—" The latter half of the sentence wasn't spoken by Vic, but Byway still heard it. He still wants to find Ade. Vic doesn't know what kind of state Ade is in now, whether alive or dead. If dead, he wants to know the truth. If alive, he still wants to find Ade. Even at any cost. He truly thinks this way. Byway looked at the very anxious Vic and said slowly, "Generally speaking, dogs don't lose things because their extremely keen sense of smell allows them to easily find most lost items. But humans are different. Humans need their eyes, memory, and brains to find something lost. Although these three things are not as good as a dog's sense of smell in most cases, if the lost item is beyond the reach of smell, you must rely on these three things." "Can you explain more clearly?" Byway sighed. "What I want to say is, haven't you noticed that I was just helping you search for the truth?" "Ah, just now." Vic was a bit hesitant. "Weren't you just teasing that little girl?" "If you can only see the surface, you'll never find the truth in your lifetime." Vic was even more confused. Byway slightly moved his body aside, letting Vic look out at the small town from the window behind him. The sun had not fully set, and the twilight dyed the entire town a pale gold, giving a sense of tranquility and harmony. Such a scene might not seem strange in any other place, but here, in this land without God ravaged by night. "Remember what that girl said," Byway began leisurely. "People from the wildfire sect never stay here overnight. They only come during the day, and when they do, they conduct proper business and bring news from outside. Don't you think the treatment here is entirely different from that of Yade Town on the border?" Listening to Byway, the confusion on Vic's face slowly turned into contemplation. He had indeed been to this town and experienced its uniqueness. It's just that at that time, he was focused on looking for the lost sacrificial arena, so he didn't stay long or think much about it. And now, hearing Byway deliberately mention it, he seriously thought about it. "Indeed, very strange," Vic said softly. "This town is very vibrant, just like that lady boss." Byway had an expression of satisfaction, as if saying, "You finally noticed the blind spot. Yes, that little girl doesn't seem like a resident under the control of esoteric Buddhism. Her eyes are full of clear stupidity, which is absolutely abnormal in this land." Indeed. Normally, under the dual interference of night and the wildfire sect, the residents' lifestyle here should be more like that of the townsfolk in Yade Town. But why exactly is this the case? Vic subconsciously wanted to continue asking Byway, but then remembered what Byway had said earlier. The biggest difference between humans and dogs is using your brain. So he forced himself to use his brain. A small piece of harmonious territory in a dangerous land, untouched by darkness and wildfire. Secluded from the world. Which means... Images suddenly formed in Vic's mind. He stood inside a shallow, uncrossable fence, surrounded by flesh and blood. Then a shout, "Bastard, what are you doing? That's my wolf, not your livestock." In an instant, an answer formed in his heart, and he blurted out, "Livestock. Novel fire. This town is like a livestock being penned." Vic didn't have time to think where the image came from because he was already frightened by his own conjecture. "This town is specially penned livestock. I've seen it. It's to fatten them up and kill them for meat. Only livestock wouldn't know anything about the outside world. Only livestock would be protected in a dangerous world, at least until they're killed for meat. They are safe." Vic looked expectantly at Byway, nervous and excited, thinking he had found the answer. "Am I right?" Byway's face held a faint smile. "Of course." "Wrong answer. The answer is imitation." Byway quietly looked at the jubilant Vic. "Just like you're imitating humans. They are imitating God. The God of governance." Chapter 532, 16 Each Person's Calculations. Outside the small town, Wood, the church leader of the wildfire sect, quietly watched the distant sunset as it slowly descended. Around him stood a host of wildfire believers. "Church leader, are we sure to take action tonight?" a believer asked. Wood glanced at the other. "Otherwise, are you trying to defy the leader's will?" "No, of course not," the believer shivered, then quickly said, "It's just that we haven't received any messages from church leader Lauren yet, so I was wondering, could something have happened?" Wood furrowed his brows slightly upon hearing this. "No message yet." "Yes, and those who were sent to investigate have not returned either." Wood's brows knitted even more tightly. This was indeed an unexpected situation he couldn't ignore. According to the usual procedure, Lauren should have already taken care of that troublesome kid by now, or more accurately, the saint. This was the first step in the leader's becoming a god, and the most crucial step. And he was now in charge of the second step. Though these two steps weren't directly related, if something happened on Lauren's end, their action tonight would also be meaningless. But what could have happened to Lauren? It was just dealing with an unawakened saint, after all. For someone of Lauren's strength, there shouldn't have been any accidents. Could it be Rhine? Wood recollected the last meeting, when Lauren mentioned that Rhine had been restless lately, and seemed to be planning something. Could it be that those damn perverts have indeed extended their reach to this land? While Wood pondered, a subordinate hurried over and whispered a few words to him. After listening, Wood involuntarily showed a surprised expression. What the subordinate told him was that at dusk, a person claiming to be the Rhine priest checked into the town's only inn, accompanied by a masked individual. Even more importantly, judging by the aura, that person seemed to be the saint whom Lauren had been pursuing. The Rhine priest, the saint. Both were in this city. If it weren't for the fact that the one reporting was Wood's most trusted subordinate, he might have thought the person was talking in their sleep. So what on earth was going on? What had happened to Lauren? Wood thought for a long time, but he still couldn't make sense of it. Novel fire. With sunset nearly complete and darkness about to descend, he must make a decision quickly. Whether to proceed with the original plan. After a moment, Wood slowly spoke. "No matter what happened on Lauren's side, since the saint is right before us, we'll just finish what he was supposed to do." "As you command." The subordinates saluted with a chest gesture, their movements precisely as if they were statues. Wood then looked at the city before him, about to be completely engulfed by darkness, and softly said, "All for our leader, for the master who shall descend upon the world. Go kill all the hunters. Let the night descend upon us. Let these ignorant fools see who the true savior is." With the order given, Wood and all the pursuers vanished at once, transforming into shadows, entering the small town before complete nightfall. "Lost," Fig calmly looked at the Rhine Knight before him. "You might as well clarify. What exactly was lost?" The Rhine Knight standing before him was in a bad state. His left arm was gone. The wound looked as though it was bitten by a beast, with dense teeth marks all over his armor as well. If he hadn't used the divine arts to stop the bleeding, it would have been impossible to make it back to Fig. But clearly Fig wasn't very concerned about this knight's life. His focus remained on the Devourer. 2 days ago, this knight's squad brought 2 Devourers into the wildfire's territory, and Fig originally expected them to return with Ulu's body and those corpse blocks. But not only did they fail to bring them back, they even lost one of the Devourers. This was something Fig absolutely could not accept, Hence his seemingly calm words were laced with suppressed anger. This anger caused the Rhine knight before him to shudder uncontrollably, nearly unable to stand. "I'm sorry, Bishop Fig," the Rhine knight stammered. "An accident occurred." After which he recounted last night's encounter to Fig in full detail. Upon hearing it, Fig also knitted his brows deeply. Because, strange, it was just too strange. The Rhine priest they'd been tracking with the corpse blocks, surprisingly, was Ulu. But if it was Ulu, who else could it be? The seven-tone player who had thrown the holy sound into chaos. Where on earth had Ulu gone? Rumor had it the person was accompanied by a young boy, indicating they might indeed be from Rhine. But there was only one traitor in Rhine, Ulu. And who was that boy? Moreover, his men were ambushed by a giant wolf during combat. Even the divine power barrier was shattered. What was that all about? From the knight's description, it seemed to be those wildfire believers. But how could they, those brute force-capable folks, break through divine arts? Only divine arts can counter divine arts, and those wildfire believers don't even have a god above them. How could they use divine arts? Also, the giant wolf seemed to initially be pursued by those wildfire believers. Chapter 533. Each one schemes too. What is going on here? They had a traitor in Rhine, a traitor in Holy Sound, and now there's a traitor in this wildfire cult. Even though Fig considered himself the most intelligent of the 4 bishops in Rhine, he was still overwhelmed by this massive influx of information. What exactly is going on? Wasn't this simply supposed to be about pursuing Ulu and retrieving the corpse blocks? Why has it become more complicated? Fig rubbed his temples in frustration, forced himself to calm down, and began analyzing the situation. Initially, that Rhine priest being chased not being Ulu seemed quite concerning, but upon further thought, it didn't matter as long as he retrieved the corpse blocks. To put it more bluntly, only the corpse blocks matter, not the person. However, he needed to pay some attention to the actions of the wildfire cultists. Novel fire. Upon entering wildfire's territory, Fig vaguely sensed that these faithless cultists seemed to be plotting something, and that chased boy was the best evidence. This indicated that the actions of wildfire were not a response to their invasion, but rather their intrusion coincidentally collided with the cultists' actions. Monitoring the wildfire cultists was Fig's responsibility, as his church was the closest to this land. But honestly, Fig had never given the cultists much regard. The reason was simple: these people had no deities backing them. In this world, without divine blessing, struggling mortals would always be a disorganized rabble. If not for the limit of Rhine's ruling area, they could conquer this land, which once belonged to the god of Senluo, in half a month. Such a weak opponent wasn't worth worrying about. But this time, Fig sensed that these people were indeed brewing something troublesome. So then, Fig pondered for a moment, then raised his head to the knight before him again. "Are you sure that the Rhine priest and the wolf boy both escaped, without being caught by the wildfire cultists?" The knight nodded. "Yes, I saw with my own eyes that the unknown priest took the wolf boy away, and all the remaining wildfire cultists have been killed. I originally wanted to pursue further, but I couldn't control 2 devourers alone, and with the divine arts ineffective, the corpse ghosts could attack me as well, so I could only manage to bring back 1 devourer with all my strength." Fig glanced at the nearby coffin. The returned devourer had been sealed away again. Fig approached the coffin, studying the lock as he softly said, "In other words, now it's a cat-and-mouse game." "A cat-and-mouse game?" the knight asked. "You mean the wildfire cultists are chasing the false priest and wolf boy?" "No," Fig shook his head, "it's us chasing them." The knight was confused, "But we've already lost their trail." "You've lost it, but it hasn't." Fig placed his hand on the coffin. "If that person really has the corpse blocks, it will certainly not lose track." "But we've lost the bell, it's out of control." The knight's words faltered before suddenly realizing Fig's intention, his eyes widening. "Do you mean?" "The wildfire cultists call their elite forces pursuers, so it's time to show them what a true pursuer looks like." The knight gaped, "But letting the devourer run wild will cause many to die." He dared not continue. "Many, many cultists will die." Fig smiled, completing the knight's sentence. "But it also shows us the way, doesn't it? We just need to follow the mountain of corpses and sea of blood until we get what we want. And in doing so, solve the problem of the wildfire cultists once and for all. No matter what they're plotting, just kill everything alive, and there will be no trouble." Vic uneasily lowered his hood. Even though he had triple-checked his appearance before leaving, ensuring nothing from Adair was visible, he still felt nervous. If anyone discovered... No one would discover anything. Vic took a deep breath and walked toward the little girl who was currently arguing with Bai Wei, the young proprietress. Hello. When the girl's gaze landed on him, Vic instinctively stepped back but still forced himself to speak. I wanted to ask how to contact the hunters in this city. View the correct content at Novel Fire. The girl tilted her head. Hunters. Yes, hunters. Seeking hunters was Vic's own decision. Because he suddenly realized that ever since meeting Bai Wei, whenever he encountered anything, his immediate reaction was to ask Bai Wei. This was wrong. Regardless of whether Bai Wei might be deceiving him or not, Bai Wei wasn't from this land, and the information he provided might not be accurate. Thus, there was no need to hang himself on a single tree. Gathering more intelligence and information was what he should be doing now. Just as Bai Wei had said, the difference between humans and animals is the ability to think independently, so he needed to separate from Bai Wei and think independently. Based on Bai Wei's words, thinking independently from Bai Wei, does that count as separation from Bai Wei? Vic involuntarily fell into deep thought. The more he pondered, the itchier his scalp felt as if something was about to grow from inside. Hey. A hand waving in front of him interrupted his thoughts. Vic looked up to see the young proprietress looking annoyed. What are you doing? You ask me a question and then start daydreaming. Do you want to find hunters or not? Oh. Vic snapped back to reality, nodding repeatedly. Yes, I want to find them. If he had to choose, Vic would rather trust the hunters than Bai Wei, the Rhine priest. After all the changes he encountered originated from that old hunter's guidance to go to the lost sacrificial arena. So it seemed like only hunters who had also been to the lost sacrificial arena would know what was happening to his body. Unfortunately, the only hunter who had properly interacted with him was the deceased old hunter, so he, as a new hunter, had to rely on others for information on other hunters. Luckily, the young proprietress knew the whereabouts of hunters. She asked, "Why are you looking for hunters?" Vic scratched his head, honestly replying, "To ask a few questions." Questions, not commission work. No, not that. In that case, would a retired old hunter do? Yes. Vic nodded vigorously. That would be even better. The older, the better. Because that means they know more information. Under Vic's eager gaze, the young proprietress smiled and extended her hand. What? Vic didn't immediately understand. Pay up, the young proprietress rolled her eyes. No one's going to take you otherwise. Okay then. A few minutes later, sitting by the window, Bai Wei watched Vic follow the bouncing young proprietress out of the inn, holding a cup of hot tea. He looked like a loyal little dog. Vic going to find hunters was something Bai Wei permitted. No, more accurately, something he hinted at. As Bai Wei had been saying, Vic needed to find himself. Who Vic ultimately was depended solely on him. Bai Wei couldn't interfere. And the only thing Bai Wei could do was, I truly hope I won't have to kill you myself in the end. Bai Wei drained the tea from his cup and turned to leave. Chapter 534, 17 Old Hunters. Visit here. After following the innkeeper's daughter through a maze of twists and turns, Vic finally stopped in front of an extremely secluded cottage. Yeah, this is the place. The innkeeper's daughter showed a sly smile. How was it? Feel lost yet? Don't worry, I'll lead you out later. You'll lead me out? Vic was somewhat puzzled. Why? What, if I don't lead you out, do you think you'll find your way back? Why not? Vic said, even though it seems like you chose some overly complicated detours, but... Vic turned his head and pointed to the inn just 2 streets away. Isn't the inn right there? Why do you have to? He suddenly realized, wait, were you deliberately taking a detour? The innkeeper's daughter's mouth twitched. Damn it, she got caught. She didn't have any bad intentions. She just thought that since she had received so much money from Vic, just leading him through 2 streets seemed a bit too perfunctory, so she deliberately chose some longer routes to make Vic feel his money was well spent. Who knew this guy could still recognize the route? Really, if you knew the way, why didn't you say so earlier? I wouldn't have had to walk so far, my legs hurt. The innkeeper's daughter grumbled internally, but dared not voice it directly. Instead, she coughed twice and denied. Of course I didn't purposely take a detour. Do you think I'm an idiot? It's just that. Well, the hunter you were looking for has been in hiding for a long time. He doesn't want outsiders to know where he lives, so that's why I did this. I see. He actually believed it just like that. Is this guy really that naive? Though the innkeeper's daughter hadn't exactly lied, the old hunter indeed didn't want outsiders knowing his whereabouts. But the fact that this guy didn't have any doubts made her curious enough to ask, "Didn't you think that I might be out to scam you?" Scam me? Yeah, like luring you into an alley to beat you up, or simply kill you to rob your money. Huh, would you do something like that? Since you're asking like this, of course not. Oh, Vic nodded, saying, I don't think you're that kind of person. These words moved the innkeeper's daughter a bit. Such an innocent, kind person. Leading him just this once made her feel somewhat guilty about taking his money. Because there's a pleasant fragrance about you, Vic continued, different from those people. A pleasant fragrance, different from those people. The innkeeper's daughter thought this statement sounded familiar, as if someone had said something similar to her not long ago. Wait a minute, wasn't this what that pervy priest Rhine said about her smelling nice? The innkeeper's daughter's expression turned black instantaneously. Damn it, she actually thought he was a good person. Being that pervy priest's accomplice, how could he possibly have anything to do with being innocent? Of course, Vic could also sense the emotional shift in the innkeeper's daughter, but he had no idea why, and she didn't give him a chance to ask as she knocked on the door with a sullen face. Soon, footsteps could be heard from inside the house. Judging by the footsteps, the person's legs didn't seem very nimble. Then the door opened, and an old man in a dirty gray robe leaning on a cane appeared in Vic's view. Vic's eyes lit up instantly. He could immediately tell the person was a hunter, because the scent on him was exactly the same as an old hunter he had met before. Finally, I've seen a hunter again. Vic subconsciously took 2 steps forward, wanting to talk to the man, but he didn't expect the old hunter to frown and show killing intent in his eyes the moment he saw Vic. Wildfire cultist, he shouted, what do you want by finding this place? Before Vic could react, the innkeeper's daughter's face also changed upon hearing this. You're a wildfire cultist, the innkeeper's daughter shouted. You told me earlier you were. Vic immediately defended himself. I'm not a wildfire cultist. Before he finished speaking, he heard a clang, and the old hunter's cane was already pressed against his throat. At the base of the cane was indeed a rusty dagger. One more step and I'll kill you, the old hunter said coldly. The reason I'm even giving you a warning is that I'm retired as a hunter. If this were before, your head would already be gone. Scum. So fast. Vic hadn't been able to clearly see the other's movements before he was forced into a desperate situation. View the correct content at Novel Fire. The last time he felt this pressure was from Byway. Seriously, if you'd said you were with the wildfire cult, I wouldn't have brought you here, the innkeeper's daughter said irritably while grabbing Vic's sleeve. Just now you tricked me into thinking you were a good person. Now go away. No, I'm really not a wildfire cultist, Vic tried to explain. You guys have to believe me. View the correct content at Novel Fire. Don't treat people like idiots. The old hunter's tone remained cold. No matter how much you disguise, I can smell the stink on you. It's not human, but more like that of a beast. If you don't leave, I'll really have to make a move. I'm not a beast, Vic panicked. Adair isn't either. As he spoke, Vic took off his hood, revealing a half-human, half-wolf face. This immediately scared the innkeeper's daughter, causing her to release her grip and instinctively step back 2 paces. While the old hunter quickly squinted his eyes, the veins on his hand gripping the cane stood out, evidently ready to attack. Chapter 535, 17 Old Hunters 2. I am a hunter just like you, Vic shouted desperately. I came to find you not for anything else. I wanted to find my wolf, my Ade. You told me that to gain the hunter's power, I had to go to the lost sacrificial arena. I went, and now I'm like this. I can't remember what happened at all. No one told me what was really going on either. When I woke up, Adair was gone. The hunters were avoiding me, and the wildfire cultists were hunting me. The only one willing to help me was that mystical Rhine priest. I just want to know what happened. I just want to know where my Adair went. Vic hysterically shouted out this long speech. It seemed to drain all his heart power, leaving him barely able to stand, his body trembling uncontrollably. View the correct content at Novel Fire. The young landlady beside was already in a daze. Only the old hunter continued to watch silently, but his grip on his cane had gradually loosened. It seems you have indeed encountered something. The old hunter put down his cane, then slowly stepped aside, making way into the house. In that case, let's have a chat. Minutes later, Vic sat in the courtyard, holding a cup of hot tea, which seemed to give him strength, finally stopping his trembling. Then he turned his head, looking at the young landlady beside him, hesitantly asking, "You're not going back?" "Of course I have to keep an eye on you," the young landlady said with arms crossed. "What if you really are a wildfire cultist leading the way? I have to be responsible to Mr. Ryan." Before Vic could speak, the old hunter's voice came over. Bringing him here was already irresponsible. Then the old hunter named Ryan sat in front of Vic, while the young landlady scratched her head embarrassedly on the side. Vic spoke first. "I wanted to ask, you said the wildfire cultists have been looking for you. What do you mean?" "Just what it says," Ryan said blandly. "They have always been searching for the remaining Senluo hunters." "What do they want to do?" "Don't know." "I also don't know what exactly they want to do," Ryan said. "All I know is that many of my friends went missing after they were targeted by them, probably dead." Vic muttered, "They're also hunting me. I also don't know what they want to do. Oh no, to be precise, they want to kill me, but I don't know the reason." Not knowing the reason is quite normal over the years. The hunters have been trying to figure out what these guys want, but usually to no avail. Ryan said, "These guys live in the wild, survive in the wild, exuding a beastly aura that doesn't seem human, pretty much like you now." "Sorry," Vic lowered his head. "I also don't know what happened to my body." As soon as he lowered his head, Vic felt his ear itch. He turned to see it was the young landlady pinching his ear, naturally, the part that was wolf. "Ah, sorry." The young landlady immediately withdrew her hand when discovered. "I was just curious about what it felt like. It kept moving when you talked, so I couldn't resist." Before Vic could speak, Ryan interrupted. "Rella, if you can't be quiet, just go back." "No," Rella sat up straight. "I'm quiet now." Vic also felt a bit strange. Being pinched on the ear by Rella, he surprisingly didn't feel much aversion, but rather a bit of enjoyment. This inevitably reminded him of Ade, who also liked him pinching its ear. At this thought, Vic felt a bit sad again. At this moment, Ryan spoke again. "About the Rhine priest you mentioned, what's the story there?" Vic gathered his spirits, scratched his head. "Could you ask me something else?" Can't you talk about him?" "He's very mysterious, so I don't know much about him." Vic was somewhat hesitant. "Besides, he saved my life. Twice. I really can't talk about him without his permission." "Is that so?" Ryan nodded. "That's good." "Good." "Yes, this makes me believe you aren't a wildfire cultist," Ryan said leisurely. "Those guys don't understand such principles." Vic scratched his head again, suddenly feeling warm inside. "As for the other things you mentioned," Ryan said slowly, "the old hunter who told you about the hunter's power from the lost sacrificial arena, do you remember his name?" "Ray." "Ray, huh?" Ryan squinted slightly. "I've never heard of this person." "Never heard of him? That's also quite normal after all. When I say I've never heard of him, I mean there isn't such a hunter." Vic was dumbfounded. "Do you think there are many hunters left in Senluo now?" Ryan said. "I can tell you it's less than 50, and we are all quite familiar with each other." Vic was very shocked, but still tried to explain. "There might just be one." "Impossible." Ryan shook his head. "Do you know why? Because of what you said, the hunter's legacy." "Isn't the hunter's legacy at the lost sacrificial arena?" "Hunters gained power from the sacrificial arena when the god of Senluo was still around." Ryan interrupted Vic. "Because the sacrificial arena is essentially just a medium, the hunters used it to gain power from the god of Senluo. But now the god of Senluo is gone. How can the sacrificial arena endow power now?" At this, Ryan paused slightly. "But the hunter's legacy has not been completely cut off. I can't tell you the exact method, but what I can say is that the current hunter's power can only be passed from one hunter to another hunter. And once the transmission is complete, that hunter loses the hunter's power." Vic was utterly stunned. After a long time, he murmured, "So, from the start, the lost sacrificial arena was a hoax. That old hunter has been deceiving me all along. But why? What did he gain by tricking me there?" "Don't know." Ryan shook his head. "But I suspect this is also a wildfire cultist scheme, considering your current state is identical to the wolf-like transformation of wildfire cultists. So the old hunter you met, Ray, is very likely a disguise of a wildfire cultist." "But I don't understand," Vic said. "Why did they target me?" Ryan looked at the half-wolf face of Vic. Perhaps your wolf is the reason. You mean Adair? Yes, Ryan nodded slightly. Though that fake hunter deceived you about a lot, there's at least one truth in the Senluo period. A fully empowered hunter hunted together with a hound that also had power. The hound was known as the hunter's closest companion, much like you and that little wolf named Adair. But after the god of Senluo passed, this pair vanished, replaced by the wildfire cultists who could transform their bodies into wolves. Hence, among hunters, there has been this unverified theory for years. What? Vic raised his head to look at Ryan. Ryan spoke softly. The reason wildfire cultists can retain their power is that they consumed the hounds. Chapter 536, you lied to me. But he... Vic huddled in the corner of the wall, retching repeatedly. Rella stood behind him like a little adult, tiptoeing to pat his back, but waited a long time without Vic vomiting anything, and said somewhat displeasedly, "Do you have something or not? Want to puke or don't?" "Enough, Rella," Ryan said lightly from his original seat. "Don't add fuel to the fire, let him recover on his own." Only then did Rella retreat. Vic took several deep breaths before finally standing up straight, then returned to his previous position, saying sorry as he picked up the cup from before. But his hands still couldn't stop trembling, causing the water in the cup to spill continuously. Ryan glanced downward. "The truth is indeed hard to accept, but what I said earlier is not the truth, just speculation. It seems your bond with that little dog is truly strong, and your psychological endurance is indeed weak." Vic weakly said, "Adair is a wolf." He remained silent for a while. "I truly cannot believe this is real," Vic said softly. "I can't imagine that I would eat Adair. Really, I cannot imagine. May I ask, do you have any other evidence?" Ryan shook his head. "Precisely because there's no more conclusive evidence, I say it's just speculation. After the death of the god of Senluo, wildfire believers have completely replaced hunters as the strongest force on this land. Yet to this day, we don't know where their power comes from, just like how we don't know the origin of the corpse ghosts that spread from the boundless night after the god of Senluo's death." Corpse ghosts? Vic didn't know if he truly wanted to know information about corpse ghosts or wanted temporarily to escape from the topic of Adair. Anyhow, he said quite urgently, "Can you tell me what are the corpse ghosts? I mean, when the god of Senluo was alive, what was this land like?" Novel fire. "Back then this land had a name like other churches. It was called Senluo," Ryan said. "But now only hunters still use the name Senluo." While speaking, Ryan paused, then slightly furrowed his brow as if recalling something. "Regarding that past of Senluo, I haven't experienced it firsthand. After all, when I was born, the god of Senluo was already dead, so I heard it from the elder hunters, who were the last batch when the god of Senluo was still around. According to what they said, the god of Senluo didn't suddenly pass but underwent a long process, lasting hundreds of years. When Senluo was first established, the god of Senluo was still very powerful, not weaker than the other 7 divines, and even paid more attention to this land than the other divines. He single-handedly founded the Senluo Church and cultivated the hunters of Senluo. Remember I mentioned before, the heritage of Senluo hunters comes directly from the god of Senluo. Even the earliest generation of hunters faced the god of Senluo directly. Faced the god of Senluo. Although Vic had seen the statue of the god of Senluo in those dilapidated churches, he still couldn't imagine what the true appearance of the god of Senluo was like. Yes, back then the hunters of Senluo were arguably the strongest batch of divine servants in the world, not yielding more to Rhine, holy sound, those orthodox churches. Ryan said, "But unlike them, Senluo's hunters were hard to leave Senluo." "Why was that?" Free/novel fire COM. "Because the hunters had to deal with a rather troublesome entity." "A rather troublesome entity?" "Yes, you can understand it as the precursor of corpse ghosts." Vic was slightly stunned. "But you just said corpse ghosts emerged only after the death of the god of Senluo." "That's why I call them the precursor to corpse ghosts. We called them corpse puppets," Ryan said. "Back then they appeared only at night, but not as endless as later. They would mutate from rotting corpses as if the dead suddenly revived and became monsters, so hunters didn't yet give them the title of ghost. Even then, they were already troublesome, as they could evolve from all sorts of corpses, not just humans but livestock, even some small animals." "Sounds quite troublesome as well." "Indeed, and the strength of corpse puppets correlates with the length of the mutation time. The longer the mutation, the more challenging to deal with," Ryan said. "And this was when the role of hounds became evident. Hounds often could find them before they puppetized, allowing hunters to handle them early, greatly reducing risk. From that time, hounds became standard for hunters." Hearing this, Vic couldn't help but purse his lips. He thought of Adair again. Hunters and hounds collaborating in hunting was something he dreamed of, yet unfortunately. Vic unconsciously clenched his fist. Ryan naturally noticed this detail but said nothing further, gracefully shifting the topic. Have you ever wondered why only this land has the existence of corpse ghosts or corpse puppets? Chapter 537 You lied to me too. Vic, who heard this question, was indeed distracted and said in a slight daze, Oh, is that so? Why is that? Being able to hold back until now to ask, You're really quite dull, Rella couldn't help but tease from the side, and then she asked Ryan, I'm more curious about if only this land has those strange things, why don't we move to another land to live? The world is so big even if the outside lands belong to other churches, but since there are hunters, there's no need to be afraid, right? Why only this land has corpse creatures and why we don't leave are essentially the same question, Ryan said slowly. The answer is simple because that thing comes from the god of Senluo. Vic and Rella were both stunned. Surprised, Ryan said faintly. Actually, this answer isn't hard to think of. The only thing that can make a divine fight personally would be another divine itself. When you put it that way, it makes some sense. Rella scratched her head, but what exactly is that thing? Is the god of Senluo battling with its own hands? No, Ryan shook his head, it's death. Vic and Rella showed a puzzled expression. What death? The death of the god of Senluo, Ryan said. The death of a god is not instantaneous, it has a long process like. He stretched out his hand and grabbed a burning stick from the fire pit in front of him. The flames licked the stick, turning it into ashes bit by bit. The god of Senluo at that time was like this stick, Ryan said. It was dying, death was consuming its body like flames, but it wasn't willing to accept its fate, so it wanted to fight against death. Vic opened his mouth. Can death be fought against? For mortals, no, but for gods, who knows? Ryan said solemnly. In any case, that's what the god of Senluo did. Those corpse creatures are the embodiment of death, devouring the vitality of the god of Senluo. So the god of Senluo created hunters to fight against its own death. Rella's lips moved slightly. Then, what happened after? It was still defeated by death. Rella. Seeing Rella's expression, Ryan couldn't help but smile, though it was quite a grim smile. You might be curious about why I speak so disrespectfully of the god of Senluo, even though hunters are its last believers on this land, Ryan said. But it's not my problem, it's all hunters are like this. Because the god of Senluo never intended to hide the fact that it was dying, it was different from other gods. It treated death as an enemy and was eager to defeat it. After hearing Ryan's description, Vic, who originally had no impression of the god of Senluo, suddenly imagined the god of Senluo in his mind. It's not the stiff statues in those dilapidated temples, but a living hunter. Its stature rivaled mountains, its power as magnificent as thunder. Vic tried his best to look up, but he could only see its shoulders hidden among the clouds. Then with a boom, he saw the god of Senluo mobilize supreme power, with a world-shaking roar, sending out an exalted battle intent in the direction it faced. Even he was infected by that battle intent. But who could make the god of Senluo raise battle intent? Correct content is on Novel Fire. Vic instinctively turned to look. Then he saw a small, thin figure standing firm above the sky. Who is that? Vic didn't know, but the other party cast their gaze upon him. In an instant, the fantasy world shattered, and he suddenly opened his eyes, seeing Ryan still holding that burning stick. All that had happened before seemed like an illusion. What happened to you? Rella noticed Vic's peculiarity. Why are you suddenly drenched in sweat? Are you thinking of your little dog again? Vic answered weakly, Adair is a wolf. Oh, Rella waved dismissively. Whether it's a wolf or a dog, isn't it up to you to say? Vic didn't know how to explain anymore. He felt very tired. That's all I know, Ryan said faintly. What happened further back, only the hunters of that generation knew. As for the current hunters, they are just the last embers after the fire has gone out. As he spoke, he poked at the nearly extinguished fire pit with the stick. Only a few sparks came out of the burn-through firewood. The three of them didn't speak for a long time afterwards. For Vic, the amount of information he got from Ryan was simply overwhelming, which also indirectly confirmed the authenticity of Ryan's identity as a hunter. At least Vic couldn't obtain this information from that old hunter. But then again, apart from letting Vic know he was deceived, the information Ryan provided was useless. He still didn't know what had happened to him, nor did he know what lay in the lost sacrificial arena. All he knew was that it was all a conspiracy of the wildfire believers. Yet even so, he still needed to go there. With this realization, Vic bid farewell to Ryan, who didn't say a word but merely nodded in response. But as Vic and Rella were walking to the door, Ryan suddenly spoke up. "Vic, why do you want to become a hunter?" Vic instinctively turned his head, seeing Ryan still sitting quietly on that little stool, gazing at him. "Why become a hunter?" "Yes," Ryan said, "the god of Senluo is already dead and the era of hunters has passed. Whether you accept it or not, this land will be renamed Wildfire in the future. If you want to join them now, I don't think they would refuse. The future belongs to them. Have you never thought about it?" Vic opened his mouth, instinctively wanting to voice the reason, but the words stopped at his lips. Indeed, why did he want to become a hunter? Why did he suddenly forget? It seems you haven't found the answer yet. Ryan lowered his head again, as if ready to fall asleep. "Leave here, and it's best to act as if you never met me." Before Vic could respond, Rella directly pulled him away by the hand. Ryan watched the two figures disappear into the distance, sighed lightly, and then prepared to return indoors to rest. However, as he stood up, he suddenly sensed something, and his weary eyes instantly became sharp. This dark night was not quite right. "I didn't expect you to have so many stories." On the way back, Rella walked lazily with her hands behind her head. "You're indeed much more interesting than that priest of Rhine. By the way, what exactly is he?" Rella walked a few steps ahead, only to find that Vic hadn't followed. She turned around, puzzled, and saw Vic standing still, clutching his head tightly, his whole body trembling. "Hey," Rella felt something was wrong. "What's going on with you?" She wanted to approach Vic, but after taking 2 steps forward, she saw something and instinctively stepped back, her eyes full of terror. Because half of Vic's face had already turned into a wolf's. "You!" Suddenly, a dense sound of footsteps echoed from the alley. Rella instinctively turned her head, immediately embraced by a shadowy figure rushing towards her. It was Ryan. She didn't even have time to react to what was going on before a terrifying wolf howl echoed from behind. Swoosh! Rella was thrown to the ground by Ryan. At the same time, warm blood splattered onto Rella's face. Rella jerked her head up, seeing half of Ryan's body already torn apart. And behind Ryan was a tall figure identical to Vic, half human, half wolf. And there wasn't just one. Soon a second, a third emerged from the darkness. Some stood right next to Vic, like monsters emerging from the abyss. Rella instantly understood something, and she stared intently at Vic. "You deceived me." Chapter 538, Let's use this one then. Vic felt like his head was going to split open. It was as if something inside his head wanted to cleave it from the inside out. The intense pain almost made him lose consciousness on the spot, but he gritted his teeth and held on. Because he could sense those guys were coming. He saw in front of him a half-man, half-wolf very similar to himself, saw Ryan lying on the ground, covered in blood after being attacked, and heard Rella's frantic screams. So he wanted to do something, but the pain left him incapable of doing anything, only able to watch helplessly, unable to utter a word. And the half-man, half-wolf who had taken down Ryan also noticed Vic, stepping over Ryan's and Rella's bodies to approach him. "It really is you," Wood chuckled, "Saint." "A saint? Is he calling me?" "It seems Lauren was right. You did encounter some obstacles, but that's okay. Let me help you finish the last part of the journey." Vic forced himself to lift his head and saw the other extending a hand. No, it was a claw. But that claw was as sharp as a knife, and Vic seemed to see his own blurry reflection in it. He was about to die here. Vic thought novel fire. But the claw stopped just short of piercing his skull. Oh, Wood slowly turned around, looking rather surprised at the fallen Ryan behind him, a pureblood hunter, and the legacy has been maintained so well. All the Wildfire sect members looked towards Ryan. Ryan's torn flesh was emitting a white smoke and rapidly healing. Novel fire. Then Ryan stood up, with one arm holding the still frightened Rella, the other gripping a worn-out staff, a black trench coat flapping in the wind, faintly showing a rusty curved blade strapped behind him. Very impressive. Seeing Ryan stand up, the surprise on Wood's face turned to admiration. "To be able to stand after being knocked down by me, you're the first one tonight. You must be the strongest hunter in this city." Hearing Wood's words, Ryan's expression barely changed, only murmuring, "So that means I am the last one in this city." "No, not just this city." Wood shook his head. "More accurately, you're the last one in this land you call Senluo, as this city was our last strike." "I see." Ryan nodded slightly. "I didn't even receive any news. Seems you're eager to start a new era indeed. This land has been in chaos too long." Wood was somewhat surprised by Ryan's calm reaction. "You're not angry," Wood said. "Your era is about to end by our hands. And when I became a hunter, the god of Senluo was already gone. From then the era of hunters was over." Ryan said calmly, "If you can really take over this mess, it wouldn't be a bad thing." Wood tilted his head, frowning slightly. He seemed unable to understand Ryan's words, drooling from the gaps between his sharp but incomplete teeth as he tilted his head. "I have only one question." Ryan first glanced at Vic behind Wood, then looked down at the still trembling Rella in his arms. "Those two kids have nothing to do with hunters. Can you let them leave?" Wood understood this question, and he shook his head with a smile. "No." Rella trembled even more violently. Ryan gently patted Rella's shoulder in comfort, then asked, "Can I know the reason?" "Only light that shines into darkness is the most dazzling," Wood said. "This land needs to be reborn in a fierce fire." "Why not be clearer about it?" "Ha, can't comprehend it," Wood laughed. "We learned this from your hunters. During the Senluo period, it's often those who truly face the threat of life and death that respect Senluo and hunters more." Ryan was silent for a while, then slowly nodded. "I think I understand your meaning in that case." He reached for the rusty curved blade strapped to his back. The two Wildfire sect members closest to him seemed to sense something, and immediately lunged at Ryan. Ryan suddenly crouched, moving so fast it was impossible for the eye to catch. Only the flapping black trench coat was visible, like a flag rising suddenly. It blocked everyone's view. "Kachek." Under the trench coat, the sound of metal clashing echoed, as if two metal objects were pieced together. No one saw what it was, but the two Wildfire sect members attacking Ryan tore through the flapping coat. Yet instead of tearing into flesh as imagined, they were met by a long-handled scythe. Whoosh! That scythe, corroded by countless years and rusted, still sliced through the air with a scream no less than that of the Wildfire sect's wolf claws. Almost instantly, the seemingly strong body of one Wildfire sect member was easily halved, blood gushing forth. The other Wildfire sect member quickly turned his head, seeing Ryan had already retreated 2 meters away. Chapter 539, Let's use this one then too. He held Rella with one hand and grasped the long-handle scythe, made from a combination of a cane and a blade, with the other. The single shirt beneath his trench coat couldn't conceal the bulging muscles. Yes, he had sliced through that Wildfire sect believer's half-transformed body with just one hand. Another Wildfire sect believer wanted to pursue, but then suddenly saw small black spheres dropping from their trench coat. As these black spheres hit the ground, a series of explosions occurred immediately, like firecrackers, creating a pungent white fog. Inhaling the white fog, the Wildfire sect believer immediately fell to their knees, clutching their throat in agony. View the correct content at Novel Fire. And by the time other Wildfire sect believers chased after them, Ryan and Rella were already nowhere to be seen. This guy, Wood squinted slightly, is definitely not simple. Wood could smell Ryan's scent, and if he wanted to pursue, he could easily catch up, especially since the other guy was dragging along a burden, and with Corpse Ghost already in town, he couldn't run fast. But Wood didn't do so. Because compared to this half-disabled old hunter, the Saint was evidently more important. Wood turned around and looked again at Vic, who was still trembling behind him. Within just a few minutes, Vic's transformation into a werewolf intensified again, with 3/4 of his face becoming wolf-like, the remaining quarter constantly twitching, and new black fur seeping through the skin bit by bit. "Oh, it seems there's no need to do it manually anymore," Wood said. "Are you going to awaken yourself, Saint?" Vic didn't speak, trembling more and more. "What are you still hesitating for?" Wood slightly turned his body, letting Vic see the direction in which Ryan retreated. "Look at that old hunter. He rescued the girl but left you behind. Don't you understand why?" "Why?" Vic could hear Wood's voice. "Yes, why? Why did they leave only me?" "Fear. So afraid." Vic closed his eyes. He was back in the butcher's pen, surrounded by cut meat, watching the butcher sharpening the knife. He whimpered in the pen. Because he was scared. Really so scared. Is there anyone who can come and save him? Anyone? Please. Save me. Vic. Swish. A piercing screech dragged Vic out of the hallucination, and he instinctively looked up, seeing a shadow holding a scythe sweeping up behind Wood. It was Ryan. Wood naturally sensed Ryan's surprise attack. He turned abruptly, raising his hand to block the scythe slashing toward his neck. The same scythe that had previously sliced through the Wildfire sect believer's body quickly cut into Wood's arm, but instead of cleaving through, as expected, it stopped when it hit some hard substance. Ryan squinted a little. It was bone. You dare to come back here and die. Wood roared at Ryan, but Ryan remained unfazed, merely raising his hand to show his wrist to Wood. There was a cut on his wrist, bleeding ceaselessly. Wood realized something, hurriedly retreating, but it was a step too late as Ryan flicked the blood onto Wood's face, then formed a hand seal. With a boom, the spilled blood transformed into black flames, instantly setting half of Wood's face ablaze. Aeolia. Wood howled in pain, but Ryan didn't pursue further, as the other Wildfire sect believers had also reacted, rushing towards him swiftly. So he directly grabbed Vic's hand. Let's go, kid. For a moment, Vic felt dazed again. He seemed to see a small figure sneaking into the pen, cautiously reaching out to him. Let's go, Ade. He tried to unlock the shackles without making any sound, but still caught the butcher's attention. So the butcher from his memories, and the werewolf burning in reality, let out the same wild roar. Kid Hunter, you courting death. Vic turned his head, seeing the whole body of the butcher on fire, rushing towards them with a cleaver. Run, Ade. The scenes kept shifting afterward. At one moment, he was being led on a wild run through an alley. At another, he was dashing across the wilderness. Sometimes he was being held by the hand, sometimes embraced in someone's arms. The person running with him alternated between an elderly hunter and an extremely thin teenager. Chasing them was the butcher engulfed in flames and a pack of ferocious dogs he owned. The savage dogs lunged at the teenager, ferociously tearing at the flesh and blood on his body. While escaping, the teenager both kicked the dogs away and protected the wounded boy in his arms. Blood spilled all over the ground. The teenager's speed in running became progressively slower, and his strength in holding him became increasingly weaker. In the end, the teenager fell, and the boy was thrown out. When he looked up, he saw the butcher had caught up with the teenager. Wood glanced at Vic, who lay on the ground, convulsing continually like a wounded pup, shook his head, stepped over his body, and walked towards Ryan, who was curled up a few meters away. At this moment, there was hardly a spot on Ryan's body left unscathed. Only the hunter's blood was supporting his final breaths. I don't understand, Wood said. You had already left, so why come back? You should be able to tell that he and you are not the same kind. Ryan glanced at Vic and let out a low chuckle. You are not the same kind because you are monsters and he is not. Vic ceased his trembling, but Wood didn't notice, just shook his head. You're only deceiving yourself and choosing to lose your life for this delusion. After speaking, he continued walking towards Ryan. This time, Wood didn't plan to hold back. Ryan gently closed his eyes, calmly welcoming death. But death did not come. Ryan opened his eyes in confusion, only to be stunned by the scene before him. For a silver wolf stood in front of him. Wood's eyes widened, Saint. Before he could finish his sentence, the pure silver wolf let out a roar entirely different from before. Electric arcs even flickered among its silver fur. With a whoosh sound, it lunged at Wood like a silver comet, directly knocking Wood dozens of meters away, forcibly pushing him out of the alley. Ryan stared in shock at the silver wolf's back, then recognized its identity based on the remaining cloth fragments. That was Vic. Why had he turned into this? Ryan had no time to ponder further, as Vic was already grappling with Wood. After transforming into the pure silver wolf, each of Vic's attacks carried thunder, quickly subduing Wood. This form, has he awakened? Wood shouted in shock at Vic. Damn it, you've awakened, so why still attack me? Vic didn't reply to Wood, as if he'd lost all reason, knowing only how to attack again, and attack some more against Wood. Novel fire. In just a few exchanges, Wood was left battered. Under these circumstances, Wood knew he had to give his all, or he'd be beaten to death by Vic. Thus he let out a wolf's howl, his half-wolf form instantly swelling several times, even towering over Vic by 2 heads. Full transformation into a werewolf. Wood mercilessly swiped his claw down, dispersing the thunder on Vic instantly, turning half his body into a bloody mess. "Who do you think you are?" Wood roared at Vic. But Vic seemed oblivious to the pain, charging at Wood again. He wasn't just facing one enemy. The other believers of the Wildfire sect, also in their full werewolf forms, charged up as well. Thus, the battle instantly turned into a hunt. The black wolves hunted the silver wolf. Ryan from within the alley witnessed it all. He struggled to rise and assist Vic. For Ryan knew Vic was doing it to save him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lured those believers out of the alley. But he was too gravely injured. Even the hunter's blood couldn't heal this severely aged and damaged body, only watching as Vic was besieged, pieces of flesh torn from his body by the black wolves, while the flickering lightning quickly dispersed. "Damn it!" Ryan never felt so useless, cursing in despair and pounding his battered body. "Move." At this moment, a man's voice echoed from the depths of the alley. "Do you want to save that child?" Ryan was slightly startled, instinctively turning his head, only to see an outstretched hand. In the palm, there lay an eye as radiant as a star. "If you want to, use this. Chapter 540 died to save you." What a troublesome guy. Wood had lost count of how many times he had knocked Vic down. Every time after being knocked down, this guy would charge forward like a watchdog that has lost its mind and knows only how to bite. Yes, the watchdog. Wood really didn't want to think of such a guy as a wolf, because there are no wolves this foolish in the world. Only those guard dogs kept by humans could be so troublesome. Both weak and difficult to deal with. Just like Vic right now, dragging his bloody body forward again and again. What's the difference between him and those stupid dogs that keep barking at stronger creatures to protect their territory? Wood was truly angry. "Do you know who you are?" Wood slapped Vic down again and then pressed his head, roaring into his ear, "Saint, you are our saint." But Vic still seemed to not hear, as the blood-stained silver hair was still trying to reform electric light, seemingly wanting to counterattack. What a fool! In fact, the battle was already over. If Wood wanted, he could crack open Vic's head right now. But he couldn't do that. Because Vic could die, but the saint could not die. Yet that human part clung stubbornly to this great body like a sticky gum, refusing to be expelled, making Wood extremely annoyed. Fortunately, there was still a way. Wood raised his claw one last time, slamming it down hard. The electric light he struggled to reform was scattered again, and the other Wildfire sect believers surged up and bit Vic's limbs. Now Vic truly couldn't resist. All he could do was lift his head high, staring at Wood like he still wanted to bite off one last piece of flesh. Wood snorted coldly, "It's over, stupid dog." Then he exerted a little pressure on Vic's head, his claw like a sharp blade piercing into Vic's scalp. Vic immediately let out a painful howl. Even when he was beaten almost to death before, he hadn't reacted this way. "Looks like you can feel it too," Wood said with a cold laugh. "It's time to say goodbye to your foolish memories and perceptions, stupid dog." Since he couldn't directly kill the human part of Vic, he would draw out the saint's part instead. With that, blood seeped from his fingertips, flowing down his claw into Vic's brain. "Roar!" Vic struggled more fiercely, a look of fear flashing in those jade-green eyes for the first time. Because he felt something precious slipping away from him. In the flickering memory images, the butcher's knife finally was about to fall. "You've been interfered with by that foolish human for too long," Wood said slowly. "Now it's time to return to the right path." "It's over." Wood exerted a sudden force. Then with a swoosh sound, his blood suddenly turned into fierce fire, burning half of his body while rapidly spreading towards Vic. Wood was shocked. At the moment before the flames reached Vic's brain, he suddenly withdrew his hand to avoid hurting Vic. After all, Vic was at his most vulnerable now, and if the fire burned his brain, Vic could very likely die on the spot. A close call. After a brief scare, anger surged in Wood's heart. "Damn it, who did this?" "Wait a minute, blood into fire." "Could it be?" Wood immediately turned his head, looking towards the dark alley earlier. Sure enough, that deep voice accompanied by footsteps emerged from the dark alley. "That child has nothing left, only the last bits of memory and emotion, and you even have the heart to take that away." Wood watched as Ryan walked out from the alley, standing before him with a smiling face. So it was this guy. But why is he still able to stand? The injuries he sustained shouldn't be recoverable even with the hunter's blood. Moreover, Wood narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the smiling Ryan. He wasn't sure if it was his illusion, but Ryan seemed like a different person to him now. He shouldn't have this feeling, because in front of his sense of smell, no disguise could go unnoticed. Wood was very sure the Ryan before him was the same Ryan as before, without any changes. No, that's not right. He looked into Ryan's left eye. At the instant he met that left eye, Wood's body involuntarily trembled, as if someone had gripped his heart tightly, making him feel fear. Yes, fear. Wood was filled with astonishment. How was this possible? Wood's throat moved involuntarily. Who exactly are you? His voice carried a tremor, causing the believers around him to show surprised expressions involuntarily, though it was hard to see much expression on their wolf faces. Oh, Ryan showed a meaningful smile. You can actually feel it. Of course he could feel it. The moment he met that eye, Wood felt every organ, every cell in his body sounded the alarm. Except for the leader, he had never encountered someone so powerful. Chapter 540, One died to save you too. But the problem is, the leader's power lies in the fact that he's about to become the master. Then how is this guy so powerful? Where does his power come from? And what's up with his body anyway? Wood stared intently at the old hunter whom he had beaten, until he couldn't move just 10 minutes ago. It's hard to say what happened, but at this moment, Ryan felt to Wood like a scarecrow set ablaze. Even his soul was burning. Church leader, what s? Wood's reaction made his followers uneasy. Realizing this, Wood took a deep breath and regained his composure. This guy is strange, he said in a deep voice. It might be his hunter's blood that's special. To be safe, let's all go in together and deal with him and the saint before he fully loses control in wolf transformation. We don't have much time. Hearing Wood's words, the believers nodded and took their stances again. Roar! Wood used a wolf's howl as a signal, letting the believers temporarily leave Vic behind and charge towards by way from all directions. But halfway through their charge, they felt something was wrong. Wood church leader had not followed. They instinctively turned their heads and saw Wood church leader frantically sprinting with his powerful black wolf's body, limbs extended. But the direction he was running was completely opposite to theirs. All the believers were stunned. Wood church leader was escaping. That powerful Wood church leader just abandoned them and ran away alone. The believers could hardly believe it, but the reality was there for them to see. The large figure running off with its tail between its legs was indeed their church leader. Tisk, certainly a smart guy. Then the old hunter's voice rang in their ears, and they instinctively turned their heads to see him slowly raise the blood-stained scythe. Such a pity my time is limited as well, otherwise I'd really want to chase him. As he spoke, the scythe, soaked in fresh blood, burst into fierce fire. In that case, let's deal with you bunch who were left behind first. Impossible to win. Absolutely impossible to win. If he stayed, it would only mean death. Wood ran wildly through the city. Even though he had run quite a distance, the fear hadn't left him. He even felt that the opponent was still chasing him. So he could only hope his subordinates would hold that damned guy back. As for him, his task for tonight was complete. All the hunters except for that one were killed, and the corpse ghosts had entered the city, so everything he needed to do was done. As for the saint, that was not his job to handle, it was Lauren's task. Lauren failed, what's that got to do with him? Besides, he discovered such a terrifying enemy, which is just as important for the leader. Yes, that's it. The leader won't blame him. Definitely whoa. 3 minutes later, the last wildfire sect believer attempting to flee fell to the ground, quickly burning into ashes in the flames engulfing him. Meanwhile, Byway looked at his, or more accurately, Ryan's, equally burning wrist, laughed and shook his head. Didn't expect a second-rank descent to deal with small fry. With all the rules sealed away, and the body seized from the holy sound still injured, it's hard to intervene in tonight's battle on his own. Fortunately, the body's owner was willing to act as a medium for his second-rank descent. This was probably the shortest time taken from acquaintance to consumption among all Byway's hosts, barely a minute. He didn't even know who Bai Wei really was, but just because Bai Wei promised to save Vic, he willingly became kindling for fire. The last hunter, Ryan. This name I have noted. Bai Wei thought to himself. But the matter isn't over yet. Bai Wei turned his gaze towards Vic nearby. In just the few minutes of battling these wildfire sect believers, Vic's wounds had recovered significantly. The arcs of electricity leapt again amidst his white fur. Clearly, he was about to awaken. However, Bai Wei walked to Vic, still holding Ryan's scythe. Vic's body trembled. But Bai Wei did nothing, only silently waited. His need for a second-rank descent wasn't just to deal with these wildfire sect believers. More importantly, it was Vic. Like the wildfire sect believers unable to regain sanity if wolf transformation is maintained too long, Vic had held this form for so long, and it comes at a cost. So Bai Wei waited for Vic's return. But if the returned is Vic, then unfortunately, the journey for both him and Vic on this land would come to an end. Under his gaze, Vic's brow furrowed tightly, expression growing increasingly fierce, body trembling more violently, the white fur lengthening like spring shoots after rain, racing uncontrollably in a way that couldn't be stopped. Seeing this, Bai Wei could only slowly raise the scythe. That damn dog! He bit into the butcher's thigh, finally causing the cleaver aimed at the boy to swing astray. Furious, the butcher grabbed his neck with the backhand and lifted him up. The cleaver in his hand gleamed fiercely. "I'll kill you all." The butcher roared, swinging the cleaver, and he closed his eyes. Swish! Blood spurted forth. He thought he was going to die. But he didn't. He opened his eyes. The boy once again stood before him. The blood belonged to the boy. He stared blankly at the boy. The boy barely managed a smile. "I won't let you die." "Adad. Adad." Vic suddenly awoke. Then he found himself lying in bed, staring at the plain wooden ceiling, with sunlight from outside illuminating the web between the beams. Vic was somewhat dazed. He didn't know what happened, just felt uncomfortable all over, his body sticky, unsure whether from sweat or blood. What's going on? He was a bit confused. Oh finally woke up. A familiar voice sounded by his ear. Vic turned his head, seeing Bai Wei leisurely sitting by the window, holding half an apple. "Priest Ulu," Vic struggled to sit up. "What are you doing here?" "What do you mean, what am I doing here?" Bai Wei chuckled. "This is my room, you forgot." "Enough." Before Vic could react, Bai Wei tossed him the half-eaten apple, and he instinctively took a bite. It wasn't until the sour juice spread in his mouth that he realized what he was doing, and almost threw the apple away. But at that moment, memories from yesterday suddenly surged. Wildfire sect believers, the young boss lady, old hunter Ryan. Priest Ulu, he quickly looked at Bai Wei, last night. "Wasn't a dream," Bai Wei said calmly, "all of it was real." "I know it's real, but..." Vic felt his memory fragmenting again, seemed critical moments were eluding him. "I was fighting those wildfire sect believers, and then... Oh, what about Miss Rella?" "You mean the young boss?" Bai Wei said. "She's fine, returned safe and sound." Vic breathed a sigh of relief. In his memory, Rella was taken by Ryan. Since she's fine, then Mr. Ryan. But the old hunter is dead. Vic's expression froze. He stared blankly at Bai Wei. Bai Wei spoke gently. "Died saving you." Chapter 542, Hunter's Legacy. The tranquility of the town ended. As Vic walked down the street, he saw endless ruins and the corpses buried beneath, with the surviving people tidying up the debris, their faces blank. It seemed like a different world after just one night. It wasn't just the wildfire believers causing chaos in the city last night. There were also those corpse ghosts. Bai Wei stood behind Vic, leisurely explaining. "While you went to find that old hunter, I also did some investigating. There are quite a few hunters in this city, and it's precisely because of their presence that this town is somewhat more peaceful compared to other places. Of course, that's not the only reason. It seems the corpse ghosts originally didn't want to come this way, although it's still unclear why. But now it doesn't matter, they've arrived, and the hunters who protected this town have all died." Vic slowly clenched his fists, murmuring, "Why did it turn out this way?" Bai Wei didn't answer, and Vic didn't need his response. Because Vic knew the answer. Although his memory of last night was quite vague, he still recalled what Wood said to Ryan. "Only the light that shines into the darkness is the most dazzling," Was it because of this? Was it just because of this? After a moment of silence, Vic spoke again. Can I go see that old hunter? Byway said, he's just a corpse now. Oh no, to be precise, just a few pieces of corpse blocks. Are you sure you still want to go? I'm sure. Then suit yourself. Byway shrugged, muttering, it's really strange, why are people in your world so interested in corpse blocks? Let me lead the way for you. Vic shook his head. No, I can smell his scent. So Vic and Byway went to the old hunter's home. As Byway said, the old hunter Ryan was now just a few charred pieces of corpse blocks, much like Ulu and Gerard before. But when Ulu and Gerard died, Byway wasn't able to personally help with their burial. Instead, he managed it for Ryan, whom he had only met once. Although retrieving Ryan's body wasn't a wise decision, it could lead Vic to suspect that Byway was watching nearby last night. But what can be said? Byway truly couldn't convince himself to leave such a hero without someone to tend to his remains, ultimately being burned with the dead wildfire believers by the townspeople. So he made this rather unwise decision, pondering how he would respond if Vic asked. Fortunately, Vic didn't ask. Once inside, he merely stared blankly at the remains. All right, it seems I overthought it. This guy doesn't have that much on his mind. Vic gazed dazedly. The tattered black hat of Ryan lay on the remains, making it seem, from afar, as if he were still alive, dozing by the fire as he had last night. It was only upon closer inspection that he realized it was just remains. He died to save me, Vic suddenly said. Yes, Byway nodded. He died to save you. He could have survived. Yes, he could have survived. Really, he had already escaped at that time. I see, at that time he had already escaped. Byway kept repeating Vic's words. This made Vic's originally blurry memories clearer. He recalled more things. Ryan pulling him to flee, protecting him but suffering more attacks in return, ultimately being driven to a dead end. Yet at this memory, it became vague again. He remembered Wood saying something to Ryan, and Ryan responding. But he just couldn't remember exactly what, and even though he tried hard to recall, it only made his head hurt more. Priest Ulu, Vic said softly, they called me saint. Yes, I know. They said I should be one of them. I see. But am I really one of them? Vic turned to look at Byway. I can't remember anything clearly, I don't know anything. So do you think you're one of them? I don't know, I really want to say I'm not, but I'm the same as them. Vic lowered his head, looking at his hands. I still remember, last night I became a monster like them, fighting and battling with claws and teeth. I know all their moves, I understand their language. Doesn't that make me one of them? Saying this, Vic's hands began to tremble slightly again. I was never a hunter from the beginning, but a wildfire believer. I should be on their side. If I hadn't lost my memory, then last night, I should have been one of the monsters attacking and slaughtering this small town. Vic's hands trembled more and more violently. In Byway's view, Vic's light brown eyes were gradually turning green, with bristles growing on the back of his fair hands. And Mr. Ryan died to save me, this monster. He died to save me, this monster. Vic's waist was gradually bending downwards, soon to be on all fours. I and they are the same kind of people. Seeing this, Byway calmly said, then why do you fight them? Chapter 543, Hunter's Legacy 2. Vic was stunned. If you're the same kind of person as them, then why are you fighting them to the death? Byway repeated. Vic's transformation halted, and he murmured, why am I fighting them to the death? Yes, you can't remember anything, you can't realize anything, yet you're still fighting them to the death. Why is that? Vic opened his mouth but couldn't answer. This guy left you a gift. Vic looked up, slightly confused at Byway. A gift. Yes, calling it a gift might not be appropriate because you might not want it. Byway fumbled in his pocket. When I arrived last night, this guy was by your side, with only his last breath remaining, but he held on just to give you this. Ah, found it. Byway pulled out a vial of black-red blood from his pocket. Vic was puzzled. This is his blood, which is Hunter's blood, Byway said calmly. He told me, after the death of the god of Senluo, a hunter's power could only be passed through blood, and the birth of a hunter is always accompanied by the death of another. Vic was dumbfounded, seemingly having guessed something, but didn't dare to believe it. Yes, this is the hunter's inheritance, Byway said. Accept this vial of blood and you'll be his successor and also the last hunter of Senluo. Byway handed the blood over. Well, will you accept it? Vic instinctively took the vial of blood. The moment his fingers touched the vial, the last fragment of vague memory became clear. He recalled the last conversation between Wood and Ryan last night. I don't understand. You've already left, so why come back? You should be able to see he's not the same kind as you. You're not the same kind because you're monsters, and he is not. In an instant, Vic's hand stopped trembling. The faint green in his eyes and the bristles on the back of his hand quickly receded. The beast-like bent body slowly stood upright. Only like this could he hold the vial of blood steadily, though he didn't even feel it himself. Looks like you accepted it, Bai Wei shrugged. This way, the hunter's inheritance of Senluo isn't completely broken. Vic still hesitated a bit. I don't know what I should do. That's up to you, Bai Wei said. You're the last person with hunter's blood, so only you can decide what kind of person you want to become. Bai Wei's words with deep meaning made Vic frown again, but this time the confusion didn't trouble him for long, and soon his expression became resolute. I want to find out the truth. About that little dog. Not just about Ade, Vic said, but also about the Wildfire Sect believers, the past of this land, what really happened with the god of Senluo and the Wildfire Sect believers. I want to figure it all out. Can you do it? I don't know, Vic said softly, but I must do it because I might be the only one still connected to both sides, the only one who can do this. Having that thought is quite good. Bai Wei gazed into Vic's eyes, but going deeper might make you recall more things, including some unpleasant memories. You don't mind that? Though Vic's reactions were always a bit slow, this time he heard the implication in Bai Wei's words. After a brief silence, he answered firmly. No matter what I eventually recall, know, or what I become, Vic said, I'll always remember who I am, remember what I have to do. Is that so? Bai Wei chuckled softly. Then do you remember what you have to do once all these things are done? A flash of confusion crossed Vic's eyes instantly. Is there anything else apart from these? Bai Wei waited a moment, seeing that Vic still didn't recall, before reminding him. Did you forget your first hunter commission? You haven't delivered that message to that little girl yet. Vic suddenly realized, oh right. With that kind of memory, you say you never forget things. I didn't forget, Vic tried to argue, I just temporarily forgot. And the more he spoke, the redder his face became. Whatever you say, Bai Wei shrugged, turned, and left. You better use that guy's blood. Just a reminder that blood is meant to be injected, not drunk. Oh, really? Illiterate. Wood came to a halt. To be exact, he finally stopped. Because he had been running since last night without stopping to rest. He was afraid that if he stopped, that guy would catch up. Fear turned into the most effective motivation. But even so, after running wildly until now, he finally couldn't hold on any longer and had to stop to rest. So where exactly had he run to? Wood felt his head spinning a bit, and for a moment he couldn't even figure out where he was. When he started running away last night, he intended to run back to see the leader directly. However, Wood remembered that the leader was at a critical moment right now, and no one could see him, not even himself as the church leader. Without a way to see the leader, where else could he go? Find other church leaders. That's even more impossible. Because all his subordinates were gone, and he was seriously injured, going to other church leaders at this time was definitely not a wise thing to do. The Wildfire Sect believed in the survival of the fittest, both externally and internally alike. So for a moment, Wood didn't know where to go, and in his panic, he ended up running to a place even he didn't recognize. So what should he do next? Wait here for the leader to become the main. But last night's unexpected events, wouldn't they affect the leader's final advancement path? Wood felt extremely annoyed and began pacing back and forth. And just then he heard a faint sound of footsteps nearby, and his expression instantly froze. Instinctively thinking that Guy had caught up again, he prepared to run away once more. But just as he lifted his foot, he suddenly realized, didn't he still have his sense of smell? So he sniffed, then calmed his heart and lowered his foot. It wasn't that guy, it was a completely unfamiliar scent. And there was little sense of a threat. In other words, was it just an ordinary person who stumbled into the deep mountains? But would a normal person come to a place like this? Wood was a bit skeptical, but he wasn't at the point where the smell of a regular person would scare him into running, so he stopped. Maybe he could even get a meal out of this to boost his strength. He thought this as he adopted a hunting stance. At the moment the other party appeared, he lunged forward. 2 minutes later, Wood, with only half a body left, lost all signs of life, filled with disbelief and shock. And the man who had appeared suddenly just frowned and brushed off the dirt from his body. What a fool, he shook his head, preparing to leave. But just then he felt something, and once again directed his eyes towards Wood's corpse. After pondering for a while, he still walked over to Wood's body, pulled out a section of intestine, and began chewing it. Then he showed an expression of delight. Is it really there? That hand-eye guy didn't deceive me after all. He couldn't help but grin. His teeth were sharp as knives. Chapter 544, 22, I'm not going to pull the cart for you anymore. Byway lifted his head and gazed thoughtfully in a certain direction. What's wrong? Vic, who had just come out of the house, noticed his unusual behavior and looked over as well. Is there something over there? But he didn't see anything. Nothing, Byway withdrew his gaze and said lightly. Just another troublesome enemy added to the list. Another enemy? Vic's eyes widened in disbelief. How come you have more enemies than I do, and how can you say just like it's nothing? If you knew what I did in the past, or if you heard of my former name, Byway shrugged, then you would understand all of this. Heard of your former name? Vic tilted his head, seeming to only catch half of the sentence. Weren't you called Ulu before? What is your name? You don't need to worry about that. You just need to know that I'm called Ulu now. Vic nodded. All right then. Byway looked Vic up and down, then asked with a smile, Injected the blood right? How do you feel? It feels weird. Vic frowned, answering honestly, as if there's something inside me that doesn't belong. I don't know if it's power or something else. Is this normal? As long as you're not hearing any strange voices in your mind, you're good. Strange voices. Yeah, Byway said with a laugh, like someone asking you, shall we make a deal, kind of thing. Vic instantly grew tense. Could such a thing happen? Is it abnormal that I haven't heard anything? No, not hearing anything means you're perfectly normal. Byway waved his hand and decided not to joke with Vic. This guy's mind seems unable to distinguish between jokes and serious words. Nevertheless, Byway's inquiry wasn't entirely in jest, as he wasn't sure what would happen to Vic after inheriting the hunter's blood. He could only watch and wait. But the visible change now is that it's obvious Vic's thinking has become much slower. Looks like there's too much clashing in his brain. Thus, Byway couldn't be sure who would win in the end, but this is what he wanted to see. All right, we should hit the road, Byway said. We shouldn't be far from the sacrificial arena, right? Oh, right. Vic paused for a moment, then nodded. Now that we're here, it's halfway there. If we continue on the mountain path, it would just take. I never said we're taking the mountain path. Byway patted Vic's shoulder, gently saying, Your body has nearly recovered, right? In that case, it's time to properly digest that old hunter's blood. Vic tilted his head again, feeling uneasy. Let's go. Byway turned to leave. I saw a luxurious version without an owner on the way here, just perfect to test your strength. Vic uttered an "oh" and quickly followed Byway. Before going far, he still glanced back at the cottage, opened his mouth, and whispered thank you before truly departing. Not long after, Vic was standing in front of the so-called luxurious version Byway mentioned. It was a carriage. From any angle, it couldn't relate to the word luxurious, but everything is subject to comparison. Compared to the previous wooden cart, this carriage was far superior enough to be labeled luxurious. However, it was nearly twice the size of that cart, making Vic's legs tremble just at the sight. You want me to pull this? Yes, is there a problem? Byway glanced at Vic, then seemed to realize something, sighed gently. Of course, if you're unwilling, I won't force you, even though my body got injured saving you twice actually, making it impossible for me to walk. But don't worry, there's no need to dwell on that. I can still manage on my own, even if both legs are crippled. I can crawl with you to our destination. No need to go that far. Vic sighed. I'll pull it all right, but where the heck did you get this carriage? Picked it up by the roadside again. His thinking speed has restored quite a lot. Looks like it's thoroughly fused with the hunter's blood. Byway thought inwardly, but externally kept a straight face, smiling. Of course not, I paid a hefty price for this. Bought it? Yeah, from that little boss lady. Little boss lady? Rella, Vic recalled the name. Yeah, you know her name, Byway said seemingly nonchalantly. Speaking of which, she still thinks you killed that old hunter, so I told her I need a means of transport to take you away. She didn't hesitate to half sell, half give me this carriage. Upon hearing this, Vic's eyes inevitably dimmed. His mind conjured up Rella's desperate screams of "You liar!" at him from last night. He hadn't lied to Rella, but he did kill Ryan. All right. Byway walked to Vic's side, patting his shoulder while fitting the reins onto him. Later, we'll take another route out of the city so you won't run into her. Isn't it considerate? Chapter 545. 22. I'm not going to pull the cart for you anymore, too. Vic couldn't say a word. He just remained silent as Byway put on the reins. All right, let's move. Byway patted his head and then leisurely lay down on the carriage. I'm ready. Vic said nothing, just silently pulled the carriage. Maybe it was last night's battle that deepened his mutation, or the hunter's blood that strengthened his body. This made him stronger, and now a small carriage was really nothing for him. But he still felt his steps were heavy, especially when he looked at the collapsed houses on both sides of the street, and the townspeople apathetically dealing with the bodies of their relatives. This feeling intensified. He couldn't help but think to himself, even if he inherited the hunter's blood, does that really make him a hunter? Maybe he is just a monster. No matter what he does, he can't change this fact. His heart felt increasingly heavy, so much that he was nearly suffocating. But just then he heard an incredulous shout, "What are you doing?" Vic's heart was instantly in a panic, because he recognized the voice's owner. Sure enough, when he looked up, he saw Rella standing in front of him, her face full of anger. Vic panicked even more, unsure how he had come to be in front of Rella when Byway had just said they were going to take a detour. But before he could think of what to do, Rella was already storming over, her expression matching how she looked last night. This made Vic involuntarily lower his head, like a child who had done something wrong, his ears seemingly drooping down. Rella walked up to Vic, raised her stubby little hand, pointed at him, and said angrily, "You lied to me." Vic hung his head even lower. Just when he didn't know how to answer, Byway's lazy voice came from behind him. "What did I lie to you about?" Vic was stunned for a moment, instinctively raising his head, seeing that Rella wasn't pointing at him, but at someone behind him. "That is Byway. You said he was injured and needed the carriage to get out of town. That's why I gave it to you." Rella pointed at Byway's nose, angrily saying, "But is this how you ride a carriage?" "Yes," Byway nodded. "Is there a problem?" "A problem?" Rella pointed at Vic again. "You make him pull the carriage and ask if there's a problem. Isn't he your person? Is this how you people of Rhine treat your own?" "Yes," Byway nodded again. "This is how we people of Rhine treat our own. Is there a problem?" Rella was instantly speechless. She obviously had not encountered a match like Byway, her flat chest heaving continuously. And Vic still didn't understand what was happening. He looked at Rella with eyes bewildered and fearful. "Miss Rella." Rella suddenly turned around to face Vic, then tiptoed and took off the reins on Vic. "Hey, hey, hey." Byway noticed Rella's actions and said dissatisfied, "What are you doing?" "What am I doing?" Rella gritted her teeth and said, "I'm taking this carriage back, not giving it to you." "Is it necessary? I paid for it." "I'll return all the money to you." Rella directly threw the money on the ground. "Anyway, I just want to take it back. Get off quickly." Byway lightly clicked his tongue, but he wasn't angry. He slowly jumped off the carriage, and then said to the still dazed Vic, "Pick up the money, let's buy a carriage elsewhere." Vic instinctively acknowledged, and then he was about to pick up the money. But just as he bent down, he was immediately grabbed by Rella by the collar. Clearly they were such small hands, yet they seemed to possess endless strength, making it impossible for him to bend down. "He tells you to pick it up, so you pick it up." Rella finally started to look Vic in the eyes. "He also made you pull the carriage, and you just continued to pull it." Vic still didn't understand why Rella was angry, until Rella almost shouted. "Do you have any dignity? You are a person, not a dog, do you hear me? Uncle Ryan saved you with his life. You shouldn't be a dog, shouldn't be a monster, you should be a person. Do you understand?" Vic was completely stupefied. He looked at Rella's completely twisted small face, feeling something deep inside him loosen. "When Uncle Ryan went to save you, I told him not to go, but he said you weren't a monster." Rella's body kept trembling. "He said he believed in you and also said, if possible, he would like to give his own hunter's blood to you. He said only you could find the truth. So please, don't let him down, okay? And don't make me feel he was wrong, okay? You are not a dog nor a monster. You just want to find your own dog. You just want to become a hunter like Ryan. Don't think of yourself as a monster, okay?" Vic opened his mouth, but couldn't make any sound. just feeling as if his eyes suddenly had sand in them and couldn't open. And Rella also seemed to have said all her words, slowly letting go of his hand, stepping back bit by bit. "That's it, go find your little dog," Rella said softly. "It's definitely still alive, definitely still waiting for you." With that, she didn't give Vic a chance to respond, turned her head to glare fiercely at Bai Wei. "You despicable Rhine priest, I won't let you buy a carriage in this city," she shouted. "And don't even think about making him pull a carriage. You people of Rhine don't treat people as people, but it's different here. Remember my words, if I find you doing such things again, I will never let you get away with it." With that said, Rella left with her carriage, leaving only Bai Wei and Vic standing side by side in place. "Really, that young lady boss has quite a strong mouth," Bai Wei continued, picking at his ear as he said. "What does it mean we Rhine don't treat people as people? We clearly treat everyone equally. I mean, how did I, an Orthodox priest, get lectured by a cultist, tusk? Then Bai Wei turned to look at Vic. "What are you standing there for? Let's go." Vic didn't move, he just stared in the direction Rella left, then softly said, "I am not a monster." I said I am not a monster," Vic repeated. "I am a person." Got it, you are a person." "I'm not a monster, I am a person." His tone could no longer be heard with confusion. "I am a person, a hunter, Hunter Vic. Yes, I am Hunter Vic." All right, I get it, you are a hunter." "Yes, I'm a hunter," Vic enthusiastically waved his fist. "So I won't pull your carriage in the future either." "Is there any connection between these two things?" All right, whatever you want, don't pull it if you don't want to." "No matter what you say, I won't pull it," Vic said resolutely. All right, you won't pull it then." Bai Wei waved his hand dismissively, muttering, "Intelligent machine crisis. That little girl boss is really troublesome," as he walked ahead, seemingly looking very troubled. But when Vic couldn't see it anymore, a faint smile appeared on Bai Wei's face. "Not a monster," he said softly. "Hope you can always remember that." Chapter 546, Sacrificial Arena. Adair were about to become hunters. "Howl." Vic opened his eyes. In front of him was a broken window, through which he could see the misty night sky outside. "Had a nightmare." A familiar voice came, and Vic turned his head to see Bai Wei sitting not far from him, throwing sticks of wood onto the campfire. The flames licked the wood, making a crackle sound, echoing the thud of the corpse ghosts pushing the door from outside. "You haven't slept yet?" Vic asked. "Yeah, maybe we're almost there," feeling kind of excited. Vic was a bit curious. "You can feel excited too." "I mean you," Bai Wei said calmly. "You've been talking in your sleep since you fell asleep, waking me up several times." "Sorry." Vic didn't know if he had been talking in his sleep, but he knew he had been dreaming, so he sat up straight, and after surveying the small cabin they were in for a moment, said softly, "Back then, Adair and I spent our first night here too." "You've mentioned that before." In my sleep." "No, you told me when we first got here you found this house, don't you remember?" Bai Wei said. "You also mentioned that night your little dog seemed a bit off." "Adair is a wolf." Vic was still unwilling to give up proving Adair's identity, but after saying it, he hesitated. "So I've said it all before." "Well, I don't remember much, but I can slowly recall things from that time. When Adair and I spent our first night in this cabin, Adair seemed a bit unwell." Yes, Bai Wei and Vic had already arrived at the sacrificial arena, or more accurately, the outskirts of it. The sacrificial arena of Senluo was not a simple dais. It covered a large area and was located in a valley, taking several days to walk from the outskirts to the deepest part. After all, the sacrificial arena is a place to communicate with the god of Senluo. In a way, it can be considered half a dwelling of the gods. Back when the god of Senluo was still alive, hunters had to face hardships and trials to meet the god. This sacred path was definitely not a straightforward walk to the end. And now, although the god of Senluo is dead, that doesn't mean this path has become easy. Otherwise, how did Vic end up losing both his memory and his dog after just one journey? Before reaching here, Vic couldn't recall a bit about his last visit, but as soon as he arrived, he immediately remembered some bits, even leading Bai Wei to find this still somewhat intact house, to shelter from the corpse ghosts overnight. "Where did the little wolf seem unwell?" "Adair isn't a wolf, he's—" Vic paused halfway through his sentence, then suddenly froze. Why did you say Adair was a wolf this time?" "Why," Bai Wei said calmly, "should I keep calling him a dog then?" No, Adair is a wolf." Vic shook his head repeatedly, then as if fearing Bai Wei's continued entanglement over whether Ade was a wolf or a dog, he quickly added, Ade was perfectly normal until we got here, but once we arrived, he seemed very anxious. Anxious? Yes, Vic strained to recall the scene. He seemed very uneasy, kept circling inside the cabin, wagging his tail incessantly, barking at the corpse ghosts outside. Just seemed very agitated. While Vic was speaking, Bai Wei glanced at his legs from the corner of his eye. He saw Vic's legs were trembling, the shoes with holes scraping against the straw making a creak-creak noise, which was quite jarring. But Vic seemed unaware, continuing to speak. I had never seen Ade like that. His reaction made me think there was something dangerous outside the cabin, besides the corpse ghosts. Vic said, but I never found anything, nor did I smell anything strange. But to be safe, I stayed up the whole night until dawn. And did you find anything after dawn? Bai Wei asked. Vic shook his head. No, I didn't find anything, but after dawn, Ade was back to normal. Back to normal after dawn, Bai Wei said. Seems like something is hiding in the night. But I didn't see anything. You do know, dogs can see things that people can't. Is that so? Vic instinctively started to think, took a moment to realize, wait, Ade is a wolf. Bai Wei shrugged, not arguing further. Vic's mood quickly turned somber. I already felt something was off with Ade at that time. He muttered, but I didn't give it much thought. If I had taken Ade away then, would all the things later not have happened? You should know that's self-deception, Bai Wei said. Wildfire sect believers call you a saint. It was all orchestrated by them bringing you and that little wolf here. Do you think they'd let you leave? You mean they were watching us back then? Vic tensed up. So at that time Ade might have smelled them, that's why he kept barking. That I do not know. Vic hesitated a bit and asked Bai Wei, Priest Ulu, do you think we'll find the answer this time? Chapter 547, Sacrificial Arena 2. Bai Wei hadn't had the chance to speak when Vic quickly shook his head again, and the originally slightly confused tone instantly turned into one of determination. No matter what, I must find the answer. Bai Wei looked at Vic's stubborn face and nodded with satisfaction. It seems that old Hunter and the little girl have had a profound influence on her. Make sure you remember your words, Bai Wei said with a smile. Of course, Vic shook his fist again and then looked at Bai Wei with slight confusion. But, Priest Ulu, I still don't know why you came here. You don't need to worry about that. Bai Wei chose a comfortable position to lie down. I'm just an observer. Observer? Yes, you can understand that I'm just watching from the sidelines, Bai Wei said with a smile. I won't intervene to change anything. Vic tilted his head. But in Yade Town you wanted to change that medicine boss's orientation. You meant religious orientation, right? Yeah. Next time remember to finish your words, Bai Wei said indifferently, and now shut up, I'm going to rest. Hello? Vic scratched his head and quieted down. But Bai Wei couldn't rest for long. Soon the knocking of the corpse ghost disappeared, and after a while the sunlight pierced through the darkness. Daylight came. Bai Wei had no choice but to sigh deeply and slowly crawled up. Ever since crossing over, sleep has been out of his reach. The night owl from the past now actually misses the feeling of sleeping. Bai Wei doesn't know if the inability to sleep is due to not having found his own body, because he has always had trouble adapting to new beds, and using someone else's body feels like sleeping in someone else's bed, never feeling at ease. However, even other people's beds can vary, like Huinia's body is the most comfortable to sleep in. Ulu's body is the most uncomfortable. Gerard's is neither good nor bad. After using this body, even Ulu can only rank second. Because this body is different from the other three, more accurately, it should be called a corpse. Sleeping feels like lying in a cold coffin, just uncomfortable no matter how you twist. The ability to move independently adds a small point, or else Bai Wei honestly wants to revert to being an old man and take over someone else. Miss Huinia's body. After a bit of internal complaining, Bai Wei straightened his body, then turned his head towards Vic. Time to depart. The sentence stopped halfway, because he discovered Vic was watching him. Except those eyes were pale green. Bai Wei slightly narrowed his eyes. Vic, he spoke first. Vic didn't react, he squatted in the corner. Morning mist condensed a faint white fog between them, making them look slightly unreal and blurry. Bai Wei called Vic's name once more, but he still didn't speak, just tilted his head slightly. Those pale green eyes in the mist like two green flames ignited from nothing, ready to consume everything. Ade Byway changed the name. This time there was an obvious emotional fluctuation in Vic's eyes, as if responding to Byway. So you are Ade. Byway lowered his voice so Vic could hear it more clearly. Do you know who I am? Vic did not respond. I see you don't know. Byway asked again. Do you remember what happened? Vic still did not respond. Like he has no reaction to anything except the name, Ade. Byway waited a while longer, then suddenly said, You were eaten by Vic, right? Upon hearing this, there was an immediate change in Vic's previously calm green eyes. Hatred, anger, all sorts of negative emotions surged up. A gurgling sound came from his throat like chewing, yet also like suppressing a roar. Byway watched as Vic lowered his body, seeming ready to pounce. But the next second, his movement stopped, and the green in his eyes quickly faded. Before long, Vic reverted to his now clear yet foolish appearance. Priest Ulu, he tilted his head at Byway, you haven't slept yet. Byway was silent for a moment, then smiled. Yes, maybe we're close, so I'm excited. Really? Vic looked out the window. It's already light. Yes. Byway did not let the previous conversation repeat and did not tell Vic about his recent change, but simply smiled and said, It's time to set off and find your little dog. Ade is a wolf. Vic corrected Byway a bit dissatisfiedly. How many times do I have to tell you Ade is a wolf? All right, he's a wolf. Byway pushed open the door and stepped out first. Outside the house was a straight path leading deep into the valley. Vic hurried to follow. Byway pointed to the road ahead and asked, Do you remember this is the way? Vic nodded, Yes, because it's the only road into the mountains. And after that? After that, I can't remember. Tusk, looks like we'll have to reach the next save point to unlock it. Save what? Nothing, Byway shook his head, smiling. Let's get going. Half a day after the two left. Glug glug. A strange noise emanated from the forest. Soon after, a thud sounded. A pale arm stretched out, 5 already rotting fingers firmly embedded in the ground. But the arm was still exerting force, as if a drowning person desperately clutching at a corner of the shore, dragging itself with all its might. Then a huge mass of flesh was dragged out of the woods by it. This was a mass of flesh composed of countless limbs, like dozens of people killed and dismembered, tossed into a mud puddle, mixed and finally cooled. Glug glug. The mass emitted the strange noise again. Upon closer inspection, one could see all sorts of heads deep within the mass. The reason for saying all kinds is because among them were humans, animals, and half-human, half-wolf monsters. They seemed dead, as their heads had long separated from their bodies, pale faces showing no hint of blood. But they also seemed alive, as each still had eyes open, mouths agape, continuously making noises. It was that glug-glug sound, and if one listened closely, a few vague syllables could be discerned. Vides. The mass moved toward the cabin inch by inch, relying on one hand. And at the cabin, as if it smelled a familiar scent, all the heads simultaneously shrieked, all the severed limbs stretched out from the mass, eagerly reaching for the cabin. Almost instantly, the cabin's wall was torn open into a large gap, and they rushed in. Soon the cabin collapsed. But they were not crushed to death, and soon crawled out again. Not here, not here, not here. They spoke in unison. So they continued searching, soon eyeing the only road. Visas. There. They said this, then moved forward again, trying to catch up with Byway. But after taking only 2 steps, they stopped again. Some heads still looked ahead, while other heads suddenly turned towards the back. Visas. Behind. They began to shout. Ahead. Another group of heads responded. They were in disagreement. Then the disagreement intensified, eventually resulting in a rip. The mass split into 2 halves, like a rotten apple, revealing countless worms emerging from the fruit as it was cut. They yelled, then charged forward one after another, soon disappearing without a trace. Meanwhile, the canine tooth, about to enter the sacrificial arena, raised its head uneasily. What's happening? Chapter 548, Obsession. Abek felt uneasy, as if he were being watched by something dangerous. He looked around while activating Detect Magic, but found nothing unusual. An illusion. No, something's not right. Abek, who had been resting, stood up, took out a strangely shaped magic wand from behind, and raised his alertness to the highest level. Not trusting any illusion about danger, that is Abek's life creed. More than a decade ago, Abek was an ordinary person in Boundary Land, unable to use spells or any special abilities. In this world, he was the kind of ordinary person whose life could be predicted at a glance. Until he accidentally obtained something that would change his life, a tooth. To be precise, a tooth from Visas. This immediately opened the door to a new world for him, making him a member of the corpse fragment holders. But this tooth was different from other corpse blocks. Others provided immediate strength or rules upon acquisition, but not this tooth. It belonged to the type that accumulates slowly over time. The longer it accumulates, the stronger it becomes. Its previous holder obviously didn't understand this, rashly exposed the tooth, and ultimately perished along with envious rivals before Abek's eyes. Their bodies were completely burned, leaving only this indestructible tooth. With such a precedent, Abek naturally knew what to do. Caution, restraint. Abek almost wanted to inscribe these two words on his forehead, implementing their meaning for over a decade. And indeed, they helped him evade numerous crises when he was still weak. So even after Abek endured that period and became strong, he did not abandon this life creed. As a result, even now that he is quite powerful, few have heard his name. And he intends to continue exercising restraint. Until that day, he was drawn into Taoyuan village. He was deeply shocked. His disguise, the power he accumulated over the past decade, seemed so ridiculous under that towering ancient tree. The fellow called Hand-Eye could pull his consciousness and soul into that illusion with just a thought. Such power, unreasonably powerful. This deeply attracted Abek. Before this, he never fantasized about obtaining other corpse blocks, thinking that having this one was enough. He didn't dare to desire others. After all, contacting other corpse fragment holders is inherently extremely dangerous. But after that journey to Taoyuan village, his thoughts changed. He finally began to desire the power of other corpse blocks, wanting to gain Taoyuan village's power by acquiring more corpse blocks. After all, the Hand-Eye needed only 2 corpse blocks to control Taoyuan village. What would he obtain if he acquired more? Abek dared not think about it, because even the slightest thought in this direction made his heart pound uncontrollably, like a war drum being fiercely beaten. Moreover, even setting aside these desires and ambitions, the appearance of Taoyuan village meant Abek's former survival rules no longer applied. Because Taoyuan village was too powerful, Abek had no doubt that his means of hiding were futile in the face of Taoyuan village. Would there be someone who could uncover his identity through Taoyuan village? No one could say for sure. Currently, the person with the most corpse blocks is the Hand-Eye, who needed only 2 to become Taoyuan village's temporary leader. What about 3 corpse blocks for? Would there eventually be a day when all corpse fragment holders would have nowhere to hide before him? That possibility is clearly there. If such a person were to appear, Abek doubted how much deterrence the power he accumulated would have against them. After all, everything Abek now possesses comes from this singular corpse block. He couldn't imagine how terrifying someone with multiple corpse blocks would be. If such a time were to come, he would likely be nothing more than a lamb awaiting slaughter. Therefore, he absolutely could not sit and wait for death. Upon returning from Taoyuan village, Abek understood this. Isn't this, in a way, also a form of caution? So Abek came here. According to Hand-Eye, the person pursued by both Rhine and the church, who also possesses 2 corpse blocks, is on this chaotic land. Though in Taoyuan village, nobody could lie under its suppression, Abek still didn't fully trust Hand-Eye, so after entering Wildfire, he cautiously probed the other's information. Finally, after defeating the monster that suddenly charged at him, he unexpectedly acquired the information. The person is just ahead. Abek lifted his head, now able to see the endless valleys in the distance. And he knew it was the former Holy Land, the now non-existent Senluo divine sect. Abek didn't know much about the past matters between the Senluo divine sect and the current Wildfire sect, and he didn't want to get involved before, but now he had no choice. In front of Visa's corpse pieces, any potential danger became irrelevant. Chapter 549 Obsession 2. As long as... Abek slightly narrowed his eyes. The magic power he emitted detected something. Sure enough, there's something there. Just as he thought that, a cluster of vines closest to him suddenly started to tremble, and a shadow emerged from it, instantly lunging at Abek. So fast, Abek showed a surprised expression, and before he could react, the shadow bit his neck. Oh yeah. He only had time to let out a scream before his neck was bitten off brutally. Blood splattered, spraying onto that monstrous face bearing 7 or 8 mouths. The monstrous face bit Abek's neck, and the other mouths shouted in unison. Visas! 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 Then these mouths opened wide, squeezing out all other facial features, leaving only rows of dense fangs as if to swallow Abek whole. But at that moment, the blood that spattered from Abek turned from red to black, as if infected, and his entire being turned into a mass of pitch-black mud in an instant. Huh! The monstrous face tilted its head, clearly not understanding what had just happened. But immediately, a surge of immense heat erupted from the black mud. With a boom, the black mud exploded. The monstrous face and the body made of countless remnants beneath it were shattered to pieces, scattering around and twitching incessantly. Only then did Abek emerge from the other side, frowning deeply at the monster before him. "What the hell is this creature?" he murmured softly. As soon as he spoke, the surrounding bushes trembled once more. His expression changed slightly, then he scanned all around. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 stitched-together monsters, almost identical to the previous one, crawled out of the woods, with mouths on their palms, above their eyes, and beneath their feet. They spoke in unison. Visas! 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 Countless eyes fixed on Abek. To be exact, they stared at Abek's mouth, watching the teeth in his mouth. Abek's frown deepened, and the previous feeling of unease surged again. Just what are these things? Why do they know he carries a piece of Visas's corpse, and know exactly which part? Before Abek could figure it out, something even more surprising happened. The remnants he had just blasted started twitching rapidly, as if regaining vitality. As Abek watched, these remnants quickly gathered together, and those mouths across them began swallowing the completely shattered flesh, gulping as they chewed. Then, with visible speed, new flesh began growing where they had been damaged. Before long, it returned to its original state, and together with the other 4 monsters, shouted in unison, Visas. Abek was stunned. What the hell are these things? No one could answer him, and after regrouping, the monsters charged at Abek again. And Abek revealed a fierce expression. Don't think this will scare him to death. He planted the magic wand into the muddy ground and formed a hand seal. If a priest of the Rhine was here, they'd be utterly shocked. Because this is Rhind. With a loud shout, Abek was enveloped in holy light descending from above. Rhind divine skill. He, Abek, had accumulated knowledge over more than a decade with this tooth, mastering divine arts of various sects effortlessly. A bizarre group of monsters trying to defeat him was simply his sound. Abek's eyes widened, because he saw those monsters easily tearing through the Rhine holy light. How is that possible? Vic suddenly turned his head to look back. What is it? Byway asked. Vic turned his head back and scratched his head. I just felt like I heard someone shouting. Oh, Byway raised an eyebrow. What are you shouting about? I don't know. Shouting, I don't know. No, I mean, I don't know, Vic said. It's too far, I can't hear clearly. But it might also be a hallucination because I didn't smell anything. I see, Byway shrugged. Then it's just your illusion, don't worry about it. You must have been drowsy. Let's keep going forward. Hello? Vic quickly stepped forward. They had been walking on this path for a while, and during this time, Byway would occasionally ask him if he remembered anything. And his answer was always no, he remembered nothing. Speaking of which, Vic felt a bit strange. Although he couldn't remember anything, he was certain that this was the path he walked before, and everything on this path felt very familiar to him. But still, he couldn't remember anything, so he could only continue following Byway forward. Oddly enough, although Byway was here for the first time too, he seemed familiar with everything, even leading the way. Speaking of which, Byway suddenly spoke, have you ever thought about a question? Vic didn't react immediately. What question? Byway spoke leisurely. What would a god become after death? Vic was a bit puzzled. Dead is dead, what could they become? Why not? Byway said with a smile. If it's a human or animal, after dying the body rots, the soul disappears. Would a god's body rot after death? Would their soul disappear? Vic had never thought about it from this angle, and he instinctively wanted to answer, "What's the difference?" But then he quickly remembered what Ryan told him that night. The god of Senluo attempted to resist death and failed. If a god's death is just like a human's, then what was the god of Senluo resisting? Vic found this question profound, compelling him to think deeply. But the more he thought about it, the more it made his head hurt, leaving him no answers, as if it was beyond his capability. So after scratching his head, he chose to ask Bai Wei directly, "So what would a god become after death?" Bai Wei chuckled speechlessly. "Obviously, I was asking you." "Oh, right." Seeing Vic's dumbfounded look, Bai Wei just shook his head with a smile and said, "Obsessions." "What?" "I said obsessions," Bai Wei said. "Existences as powerful as deities theoretically can attain eternal life. When they are forced to face death, it's often with resentment, and this resentment often turns into strong obsessions." Vic was a bit confused. Can obsessions be strong too? "Yes," Bai Wei chuckled softly. "They can be very strong indeed." "These bastards." Abek fought on, growing more furious. These monsters seemed impossible to kill. Rhine's divine arts, Lyra's chorus magic, all kinds of means from Abek. Yet these monsters just wouldn't die. Sliced apart, they could be sewn back together. Crushed, they could be pieced back together. Again and again, again and again. What exactly is it that sustains these monsters? In this exceedingly unfair struggle, Abek was already covered in wounds. He knew he couldn't drag it out any longer, so he steeled his gaze. If that's the case, he'll have to use his trump card. As another monster charged at him, Abek reached out his hand. The hand immediately transformed into a wolf, and the massive wolf's mouth clamped onto the monster's body. But instead of tearing it apart with the wolf's head, Abek pulled it close and opened his own mouth, biting down hard. The teeth belonging to Visas easily bit into the monster's flesh. He swallowed another mouthful. He didn't want to do this initially, because these creatures didn't look edible at all. But he couldn't be concerned with that now. "Come on." With a mouthful of blood, Abek shouted, "Let me see what the hell you are." In an instant, countless images surged into his mind. The burning sky. The shattered divine country. The mountainous body shattering thunderously, drifting like goose feathers burning. At the end of it all was a blurred figure. Despair, anger, fear. All the negative emotions surged below the shadow of the sky, turning into a name. "That name is..." Abek roared in agony. In the next second, his head exploded. Chapter 550, Devoured the Devourer. Vic still couldn't quite understand Bai Wei's meaning. The idea of obsession felt too profound. Moreover, before he could ponder it further, suddenly, Vic found the path beneath his feet somewhat familiar. So he stopped, staring blankly ahead. "Here, I've been here," he said to Bai Wei. Bai Wei looked at Vic, smiling. "There's only one path here, of course you've been here. What you want to say is that you've remembered something, right?" Yes, I remembered." Vic walked 2 steps forward and pointed at the first-rank stone steps beneath him. "Ade and I were here right at this spot on this step. At that time, Ade suddenly stopped walking it. Vic seemed somewhat dazed again, unable to recall it clearly. But Bai Wei already saw in Vic's memory that little wolf lying in front of this section of steps, baring its teeth, unwilling to move forward as if something terrifying awaited them ahead. "Keep going," Bai Wei patted Vic's shoulder. "You'll remember more when you reach the front." Vic instinctively followed Bai Wei, and after taking 2 steps, he suddenly had a vision. It seemed that the person walking ahead of him was no longer Bai Wei, but himself. "Don't be afraid, Ade," he saw himself saying to himself. "No matter what's ahead, I'll protect you." So he went up to follow. After the corner up ahead, a towering but broken building appeared before them. He saw his mouth open wide, in an astonished expression. "Is this Senluo Temple?" But what came out was Bai Wei's voice. Vic suddenly snapped out of it and found Bai Wei standing in front of the temple, half-turned looking at him. "This is Senluo Temple," Bai Wei pointed at the temple in front, smiling. "Still talking about being a hunter, can't even recognize your own family temple." "No, it's not." Vic took a deep breath. "This really is Senluo's temple." The temple blocked the road squarely like a mountain gate. Only through this gate could one continue forward. You don't look so well, Bai Wei asked. Did you remember something again? Not yet, but... Vic hesitated. Priest Ulu, I don't know why, but many of my memories are not from my own perspective. Oh, not from your own perspective, Bai Wei knowingly asked. Is it a dog S? Yes, no, it's a de S. Even at this moment, Vic didn't forget to stand up for a de. I don't know why, but it's not the first time. Every memory I have is from a de's perspective looking at myself. This feeling really weird. Do you know the reason? I have a guess, but it's just a guess, Bai Wei said. But I'm not planning to tell you. Don't look at me like that because those guesses without evidence won't help you now and will just affect your mood. Think about it. What did the old hunter say to you back then? Vic's expression darkened. He said, Ade might have been devoured by me. Yeah, how do you feel about that? Feeling bad. Exactly, Bai Wei shrugged. It's just a guess without evidence, nothing but affecting the mood. Is there any point keep asking? Isn't it better to find out the answer yourself? You're right. Vic took a deep breath, his eyes gradually becoming firm. I won't be lost again. Seems like you've made similar resolutions many times. Ah, Vic was startled, really. Yes, but it doesn't matter as long as you can do it in the end. Bai Wei said, smiling. Keep going. Okay. Vic quickly followed Bai Wei, then preceded Bai Wei by pushing open the temple's grand door. The door wasn't locked, so the sunlight streamed in, like a sword cutting through the darkness inside the temple, eventually falling onto the Senluo divine statue in the center, giving a feeling of the god of Senluo returning to the world. The two entered swiftly. Not sure why, but even after entering numerous dilapidated Senluo temples all these years, and seeing countless Senluo divine statues, Vic never felt anything strange. But this Senluo divine statue before him exerted enormous pressure, making him subconsciously want to say something to ease the suffocating feeling. So he spoke, Here, why is there a temple of the god of Senluo? Bai Wei turned back, looking at Vic with an expression like, Are you joking? Is it surprising to have a temple of Senluo in Senluo's sacrificial arena? No, I just... Vic instinctively waved his hand, but then a piece of dialogue surfaced in his mind. Why is there a Senluo temple here? Why wouldn't there be? This is Senluo's sacrificial arena. He suddenly froze. What's wrong? Bai Wei noticed Vic's expression change, stunned again. No, it's not, Vic murmured. I've spoken to someone here. Wasn't it just me? No, I mean, the last time I came here I had talked to someone, Vic said loudly. There was someone else here. Bai Wei raised his eyebrow. Are you sure? Absolutely. Vic felt more memories about here rising to the surface. Definitely there was a person. I remember it was a woman.